you're such a big man, Hasan. His name is Hasan.
Chad gang.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. His name is Hasan. This is a deranged pervert.
This is an automated daycare message. Your nanny Azuni will be with you shortly. Wide people happy.
His name is Hasan.
Love you, chat.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Nice reminder. I've been unemployed for 4 months.
His name is Hasan.
Wow, we wow.
The American people are tired of women.
This is a deranged pervert. His name is Hasan. Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
2 months of paid degeneracy, no good.
This is a deranged pervert.
Thanks, Hasan, for the content. You are like a big brother figure to me. Your political commentary has been helpful for me in strengthening my views.
This is a deranged pervert.
Dropped off my ballot today. Instant boner.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Pouring one out for my boy Corbyn Savage.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert.
Much love to you to chat to us. Hassle.
His name is Hasan. Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
1 year pocket. Love you, Hasan.
This is a deranged pervert. His name is Hasan.
I'm just really happy to be here.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I'm gonna start day drinking cause of these Corbyn smears. Thank you for an awesome
What's going on,
4 months,
everybody?
Hassel.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. 75 degrees and sunny out here. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, I hope everyone's having a great day. It's Thursday, October 29th, 2020, 11:32 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I apologize for that. I'll briefly tell you why. But also, October 29th means that the election is 5 days away. There's a lot of news to cover, of course. Some stuff that's breaking, some things that are relevant to our little community, some things that are relevant to the world, relevant to our community, i.e. Glenn Greenwald officially leaves The Intercept to get Substack, get in on that sweet Substack cash after seeing how well Matt Taibbi's been doing on there. Is that coffee? Yes. No, it's not. It's liberal tears. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, daycare is open officially. I don't even watch gamers anymore now. Nice. Thank you for the tier 2 sailing, Z. Thank you, Hasan, for being a positive influence on here, inspiring me to finally get out and vote. Hell yeah. He left the company he founded. Did he not have control over it or something? I don't know. I will not reveal who I had this conversation with, but someone that I talk to nearly daily, we had a convo about this, and they said, and I shit you not, like 3 days ago or 2 days ago maybe, they said Glenn's gonna leave The Intercept. No. This is not one of this is not Ryan. This is not one of Glenn Greenwald's coworkers. It's not. It is not. It is not. It is not. It is not. 100%. It's not. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't even have that conversation openly if it was like someone you could very easily identify. It's not like anyone related to Glenn in that regard. But someone I was having a conversation with was literally like, they called it like, they fucking called it, I think 2 days before it happened. I was like, no, why would that happen? Why? Like, he has virtually nearly full editorial control over what he does. I mean, he's got deep pockets. Pierre Omidyar loves him. He's a billionaire. He's never going to find like another favorable billionaire like that. And then 2 days later, he's like, that's it. Hey man, big fan of your Wikifeed page. After a thorough review of your gallery, I have to admit that you have some gorgeous feet. Toe to foot ratio is perfect. Toenails are clean and well taken care of. Big fan of the contrasting tones of the soles and arches. The only bit of criticism I have is that you have no pics in nylon, which is unfortunate. With the absence of nylon pics, I can only rate your page a 4 out of 5. But I'm willing to bump it up to a 5 out of 5 if you post pics in nylon. No. I might briefly talk about anti-Semitism in the UK. As far as the Jeremy Corbyn, the Jezza, the man, the myth, the legend, who definitely is not anti-Semitic. And if you think he is, you're a fucking idiot, or you're a dumbass Tory, or you're a boring and annoying neoliberal and a dupe. And I refuse to hear any other counter to that. I'm sorry. This is a no disrespecting the big guy zone. Okay, this is officially no disrespecting Jezza, who is unfortunately too nice for his own good. Okay, he's too big of a pussy. But also the British media is disgusting. I mean, they are blood-sucking demons over there. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why every single person in the British media, luckily I'm in America, so I can say this. If I say this in the UK, they would literally sue my ass. Luckily, allegedly, every single person that works for any of these Tory rags, and even including like The Guardian, I guess they find time from fucking little kids to spend all of the rest of their free time defending the conservatives and then attacking Corbyn, allegedly. I mean, it's remarkable to think about how much child fucking they're having. There's no other reason. Why would they? Why else? Why else would they turn around and defend nonsense so frequently and criticize people like Corbyn? Yeah, the EHRC is reputable, by the way. Didn't investigate Tory Islamophobia, but instead utilized their resources. The impartial investigation conducted refused to look into the internal memos that were leaked. The 85-page investigation that internally was conducted within the Labour Party, refused to look at that. Refused to run an investigation into Islamophobia and the Tories, okay, when they were prompted to. And then also on top of that, use their resources otherwise to go out and investigate something that's incredibly important to me personally. Anti-English sentiment in Scotland and Scottish and Welsh colleges. So it's a total fucking, it is bullshit, okay? It's complete bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Sucks to suck. And by the way, look, if you're Jewish and you're a leftist or an anarchist, or you otherwise feel like, you know, you really didn't pay attention to it, but like, goddamn, the BBC and the Guardian, like all of these people are just like relentlessly criticizing Corbyn, like there might be truth to it, and you feel like you might have been duped by it. I'm here to tell you, yes, you might have been duped by it. At a certain point, I think like people were more afraid of people thought that Corbyn was more evil than like Jeffrey Epstein himself. So, you know, they very successfully destroyed the boy Jezza. And look, I don't really, there's like certain issues that I 100% without a doubt absolutely will stick my neck out for, and this is one of those instances, okay? Everyone is wrong. Hasan the Twitch streamer is right. Well, there's plenty of people that are not just, it's not just me. There's plenty of people that are also of the same mind, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway. Can you give us a 5-minute warning before you talk about UK politics, because your takes are so shit it makes my brain. It makes your brain. Biden Sim 445. No, there is no 5-minute warning. Also, if you consider any of this to be wrong, if you consider anything that I just said to be incorrect, despite the fact that you have subscribed for 8 months, you can see yourself out of this chat. You can go and fuck yourself as hard as possible. Okay? Go and find a community that is favorable to moronic takes and idiotic attacks against the left, utilization of anti-Semitism, cynically weaponizing anti-Semitism or social justice causes that truly do impact, that truly do have a devastating impact in society. Okay? Using that for factionalism to oust a specific faction within your own party, that is one of the most disgusting things I do not stand for. It's something that I absolutely fucking despise. And if you're going to participate in that, unwillingly, I'm willing to have a conversation, a dialogue with you. Okay, fuck Keir Starmer. If you're willing to have a dialogue, that's one thing. But if you're going to come in here and be like, Hasan, you're so wrong. You just simply do not understand the intricacies of child fucking that happens in the conservative party. Like that's the responsible kind of child fucking. And also that the entirety of the Rupert Murdoch owned British media, which is reactionary as fuck overall, those guys are actually offering really good coverage when they talked about how Corbyn was an anti-Semite for the entire election cycle. Well, meanwhile, like the Tories were literally fucking building statues of what was it, Nancy Astor? Like, I mean, oh my lord, dude, they could literally do anything. They could just like, well, we actually found out that that Boris Johnson was caught in the process of child fucking while simultaneously drawing up a swastika. But what you simply do not understand is that the child fucking is ceremonial in nature. We switched over from pig fucking, which was the preferable mode of ritualistic sacrifice, to the child fucking instead, and it's improper of us to even investigate or talk about any of these matters. How dare you, sir? How dare you say I am partial? I have absolutely zero stake in this fight except for the truth. That's the only thing I care about, is the fucking truth, sir. You, sir, are a Yankee. See yourself out of our conversations about pig fucking and child fucking, please. This is what the British do as a part of our culture. How dare you, sir? Anyway, yeah. Talking about that instead of Facebook comments compiled by a singular Labour Party member with Blairite leanings is absolutely infinitely more important than any number of things the Tories might have done or are still doing. They're still in the process of doing it right now in the Parliament, but it doesn't matter. Okay? Anyway. I'm from the UK. You're 100% correct about Corbyn and the Tories. Yeah, I know. But there's always going to be like the annoying, like... Anyway, yeah, fuck Keir Starmer too, LMAO. So what am I wrong about then? Like, is there deep anti-Semitism within the Labour Party? That Corbyn purposely avoided or didn't do anything about? Because remember, the conversation didn't start with like, well, we're firing or we're suspending Jeremy Corbyn for... like, saying that the anti-Semitism investigation was overblown. The conversation literally started with, Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite. His middle name is Adolf and also Hitler. And then, like, we have moved the goalposts... We've moved the goalposts from, like, Corbyn personally executed, like, Jewish children in an orphanage to literally, well, actually, yes, the investigation concluded. The internal, like, labor investigation was concluded, and it came out that, like, a big chunk of the anti-Semitism violations were literally coming from, like, the exact same person with Blairite leanings that did not like Corbyn, that compiled, like, fucking Facebook comments and shit, okay? And that it was totally fucking overblown by the media, certainly. And they immediately suppressed that, of course. That had to be leaked to the press. The press barely covered it. Barely fucking covered it. Okay? And then on top of that, the external investigation even refused to look at the internal Labour Party investigation that was concluded, and instead conducted their own investigation. That fucking Tory-run EHRC report is also bullshit. So why did they fucking suspend Corbyn? They suspended Corbyn because he said that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable within our party and anywhere on the planet. It's completely unacceptable, just like racism is unacceptable. Of any kind of racism is unacceptable. However, that investigation by the EHRC is completely fucking overblown, or rather, the media's coverage of anti-Semitism within the Labour Party is completely fucking hysterical. And they were right. He was absolutely correct to say. He was allowed to say that. It was absolutely correct. It's well within his rights to say. He should say way worse shit if you ask me. This motherfucker who's been fighting for Jewish rights. This motherfucker who's like adored by the Orthodox Jewish community that are like anti-Zionist in the UK. Like, they literally took him. This guy who fought apartheid regimes his entire fucking life. They took that guy and they called him an anti-Semite, and fuck you for going along with that, you pieces of shit. You are fucking idiots. If you for a second thought there was any legitimacy to anything that happened as far as the Corbyn is an anti-Semite nonsense. And the reason why I get this agitated about it is because those same fuckers, literally the exact same people that are associated with the Israeli lobby in the UK literally came to the United States and tried to do the same exact thing to Bernie motherfucking Sanders in the primaries. What was the first secretive super PAC that started hitting Bernie Sanders in the primaries, motherfucker? What did I tell you back then? It was the Democratic Majority for Israel PAC, okay? Those guys turned around and started calling Bernie Sanders anti-Semitic. They started saying Bernie Sanders is personally anti-Semitic. That didn't stick because, are you fucking kidding me? Like, historic Jewish figure who has dedicated his entire life to like progressive causes, not gonna stick. If you're a historic non-Jewish figure, that's one thing. You can absolutely let something like that stick. But if you're also if you're also a Jewish person, then good luck. Especially in America, it's not gonna fucking work. So, because we are too bigoted to understand the nuances between like even self-hating Jews or self-hating black people or internalized homophobia, blah blah blah. Like we're too dumb to recognize that. So in this circumstance, it worked to Bernie's advantage. Okay. Anyway, I'm speed running through this fucking because I've just been so mad all morning. Okay. So as I was saying, where was I? Oh, here's the Guardian article on the Tory Islamophobia inquiry being dropped by the same equalities watchdog. Anyway, where was I about? Be careful with this combo because many of the right-wing idiots on their channel are going to take these few examples of Jews weaponizing anti-Semitism and use it. No, hold on. Use it as an anti-Semitic talking point. No, I'm going to get to that too. Oh, I got some fucking choice words for that shit too. Just wait. I know. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that part of the process in a little bit. So, you know what? Actually, I'm going to show you what, not the fucking Guardian one, but the Sky News one that I watched this morning, and I think it just spiked my fucking blood pressure. Okay? I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this in my entire fucking life. I mean, they called him a member of the IRA, blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't matter. Wait, maybe it'll be in my history. Oh, here it is.
Breaking news from our political correspondent, Kate McCann. Kate, what have you got for us?
Good morning. Well, in the last few moments, the Labour Party have released a statement in which they've confirmed that they have removed the whip from Jeremy Corbyn. I can read you that statement. In light of his comments made today and his failure to retract them subsequently, the Labour Party has suspended Jeremy Corbyn pending investigation. He has also had the whip removed from the Parliamentary Labour Party. Now, that's a significant moment because it's really the most strict restriction or measure that the current Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, can take, and it comes in the wake of a statement that Jeremy Corbyn made this morning in relation to the report that we have been discussing. In that statement, Jeremy Corbyn said, "One anti-Semite is one too many, but the scale of the problem was also dramatically overstated for political reasons by our opponents, inside and outside the party, as well as by much of the media." Now, that is the specific comment that this statement and the subsequent removal of the whip from Jeremy Corbyn relates to. And in fact, he was asked in a press conference earlier today, Keir Starmer, whether he would take action after what Jeremy Corbyn said.
So first of all, considering any of this news coverage, immediately bullshit. Okay? Hold on. Dude, by the way, there's so much. I'm so mad at the media. I'm so mad at the fucking UK Tory rags over there, and I'm so mad at the fucking American media that's overall right adjacent to. Like, the Daily's coverage today. The Daily's coverage today is so insanely frustrating. I watched it earlier. I listened to it earlier, and it made me, like, want to chew through my fucking steering wheel while I was listening to it in the goddamn car, where it's like, every single person is buying guns and like everyone's gonna do a race riot, race war. Anyway, I'll get to that in a second though. This shit is bullshit. Let's watch the rest of it.
said,
Hold on.
and he stated that he would look carefully at those comments. So now we are seeing that follow-up action, and really, this is a significant moment because Mr. Corbyn, of course, was in charge for much of this period during the investigation of this report. And in fact, in the last few moments, Jeremy Corbyn himself has been speaking to broadcasters. Here is a clip from that
I just
interview.
tweeted that I'm live, so
Let's be
normies.
clear. Start off, one anti-Semite in the party is one anti-Semite too many. And when I became leader of the party, some complaints were received. I asked Shami Chakrabarti to undertake a review of all this, which she did. She made a number of recommendations on processes which were not implemented quickly enough. Under Jenny Formby's period as General Secretary in 2018, much more progress was made very quickly. But the numbers have been exaggerated, in my view.
They have been. They absolutely have been. There is no, and it's anyone who says that they absolutely did not participate in a decentralized but oftentimes coordinated looking smear campaign against this dude in regards to how he was fucking insanely anti-Semitic. It is bullshit to say anything other than that. Especially because those very same shitters are now, they're not attacking him in the same way. They're not saying he's anti-Semitic. Now they're saying, oh, well, he did do something. He didn't do anything about anti-Semitism. And when you push them on it, they say, okay, he did something about anti-Semitism, but he didn't do something about anti-Semitism quick enough. And none of that is the reason why. None of that is the reason why they fucking suspended him. The reason why they suspended him was because he said this, and this is 100% correct. This is 1000% without a doubt correct. This conversation that he's having right now, where he's saying that it was overblown by the media and it was greatly exaggerated, is right. And it's actually too kind, if you ask me. If there is a leftist figure that ever rises to power again, that person needs to treat the media like a hostile entity. They are the guardians of capital.
I'm out of control.
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize for that.
They are literally the guardians of capital. They hold a profound amount of power. You have to do it like Trump did. There's no other way. There's not a strong enough independent media to back a leftist candidate or a leftist movement right now. We have nothing. You have me. You have Chapo. You have like 8 other fucking people. Okay. You have Sam Cedar. Like there isn't enough. It's not big enough. You have Kyle Kalinske. And then in some circumstances, David Pakman. You have the Young Turks. You're never going to have, you're never going to be able to get the same kind of fucking coverage that the media can give you, especially if they're attacking you nonstop. So what you have to do is 1, organize like crazy, nonstop. Organize. Okay. And 2, okay, everybody stop talking about your favorite fucking, news sources. I know, I didn't mention all of them. You have to organize like crazy on the ground. And then on top of that organization, you have to treat the rest of the media, like mainstream media, like hostile entities. You have to. There's no other way to do it. You cannot buddy up to these fucking demons, okay? Even if there are actually good people, and there are genuinely really good people in newsrooms. I'm friends with them. I'm friends with a lot of them. I love them. But you can't, as a whole, treat mainstream media like it's anything but a hostile entity. They will fuck you. Bernie got fucked over, the Bernie Bros rhetoric, and Corbyn got absolutely cumstered and dumpstered. He was too much of a pussy. He absolutely should have fought back nonstop. Now, here's the other thing though. That wasn't the only reason why he lost. Let's be fucking real. The biggest reason why he lost, the anti-Semitism stuff was pretty huge, but the biggest reason why he lost was because he was also too much of a pussy. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place in regards to Brexit. And having no opinion was overall worse than having an opinion that was wrong. You understand? He had to appease certain members within his ranks that wanted a Lexit or a leftist Brexit, and he also wanted to appease liberals who he needed the votes of that certainly, without a doubt, wanted no Brexit whatsoever. Okay? like that wanted to renegotiate.
We're gonna follow you right back to
So
mommy. You get your
that was the fucking problem. He tried to have his cake and eat it too, and that was a huge mistake. Unfortunately, that was a huge mistake. So I'm not even saying that like he was completely correct and he did everything right and whatever, and it was only the anti-Semitism stuff. But the anti-Semitism stuff certainly played a significant role here. No, Corbyn didn't do anything anti-Semitic. It's bullshit. It's all lies. Anyway, let's watch this interview now. That will make you, that boils my blood when I watched it earlier.
Public perception in an opinion poll last year was that 1/3 of all Labour Party members were somehow or other under suspicion of anti-Semitism. The reality is it was 0.3% of party members had a case against them which had to be put through the process. And so I think it's clear that we do not accept, I do not accept, Keir Starmer does not accept, none of us accept anti-Semitism in any form whatsoever in our party.
There's some whores in this house.
Could your leadership have changed this? Could you have done more?
I did everything I could to make sure a process was put in place and cases were dealt with quickly. And as the report acknowledges, in the latter stages, the process had speeded up, more cases were dealt with, where necessary people were...
Even the people that were holding up and undermining the process that he had put in place were internal saboteurs that did not like him, okay? That were Blairite internal fucking saboteurs. So I'm sorry, but if you followed this at all, if you follow this even remotely fucking closely,
Hasan.
if you looked at this shit and you still, what was the anti-Semitism that happened? It was like fucking Facebook comments and shit that the people had compiled on like people's profiles or something. I don't know. It was fucking nonsense. It was, most of it was coming from one fucking person that again was also fucking anti-Corbyn. Shocker. Like internal saboteur. When I say internal saboteur, we're talking about Labour Party. We're talking about the difference in opinion, the difference in ideological factions within the Labour Party. We're not talking about Tories now. We're talking about internal Labour Party politics. It's understandable if you're unfamiliar with this shit, but as a Jew, these attacks on Corbyn are fucking overblown. Not a huge fan of him on Brexit or his Hamas takes, but fuck these attacks. Look at how the media treats the architects of the crime bill, and then look how they treat him. No, absolutely. It's fucking bullshit. Dude, I'm telling you, the Tories put up a statue of Nancy Astor like a week before the election, and it got no coverage.
Sorry.
Okay?
I'm out of control.
A woman who literally said Hitler was right about the Jews.
No in the media and
Okay?
conflate the two
A woman who said
Corbyn.
Hitler had some good ideas about the Jews, had a statue erected in her name, and they were still like, Jeremy Corbyn's anti-Semitism is absolutely insane. I could not believe how anti-Semitic Corbyn is. Okay? So,
His name
it's
is
fucking
Hasan.
bullshit. All right, so watch this.
expelled from the party, but also I think we could and should have made more progress on the education process, because I do think education into the hurt caused to Jewish people by allegations of anti-Semitism, by anti-Semitic tropes and tweets and messages is deep and horrible, and I'm very sorry for any people that were hurt as a result of that, because I want to see, like everybody else does in the Labour Party, anti-Semitism completely ended.
Keir Starmer has said today those who pretend this is exaggerated or is factional are part of the problem. You've told me today it is exaggerated.
What I said today was that anti-Semitism is unacceptable in any form. What I said was...
You told me it was exaggerated.
I said the number...
It was dramatically overstated.
This is not an interview. Like, he's like, you told me it was exaggerated. He's like, he's not saying anti-Semitism is exaggerated. He's saying that the coverage was exaggerated.
What I said was the numbers of cases in the public perception had become overstated. The existence of the problem I fully acknowledge, which is why I took action to end the problem in the party.
By the way, the hilarity here is that, like, the Tories historically and always have been significantly more anti-Semitic than the Labour Party. But, like, you would never know that or never hear that if you ever fucking looked at, like, the BBC, even the fucking Guardian, which was the only dish rag that reluctantly fucking reluctantly fucking backed Corbyn. Okay? Reluctantly. And all too fucking late. It is insane. It is absolutely fucking insane,
Hasan.
dude. It's so disgusting.
Introducing a process.
Especially because, like, look, there's some fucking people that have said some sus shit, all right? I'm not going to act like there isn't. Are there people that are definitely a little anti-Semitic? Maybe a lot anti-Semitic, even on the fucking left. Of course. They're not real progressives. We all have our flaws, okay? And it's not something to be taken lightly. Anti-Semitism is unacceptable. Most of the fucking conspiracy theories literally revolve around Jews for this particular reason, because they've always been otherized historically and still do to this day. And anti-Semitism is on the rise all around the world and even in the United States. So let's be fucking real about that, okay? Let's absolutely be real about that. That is a real thing. I shit on anti-Semites and anti-Semitic conspiracies all goddamn day. You already know this, okay? And not only that, but also actual fucking Nazis and other fascists and anti-Semites will oftentimes utilize the correct take, which is anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. You cannot say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. They take that and use it for their own improper needs, okay? They will say, oh, I'm just being anti-Israel. Fuck you. You're not just being anti-Israel. You're being anti-Jewish. That's entirely separate, okay? That is entirely fucking separate. And actual Nazis literally use that. So I understand why the waters get muddy from time to time. You get me? You get me? A fucking mid-roll? Wait, are there ads running currently? Like, I haven't run an ad yet. Okay, I'm going to run an ad right now. All right.
His name
Here,
is
60-second ad
Hasan.
break. Sorry.
I started watching during the Steve Mri review with Will, and I stayed for the politics.
Anyway.
You have helped change my mindset and my beliefs. Thank you, Arjan Hassel.
Anyway. So, as I was, oh, it's bug with ad blocker. People get mid rolls. Oh, if you have an ad blocker, you're getting mid rolls, huh?
His name is Hasan.
12 months, 1 year, 365 days. I fucking hate UK politics. Sort me out, big man.
Okay, so
This is a
where was I? So those
deranged-
guys are pieces of shit. Okay, the people that claim that they're simply just criticizing Israel while they themselves are absolutely anti-Semitic.
His name is
They exist
Hasan.
and they're pieces of shit. And obviously, whenever someone like Nick Fuentes, for example, tries to say that shit, I'm like, no, fuck off. No, you're not attacking Israel because you think that like
His name
Israel's
is
human rights
Hasan.
abuse against Muslims, specifically Palestinians, are horrific crimes against humanity. You're attacking Israel because you think Jews control the media and also the entire planet and the banking system.
you're such a
That's why you're
big
attacking
man,
Israel.
Hasan.
And then you literally deny the Holocaust and then turn around and say, oh, no, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm just anti-Zionist. That's bullshit. That's complete fucking bullshit. So I get why Jews all around the fucking globe are very tense about anti-Semitism.
Oh, you're
okay?
such a big
Kind of
man,
some
Hasan.
big fucking deals have occurred in the Jewish community historically, and anti-Semitic attacks are on the rise. So I totally fucking get that. But getting caught up, getting duped
follow you right
in
back
this
to
fucking factional fight,
Hasan, are you familiar
both
with
within the Labour Party that was totally backed by the Tories,
a big problem here
utilizing
is everyone is
or
completely
cynically
lost when it comes
weaponizing
to
anti-Semitism,
politics.
a real problem, to attack an overall otherwise popular leader, a leftist leader, is fucking bullshit. You understand? It's fucking bullshit, and it unironically hurts the fucking cause. It literally, when you are duped into believing that Corbyn is when you're duped into believing that Corbyn is like a fucking anti-Semite or whatever, and you perpetuate that, you yourself literally are like, you're normalizing this kind of cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism, and you're softening the blow. Ultimately, you're diluting the pool, and you're making people like myself, for example, that literally fight against fucking anti-Semitism all day, every day. You're making us look bad. You're making us look like we're just fucking crying wolf and shit.
His name is Hasan.
Like, how the fuck do you find yourself aligning with Tories on this? It's like when Bibi Netanyahu has Viktor Orban, who's literally a fucking anti-Semite, okay? It's like...
When you realize you are part of the proletariat again because you're getting ads. I feel your struggle, brothers, has strike.
Orban is literally a devout
Whores
anti-Semite.
in this house. There's some whores in
Okay?
this house. There's some whores in this house.
And, like, he's an ally to Netanyahu. Why do you think that is? Why is it that, like, all of these fucking fascist leaders are so closely aligned with Israel's incredibly militant, far-right leader that is already corrupt as shit personally, on top of everything else? Why is it that so many global fucking fascist leaders are super friendly to Bibi Netanyahu, despite literally being anti-Semitic and, like, running on anti-Semitic tropes when they try to get elected?
This is a deranged.
What's up with that?
Pervert.
1 year maybe.
You think that's making the international Jewish community safe? You think Trump has made the international Jewish community safe? Huh?
God, those communists are amazing.
You think Jair Bolsonaro is making the international Jewish community safe? You think Viktor Orban is? Don't be a fucking idiot, okay? These people don't have your best interests in mind. Some of them religiously are they believe in this, like, psychopathic religious concept that, like, all the chosen sons of God have to go occupy Israel and that entire land so the fucking second coming of Jesus Christ and the rapture can occur. You understand that, right? And in the end of that theory that these people have, the Christian Zionists, in the end of that theory, if you're a Jew, you still go to hell. You get that, right? Like, they're not your allies, all right? They're not your friends. They just want you to fuck off and go to, like, Israel, somewhere else where you can go and, like, fight Muslims and shit every day. Okay? They still think you control the media. They still think that you have, like, otherworldly powers and are bloodthirsty. Like, that hasn't changed. They just like the existence of Israel. They have a I guess, allegiance. Because they have the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of mentality when it comes to Israel's existence in the Middle East as a strategic location. I can't believe this is so based in a base community. So don't be silly. Anyway, anti-Semite 9/11 sympathizer Hasan. Yes, totally. A canvas for Corbyn last year was so gutting hearing all the people at doorsteps labeling with terrorists from IRA and anti-Semite. Tory smear campaign carries so far, and their racist, disgusting policy goes so far. Conservatism is literally founded against minorities. No better candidate will beat the news corruption until we have better education on the matter. He did lack some backbone at times, clearing his name and holding Tories to account. Yeah.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Happy Sunday, Daddy at HasanAbi.
Why are you saying Muslims, not Palestinians? Because these other world leaders, like especially fascists, they don't see it as like a fucking like Israel-Palestine conflict. They see it as a Jewish state that is playing a geopolitical role in an otherwise Muslim area. They just don't want fucking Muslims in their country. They don't look at it like, oh, well, I want Syrian refugees, but I don't want fucking Palestinian refugees. They're just like, oh, they're Muslim, they're Arab, they're all fucking lesser than. That's why I'm saying Muslims. Anyway.
To get anti-Semites out of the party.
You used the words today with me, exaggerated. Keir Starmer says those who pretend this is exaggerated or factional are part of the problem. Are you part of the problem, Mr. Corbyn?
No, I'm not part of the problem. The problem is anti-Semitism historically, anti-Semitism in the presence, and the fear that many people have of being under attack at their synagogue, or indeed mosques, temples, and lots of other places within our society. We need to tackle racism in every conceivable form within our society.
But are you sorry that seemingly on this issue you failed to tackle?
I don't believe I did fail. I believe that I brought in the rules that were necessary, and those are the ones that are now in operation, which means that the process is much more rapidly dealt with. But let's be clear about this. Racism is a poison and a cancer in our society. We all have to oppose it all the time, everywhere.
Keir Starmer has said today, anyone who claims that this issue has been exaggerated.
This is literally like, when did you stop beating your wife? Now, interviewers in the UK are way more aggressive. You understand? They're way more aggressive. We saw this with, like, what's that other fucking old demon that interviewed Ben Shabibo, that ghoul? Andrew Neil. Like, a climate denier and homosexuality denier, Andrew Neil. You know, that liberal dove. When he interviewed Ben Shabibo, and Ben was like, what are you, a fucking liberal?
Wet ass P-word. Make that pullout game weak.
In the John Bolton interview? Yeah, that's Mehdi. Mehdi is very... Yeah, he does that British-style scathing interviewer, debate lord interview. And it's good. It's usually pretty good. What was the evidence? There's no fucking evidence, dog. That's the whole point. It's all bullshit. What's seriously wrong with an ethno-state? People do live... Dude, Vosh simp, I love Biden. What's seriously wrong with an ethno-state? Proof. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, what's up with these fucking Groiper Andes over here? Like, making it seem like they're Vosh fans. You know how I know that's not a real Vosh fan? Because the reason why he got fucking banned from the platform. You understand?
Wet
like,
ass P-word. Make that pullout game
like,
weak.
if you're over here like unironically and uncritically trying to say like, oh no, I'm a Vosh simp and I love Israel, then like I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you're trolling
Hasan.
as a right winger.
Daddy.
This is a deranged pervert.
Hey, I stopped watching your stream, picking a second fight, but just coming in to say that Jeremy suspended. He made a sock account, picking a fight, and failure to see the Labour Party is why we need to build a new Workers' Party in Scotland, England, Wales, and Ireland, and internationally. The Trade Unionist Socialist Coalition is attempting to build that. Okay, good. Do it. Do it, brother. Stop fucking shit posting in my chat. You're not gonna do it by telling like American Democrats to not go out and vote. Okay, go build that. If it's good, I'll support it. If I agree with it, I'll support it. I stopped watching. It's pretty funny. I gave him a 7-day. I forget for what it was, but he definitely deserved it.
Should be nowhere near the Labour Party. Will you resign from the party?
Of course not. I am proud to be a member of the Labour Party. I joined the Labour Party when I was 16. I've fought racism all my life, and I'll fight racism the rest of my life. And as leader of the party, I did everything I could to ensure...
This is a guy who literally fought, like, apartheid regimes and got arrested for it. Like, his entire life is dedicated to fighting against inequality, injustice, racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia. Like, you could not have a nicer fucking person get turned into a demon by the media. That's why it fucking makes me mad. The reason why it makes me mad is like, I'm Turkish. I'm Muslim. Okay? I'm a leftist. It's very easy to call someone like me, and I say fucked up shit all the time. Okay? I use really aggressive language all the goddamn time.
Hasan.
And I talk for 12 hours a day. Okay? So, for me, It's so easy to take me down. It's so fucking easy, okay? It really is. And I have been taken down before. But like a guy like Corbyn, what do you want? Like, what more do you fucking want, dude? What more do you want from a dude? It's nuts. If they can get him, and if they can demonize him, is he British Bernie? He's even nicer than Bernie. Like, he's too nice.
His name is Hasan.
He's too kind. He's too much of like a, I like to write poetry. He's too much of like a hippie, basically, as a leftist. Like, it's insane. You're an hour late every day. You start playing games at 8 p.m. You talk for 12 hours. No, I don't start playing games at 8 p.m. What the fuck? The reason why I'm talking about this is because, listen, American leftists, this is coming for us. This is coming for you. Don't be a fucking moron. Okay? They do this to Rashida always. They do this to Ilhan Omar. They do this to Linda Sarsour already. They're easy. Those are easy targets because they're Muslim. Okay? That's easy. You can find someone that they've interacted with that may have fucking said something anti-Semitic or perceived as anti-Semitic. You can like turn around and there's already pre-existing biases that like Muslims hate Jews and whatever in society that is, of course, also Islamophobic in nature. To assume that someone, because of their background, is going to have a predisposition against someone else is pretty fucking racist, or at the very least pretty bigoted. So they're doing this. They try to do this to AOC as well. AOC, in my opinion, I think conceded very quickly to any sort of pressure whatsoever and buckled.
His name is Hasan.
Okay? But they are doing it to Bernard. Oh, they're doing it. Time to double down. It worked perfectly the first time. Bernie Sanders to link Israel to white supremacy in any way, shape, or form is patently false. The American Jewish community, to do so at an event commemorating the slaying of Jews in Pittsburgh is nothing less than offensive. We do ask you to apologize and clarify immediately. There you go. They don't just hate the Jews, he said, of white supremacists. They hate the idea of multiracial democracy. They hate the idea of political equality. Women and anyone else who stands in the way of their bigotry all over the world, in Russia, in India, in Brazil, in Hungary, in Israel, and elsewhere, we see this rise of a divisive and destructive form of politics. Wait, what did he say that's wrong here? Dude, I think we need a muscular socialist coalition. I think we need to have I think we need to have a more hostile approach to these fucking NGOs. I think we need to have a more hostile approach to these like otherwise like we need to treat them as hostile entities. Like these guys are crazy. In Israel, wait, of course he said Israel. What do you guys think Bibi Netanyahu is? Like, you think when someone is Jewish that, like, they automatically can no longer be, like, fucking a horrific racist piece of shit? Like, I don't get it. Like, well, Israel is literally a fucking... Israel is like a borderline fascist, theocratic ethno-state. You're over here telling me that, like, the guy who's responsible for that, the guy who's most responsible for that militant attitude is normal? Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about here? They have the world's largest open-air prison in Gaza. Like, what the fuck? Of course Bernie Sanders is going to say this. It's totally fucking correct.
This is a
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Has comfy.
God damn. They don't just hate the Jews instead of white supremacists. By the way, that's so funny. Like they're mad, but this is literally the truth. Like, that guy... that the Pittsburgh shooter in the synagogue, he was further to the right than Donald Trump.
Excuse me.
Okay?
I'm sorry. I'm out of control.
He was further to the right than Donald Trump. Why did he shoot up that synagogue? In one of the most horrific anti-Semitic attacks that has happened on U.S. soil. Why did he shoot up that synagogue? Because he kept saying that Jews have open border society,
you're such a
like
big
that Jews
man,
want
Hasan.
immigrants to come into the country and like fucking dilute the pure American, white American gene pool. You get that, right? That's like, that is at the heart of Nazi ideology. That's cultural Bolshevism. That's what they used to call cultural Marxism now. Like, that's actually Nazi ideology. And more normalized versions of that, or more appealing versions of that, are repeated by our right-wing politicians on a daily basis, and they're fucking normalized on Fox News and other right-wing outlets all the fucking time. I can't believe we got to go back to the drawing board here. I guess I have like newer audience members here, so I got to repeat myself. But this isn't new. That guy doesn't just hate Jews. He also hates Jews because he thinks Jews are responsible for like the fucking caravan in Honduras. By the way, a fucking far-right conspiracy that you heard from so many Republicans that had no issue shitting on Ilhan Omar, like Kevin McCarthy in California, who said that the Honduran caravan, and Matt Gaetz, who said that the Honduran caravan was funded by George Soros.
This is a deranged pervert.
Has what?
Who wanted all the people in Honduras to come here and you know, conquer the United States, I guess. I wonder, why is that so closely aligned with Nazi ideology and Nazi rhetoric, you think? Because that's where it comes from. Nazis believe that immigrants are lesser than the pure whites that are supposed to be, that were destined to control this country, okay? The WASPs, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. And that Jews wanted to destroy the American civilization, destroy the West by way of immigration and miscegenation. This is what white supremacists believe. Why is it that like Republican politicians also say similar things? Like Steve King, who literally said you cannot build a civilization on other nations' children.
Man, Hasan.
What did he mean by this? Huh? Don't fall for it. Okay? In a world where anti-Semitism is truly a problem, where one side is like fucking emboldening white supremacists, don't be a sucker. Okay? Do not be a fucking sucker. Don't fuck over your own goddamn allies, you stupid fucks. Nazis not only hate Jews, what? Yeah, Nazis don't just hate Jews. What do you mean? What, you think they only fucking killed Jews? Like, what, are you crazy? Are you joking? Was that sarcastic? Are you like on my side on this? Like, I'm confused. Or do you have a weird like ahistoric approach that assumes that like Nazis only wanted to kill Jews or something? They talked about you on NPR this morning, including Fox going after you. It's 47 minutes, dude. I can't watch this. Just tell me what time code it's on and I'll watch it. You're mentioned in the first two, but it is long.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Nazis slaughter Jews, but also gypsies, handicapped people, Poles, Slavs. Yeah, and also fucking communists and socialists and trade unionists. The first concentration camps that were built were literally built for communists, trade unionists, and socialists. You know the fucking famous poem about first they came for the communists. I did not speak out, for I was not a communist.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
There are people, so many people in the chat right now who don't seem to understand that anti-Semitism is not the same thing as anti-Zionism. Jeremy Corbyn is not an anti-Semite, but has historically been a staunch supporter of the Palestinian liberation movement. This is essentially a smear campaign launched against them off the backs of pro-Israel opportunists whose default strategy is to deflect any criticism of the Israeli state as anti-Semitic. It's such treacherous fucking backdoor politics. It absolutely is.
This is a deranged pervert.
It absolutely. Talk about the Islamic extremism and terrorist attacks in France over the cartoons. I don't know. I'm not familiar with what the fuck's going on in France. Yeah, by the way, Bibi Netanyahu is literally a Holocaust revisionist, okay? So, I'm sorry, but like, if you're gonna sit here and fucking act like he's a good dude or something, or like act like he represents all Jews around the world, or even fucking all Israelis, you're out of your goddamn mind. It's like looking at America and like thinking that every American is responsible for Donald Trump, when you and I both know that there are a fuckload of people in the United States of America who despise Donald Trump. This community does. The craziest part about this, of course, is that, like, dude, Jews historically have been at the forefront of social progress and radical liberation movements. Like, they've literally been, because of obvious consequences throughout history that they've had to endure, that there's like a long history within Jewish theology and also within Jewish culture internationally of fighting against oppression and persecution,
Hasan.
no matter what. You understand? So like these fucking horrible right-wing mega Zionist Jews and Christian Zionists on top of that are just like, they're so awful. They're so fucking awful and so horrible and so frustrating to watch because they stain the reputation and the long, profound history of radical Jewish movements. It makes it's so frustrating to see, dude. Isn't Bibi supposed to be in prison for fraud or something? Now we have the Hasidic Jews, progressive, but for like pre-1940 standards. Dude, the irony of like Orthodox Jews is that they're either like insanely radical leftists outside of like their own personal religious beliefs, but either they're like insanely fucking radically against Zionism, or they're like pro-Trump. Like across the board, like love fascism. And from what I've seen, it's like nothing in between. No, that's not true. That's not even fucking true. If you say no, they're just like there's hella fucking Orthodox Jews in Israel too, and also it goes both ways. Both in Israel and also in the United States, there's like Orthodox Jews, or in the UK especially, there's Orthodox Jews, like there's a small subsect of Orthodox Jews that are like very fucking hyper anti-Zionist. Or they're just like insanely fascist. In Israel, the Hasidic community is essentially socially conservative and fiscally liberal. Is it really that weird to hear Orthodox Jews supporting fascism when Ben Shapiro is like one of the most famous commentators in America? Like, it's not that crazy. In a lot of ways, they're no different. Like, Ben Shapiro's existence is no different than the fucking mullah that, like, the mullah that preaches, like, Wahhabist fundamentalism and, like, it talks about all this other shit, like, but justifies it from a religious point of view. Okay, religion has been utilized to do horrible things since the beginning of fucking time itself. I think we don't need to glance over that. I think everyone here is aware of it. But religion can also be good. Okay? It can offer you spiritual guidance. It can show you, it can force good, it can force a decent moral code. Don't fucking cap it, you stupid r/atheist, annoying fucking, oh yeah. I read it, atheist triggered the fuck out of me, dude. We get it, bro. You're anti-theist, okay? You're literally vegan, but for religion. I hope you know that. Like, you're just as fucking annoying. I'm anti-theist. All religion is bad. So now I'm going to proselytize anti-theism.
This is a deranged pervert.
Happy anniversary, Hasan Hassel.
Anyway.
His name is Hasan.
Okay. Literally can't stand the ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. They don't work or in survival of tax dollars. Responding temples kids do the same. They don't do the mandatory military service and then they go and vote far fucking right. It's a legitimate problem. They're slowly gaining more power every election here in Israel. I don't know about like internal Israeli politics. I'm sorry. I don't know enough about it, at least. The only thing I do know is that like Gantz and Netanyahu are not exactly all that different in their approach to the treatment of Palestinians. And like, if I recall, I remember seeing like a campaign ad of Gantz where he was literally like promoting the war crimes that he committed. So that's all that's all it took for me to be like, oh, this is great. Religious fundamentalism was a central motivator of the slave abolition movement in the United States. Yes, and black liberation theology also, as well,
Oh, you're such a
is
man,
profoundly
Hasan.
important. Religion can be good and it can be bad. I don't want to talk about this any further. It's just like any other ideology, okay?
This is a deranged pervert.
Hasan, this is your Uncle Jenk. I miss you. But I miss my leftovers more. Stay fired. Jenk out.
Yeah, evangelical atheists. Orthodox Jews are really interesting. They're called Chabad, but they're not just anti-Zionist. They like want everyone living in Israel to leave for good, and they're super, super conservative. Read up on Kiryas Joel, the poorest town in the U.S. It's also over 99% Orthodox. They just want everyone to leave Israel. That's pretty based. Should communists tolerate religion? What do you mean tolerate? Yes. Absolutely. Kiryas Joel and Hasids are a cult. Or weird. Anyway. Ultra made me a playlist. How Chile finally scraped its dictator-era constitution, why LGBTQ rights hinge on the definition of sex, Oregon on fire, states of unrest, the black voters who could swing Pennsylvania. All right, so I'm going to get to that. I'm not going to watch this. We got a lot of stuff going on. I'm done with the fucking Corbyn stuff. It was just so... It was so triggering in the morning. Like, I saw it. It really frustrated me. It really frustrated me seeing, like, a really profoundly decent man. Like a profoundly decent, good person getting attacked this way. It just... It should scare you. It should absolutely scare you. If you're a leftist, it should scare you. You're gonna get fucking clapped, okay? Doesn't matter if you're a Jew or not. They will call you a fucking anti-Semite, and they will attack you that way. It's literally one line of attack. Wait, Sam Sanders talked about me? Hey, y'all. It's been a minute.
Wet ass P word.
Okay, here they did. Wait, is this the actual getting gamers to the polls plus the pandemic economy? Hey y'all,
this is Sam's Aunt Betty.
Hey y'all, it's Sam Sanders. It's been a minute.
Pervert.
Later on, we'll get into the subject of the debate as ever present. Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. AOC, I'm voting early in person in New York. Yeah, forget the debates. This might be the future of political outreach to explain what Twitch is, what a stream is, and what Among Us is, and whether any...
Hey, chat.
Man, Sam, you follow me. We follow each other on fucking Twitter, brother. Why didn't you fucking hit me up? I would have loved to be on this.
Small body weak. Not as buff.
Okay.
Go take a lap, then give me 20. Pathetic.
Called you a YouTuber?
I benched your mum last night. Any sock dems? As
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
What did it look like? So you're watching a Twitch stream. Unidentified YouTuber. Hello. Oh, hey. Hi. Pokemon who has 6 million followers. Myth. Wow. Who has 7 million followers? Dr. Lupo. It's like Mafia. No, they put me as a HasanAbi. It's like Mafia. You try to figure out who's sus. Anyone who might not know. They added me. They put my name in there. Don't say they don't know who you are.
His name is
Anastasia, considering position, I understand why she would say this. She hates lying. Her goal was to get out the vote and inspire people to vote, and she did a really good job because she knew her audience. She didn't sort of like look soulfully into the camera and plead with people to please. They did a good job of this coverage. It was clear that she knows about Twitch culture and what was expected to be entertaining. It's not like a campaign event. It's not really a fireside chat. It's not a big stump speech in a stadium. Yeah, that's good. They did it. They did a decent job. This is good coverage overall. People love watching the debates on Twitch and love watching favorite Twitch personalities sort of commentate over the debate, and that can be people they typically watch playing first-person shooter games, or even people they tune in to watch political commentary. There's a streamer, Hasan Piker, who helped set up AOC's stream, and he just gets so many viewers with his very far left political commentary on the debates live. Okay. Wait, Sanders? Really? Question mark? What the fuck? This dude follows me. I thought he knew who I was. Wait, I'm gonna DM him. I'm Sam Sanders.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
So then I guess it's just juxtaposing the actual debate between Biden and Trump this week. Something like Ocasio-Cortez's live stream. Do you think her Twitch stream represents a certain kind of future in political?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
He follows Hasan Piker's boomers aware of HasanAbi. Yeah, we're gonna get to Glenn Greenwald in a second.
His name.
That's a really good question.
Hasan.
I hope so. I think they're really important for people to interact with their politicians and feel like their politicians really represent them. Almost every young person will have played a video game at some point in their lives, and AOC is very representative of that culture. Yeah. Anastasio is. This is great. This is great coverage for Twitch. No more NPR slander. They love you, and I'm not going to tolerate any more slander on Sanders on NPR. No, dude, I listen to fucking NPR nonstop. What are you talking about? It's like at the heart of my media consumption is NPR, the New York Times, and Democracy Now! And The Intercept. So, I don't know why you would, Florida man heckles Pete Buttigieg, who straight up handles it.
Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're bigger than him. Don't worry about it. So, okay, dude, but can I finish my remarks? Like, are you afraid to hear what I have to say? Yes. Are you afraid to hear what I have to say? Yes. Are you afraid of what I have to say? Do you denounce white supremacy? Good. Then we agreed on something. That's a beginning point. See if you can get your president to do the same thing. Now.
Oh, pretty good. Bro, you hated on them in the past? Just checking, my guy. I mean, I hate on all media in the United States, especially as it pertains to imperialism or certain issues where there's like pretty much a fucking militant consensus. Their coverage and NPR is not, unfortunately, NPR is not different than the New York Times in that circumstance, where in their coverage, they sometimes take the reactionary stance or take the State Department propaganda hook, line, and sinker. The only exception to that is, of course, Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman and Juan Gonzalez joining us live from New Brunswick from his home in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Just lost the establishment left.
Or shit, what's the other? I'm forgetting. Normeen Sheikh. It's Normeen Sheikh, right? Why are you saying New Brunswick, Canada? Wait, Juan Gonzalez is in New Jersey, isn't he?
Big man, Hasan.
Love you, Hasan.
Damning Hunter Biden documents mysteriously vanished. Yeah, we already made fun of that. Oh, John Ossoff did have a good moment during the Georgia senatorial debate. This is pretty good. This is pretty brutal. Let's watch this. Now, I don't really like John Ossoff that much, but hey, you know what? If we're going to have a fucking blue vote that's otherwise neoliberal, that's still better than a red vote.
Purdue would have been able to respond properly to the COVID-19 pandemic if you hadn't been fending off multiple federal investigations for insider trading. It's not just that you're a crook, Senator. It's that you're attacking the health of the people that you represent. You did say COVID-19 was no deadlier than the flu. You did say there would be no significant uptick in cases. All the while, you were looking after your own assets and your own portfolio, and you did vote 4 times to end protections for pre-existing conditions. 4 times. And the legislation that you tout, the PROTECT Act, it includes loopholes that specifically allow insurance companies to deny policies to Georgians with pre-existing conditions. Can you look down the camera and tell the people of this state why you voted 4 times to allow insurance companies to deny us health coverage because we may suffer from diabetes or heart disease or asthma or have cancer in remission? Why, Senator?
Let me tell you why this is so calculated, okay? And motherfucker starts off with diabetes. He doesn't even go directly for the cancer line. He starts off like, it's so good. That's crafty politics. I mean, he is definitely, even though I do think he's an inauthentic, built in a lab style neoliberal, and his like first run was horrible overall, and it was really fucking lame. I do think that this is really good, and he's absolutely in the right here. But let me tell you why this is such calculated messaging and why it's good. Watch.
Down the camera and tell the people of this state why you voted 4 times to allow insurance companies to deny us health coverage because we may suffer from diabetes or heart.
Motherfucker didn't go for cancer first. He went with diabetes and health disease. You want to know why? Because that's his constituency. That's good. Okay, that's an economy of language. That's a Spartan use of language right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is very manicured. And obviously, I like that when it's being weaponized against the Republicans, and I fucking despise it when it's being utilized against the left. But, or did I say health disease? Fucking heart disease. Okay, shut up. Obviously, I'm the opposite of that. You don't come here so that I can say words correctly. You come here because I yell like an old man yelling at the clouds at pretty much all the things that are wrong with our politics and global politics in general. All right? So every now and then, I'm going to say some fucking wrong shit. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Sucks to suck. Anyway.
Blaming the Democrats, blaming foreign countries. How about taking some personal responsibility? Senator David Perdue told us this virus was no deadlier than the ordinary flu. Senator, everybody has been able to watch in real time.
Bro, they're all doing Obabe. It's crazy. They're all trying to do that Obabe like fake Southern twang. You know what I mean? Senator, will you tell us, Senator? I guess it's like, what's up? Like, did they literally build this guy and Pete Buttigieg at the same lab? It's that exact same cadence and it's that exact same fucking speech pattern. What happened? Did they like clone him? They like picked up like some hairs from the White House gym or something, and then they were like, all right, we're of course gonna make the clones white. Don't be crazy now.
Pervert.
But like we're just gonna fucking use we're just gonna use Obama clones now to like run around the country.
His name is
at the Lib
Hasan.
Factory.
As this president, this administration, and his allies have systematically misled the people about the threat to our health. Take some personal responsibility for what the whole country and the whole world can see is an abject failure of governance. Step up, acknowledge what's been done wrong, and chart a course forward.
He's Southern. Yeah, no, I know. I know he's Southern. I feel like he didn't have he didn't have this kind of accent like last time when he ran, though.
Empower the medical experts. Put the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, based here in Atlanta, in charge. Let the public health experts lead, not the politicians. Blaming the Democrats.
Anyway. Is it my state? Should I vote for him? Yeah, fuck yeah, you should vote for him. What are you, crazy? Who else are you gonna vote for? Who are you gonna vote for? There's no one else that you can, there's no shot for anyone else. UPS says it found the lost cache of documents that Tucker Carlson claimed would damage Joe Biden's campaign. Oh, they did. Carlson told viewers the documents had disappeared, but not to name the courier. UPS has since told Business Insider that it found the documents after an extensive search. UPS said it found a cache of documents in the Fox News host. Okay, dude, I read that same thing 4 times. He told viewers his team received the documents from a source recently. Carlson's segment was mocked online for having a conspiratorial tone for not producing any evidence of the existence of documents. Okay, so what did they... We found the documents in the package and are arranging it for its return. I can't wait to see what's in them. I'm so excited.
This is a deranged pervert.
Tres meses los pogos way.
Tucker then said that he had copies. CNN had Bernard to talk about the state of the race.
Feeling about where the Biden-Harris campaign is right now and also the chances of Democrats taking the Senate.
I'm not one who speculates on elections, Anderson. I am cautiously optimistic. And all that I can say is that I and everybody I know is going to be working as hard as we can for the next 5 days to make sure that Biden wins. This is the most important election, not only in our lifetimes, but in the modern history of this country. And I will do everything I can to see that Trump is defeated.
In 2016, Senator Clinton was ahead in many of the same states that Biden is, according to polls, ahead in, and obviously didn't get the electoral votes. Do you see a difference this time in the kind of support that Biden has?
I think so. I mean, the difference is that after 4 years, people now know Donald Trump, and they know his record. And you look at states like Wisconsin or Michigan, these are states that are now dealing with this terrible pandemic, and people understand.
Let me tell you something. The funniest part about the October surprise or Tucker Carlson or Hunter Biden investigations or whatever is that 76 million people voted already. Or was it 64 today, or is it 76 now? Fuck, I don't want to fuck that number up. But like, it doesn't matter, dog. You could literally, it is 76, right? Yeah. 76 million people have voted already as of this morning. So it doesn't fucking matter. Like, we can find out tomorrow that like Joe Biden literally killed babies on camera, and it still doesn't matter. The overwhelming majority of those people voted Democrat, according to projections and according to people who look at this and are smarter than me. Okay? So, too late. Like, literally, too fucking late, brother. It does not matter. Unless, okay, there is, like, this bombshell thing, and then, like, that motivates people that were going to vote for Joe Biden to, like, all of a sudden be like, oh my God, I can't believe this. Like, I need to change it up. I can see them using it after the election. But all those votes would get thrown out and the Hunter Biden will be used. Wait, what? No, it doesn't work that way, man. People thought that Hillary would win last election. Listen, I have said time and time and time and time and time again, since the beginning of this election cycle, do not underestimate Donald Trump. They are going to lie, cheat, and steal their way into etching out a marginal victory for themselves if they can. I said it over and over again. You understand me? I also told you the ways in which Donald Trump might try to steal the vote. Talked about it a bunch of times. Okay? But there are significant differences between what's going on right now versus what happened in 2016. This is another thing that I've mentioned over and over again, which is that we now know after 4 years where Donald Trump is. You have to remember that Donald Trump barely won. He lost the popular vote by 3 million, a historic defeat in the popular vote, and still won. He won pretty much because of 70,000 votes in 3 fucking states. Okay? So Donald Trump needed to have that same coalition and then build on top of it. Donald Trump also had moderates and independents go for him as a consequence of how much they despised Hillary Clinton. There was also negative campaigning that depressed voter turnout and fucked over the results. Now you have moderates and independents going for Biden. Now you have them voting in overwhelming numbers so far. Like, insane numbers. 80 million people have voted early already. 80 million people have voted so far. That's crazy. You understand? We're like we've already nearly hit the level of like voter turnout that we fucking hit in 2016 almost. We're at 60% of the vote.
This is a deranged pervert.
From 2016, and we're 5 days out of the election. We don't even have the fucking same day votes yet. So what needs to happen here is basically like an overwhelming, insane fucking turnout where like it's not even, it has to be like 80% of the vote on same day election goes to Donald Trump, like 80%, okay? All around the country, 80% of the vote has to be voting for Donald Trump on same-day voting. You understand? They sit in the cold, they sit in the rain for hours at a time if they have to, and they vote for fucking Donald Trump by, like, this level of percentage on same-day votes for Biden, or for Donald Trump to win. Not saying it's impossible, but it sure is unlikely, at least looking at literally every single thing that we have analyzed. Okay? But not only that, but there are still ways in which Donald Trump can steal this election. There are outstanding ballots where outstanding ballots yet to be received. 10 million on top of that from Democrats, 7 million from Republicans, and another 10 from no party affiliation. That's why Illinois and New York are not as blue. Are they voting as early as much as Texas and CA? Well, New York voting just started. Rhetorically softening the blow for next Wednesday early, huh? Hypothetically speaking, what would you do if Biden loses? I don't know. Just fucking continue my life as I have. Listen, man. Life still goes on. Okay? There's nothing you can do. It's out of my fucking hands. I've agitated. I've advocated. I fucking voted myself. What do you want? So, what I am fearful of still at this stage, of course, is utilizing the Supreme Court to stop fucking votes that arrive after November 3rd from being counted in the opinion that Brett Kavanaugh wrote that literally misunderstands how this process has historically worked.
Oh, you're such a big man.
So there's still an opportunity for the Republicans to try to lie, cheat, and steal their way. There's a lot of opportunity for purging votes, for example, purging mail-in votes. I think what we are going to see is historic levels of mail-in ballots being purged for the numerous additional hurdles that they placed in front of, like, casting a mail-in ballot in southern states like Alabama and in Missouri. In even Pennsylvania, for example, with like the naked ballot and stuff. Anytime they add an additional hurdle that isn't just like directly, all right, I fucking, filled in a hole and I sent it in and I dropped it in a mailbox, an official ballot box. Anytime there's something more than that, anytime that they add something on top of that, it's literally to make sure that the process is, one, difficult, so that they can inevitably say, oh, sorry, you didn't have this fucking, secrecy ballot, so your vote needs to be purged. I'm sorry. It's on purpose. It's deliberate. These hurdles are placed. These hurdles are placed in an effort to justify purging as many ballots as possible. Anyway, before I continue with this, I'm going to run a 60-second ad break, of course. Top of the hour, every hour. 60-second ad break, ladies and gentlemen. uBlock is apparently broken now, and it's like fucking your shit up. So I don't know. I don't know what that is, but like you might be seeing like mid-rolls and stuff, but that's not my fault. I'm not running ads in the middle. But that's literally because of, I think, like uBlock itself. Anyway, 60-second ad break. But if you don't want to see it, you can subscribe if you would like.
This is a deranged pervert.
Anyway, New Biden ad hits Trump
Years
over
ago,
family separations.
Trump issued his immigrant family separation order nearly 3 years ago.
Kids were under Mylar blankets on concrete floors after being taken from the arms of their parents. I will never forget seeing it with my own eyes, but Physicians for Human Rights, they call it torture. The American Academy of Pediatrics says it was government-sanctioned child abuse.
Nearly 3 years after Trump's order, over 500 children are still not back with their parents.
What happened? Their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. It's criminal.
They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
On his first day as president, Joe Biden will issue an executive order creating a federal task force to reunite these children with their parents.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Trump
is a deranged pervert.
Anyway, well, everyone else saw a fucking Biden ad. Oh, hey, I got to watch this on for 10 seconds. Time for another 60-second ad. Well, if you're coming in at the top of the hour every hour, then yeah, you're going to get hit with a fucking 60-second ad break. Top of the morning, top of the hour to you. Start move appealing to emotion on this one. What?
The American people are tired of women.
Hasan?
Why don't Q people care about these children? I wonder why. I wonder if like the Q stuff is just fundamentally about white kids and not necessarily all kids. Get the kids back there with their parents so we can deport them one whole family at a time. GOP is straight up cheating. First thing I opened after lunch today in Pennsylvania with the Republicans might only need to stall to win. Second thing I opened, Cumberland County, PA says it now won't even try to start count of absentee mail votes till day after the election. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Oh, so they are doing that. Oh, so they're gonna wait to. Oh, they're gonna wait to fucking. Hey guys, you don't like the veterans. You're a party that's like completely against the veterans. If this is your approach, because every single fucking veteran that's overseas casting a mail-in ballot, you don't want their voice to be heard. That's already one thing. This is really fucked up. The canvassing or counting of mail-in and absentee ballots in Cumberland County will begin on November 4th at 9 a.m.
This is a deranged pervert.
This action fully complies with the state law due to available resources of COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, dude. Or not veterans, our military, sorry, not veterans. Our service, active duty service members. I don't know why I said veterans. Sorry. Overseas veterans. My bad. Shut the fuck up. Future veterans. The troops.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
So the only way that they could do this, if like GOP controlled commissioners, okay, at the state level would start counting votes after November 3rd, specifically on purpose, so that they then could elevate this to the Supreme Court. And we already know what Brett Kavanaugh said. Any vote counted after November 3rd should it change the outcome.
Pervert.
Should it change the outcome of a race, will undermine the integrity of our elections, which is a fundamental misunderstanding, by the way, a fundamental misunderstanding of how this process has worked historically. They never fucking finish counting at November 3rd. That's not a thing. Okay? But in especially like states like Florida, states like Pennsylvania, states like Georgia, in these sorts of states, if there are Republican counties, they will try to count later Or no votes after the election day should be counted, period, Hasan. Wait, my friend, what if you sent your fucking vote 2 weeks before election and it only arrived at their desk on the day of the election, and they're going to count it after the day of the election, as they're stating here? So what then? It's not your fucking fault. What if you sent it in 2 weeks before the election and it only arrived the day after the election? Should it not be counted? You literally sent it 2 weeks before. That's precisely why certain states made a extension.
This is a deranged pervert.
That's precisely why certain states allowed for an extension on the vote count. If your vote is postmarked before November 3rd and it arrives after November 3rd, then we will still count it up to 7 days or 9 days or any number of days. This is how every single clerical procedure at the federal level works. This is how taxes work. This is how everything works in the government, okay? So this notion that they're not going to fucking count absentee ballots, or they are going to separate, for example, mailed in votes that came in after November 3rd, but they were postmarked before November 3rd, but they came in after, they arrived after November 3rd. This idea that those ballots are going to be counted but separately counted in an effort to purge them immediately with a Supreme Court decision is disgusting. Okay? And they're doing that already.
This is a deranged pervert.
Oh, by the way, yeah, the Alito, Gorsuch, and Thomas statement also indicates that the PA petition could be reconsidered after the election and ballots could be thrown out then. So that's the other thing. While the Supreme Court yesterday rejected the Pennsylvania Republicans' second attempt to block the extended ballot deadline, they wrote in their opinion that they could potentially purge them after. Brett Kavanaugh, in a decision 2 days ago with the Wisconsin extension, in his concurring opinion, wrote that any ballot being counted after the election day, after November 3rd, that contradicts the same day election results, that contradicts the November 3rd results that we know at the end of November 3rd, would potentially undermine our elections process. Now, that is fundamentally broken. That's never the thing. That does not happen. There aren't elections that get called on November 3rd. Elections only get called in the media on November 3rd through projections. Okay? And they get it wrong sometimes, like they did in 2000, especially in Florida. You understand? No, the thing he was corrected on was about Vermont. His opinion on Vermont was quietly corrected, but his opinion outside of that was not corrected. The opinion that I'm mentioning is really terrifying if it's established as precedent. It is an insane precedent, especially because votes historically in the United States of America have never been completely verified on November 3rd. That has never happened. That's never, ever happened. Okay? That's not a thing. That is what a fucking moron would say. Someone who either fundamentally does not understand how the authorization, the verification process works, or someone who is deliberately saying that because he knows that most people don't fucking know how the verification process works and is using that as an opportunity to purge votes in the future. Late ballots could flip the result of an election. What does that mean? There is no flipping the result of an election if late ballots have not been counted yet. That means they are a part of the election. They're not weighed differently. There's no such thing as being like, well, your vote was late, so sorry. That's not a thing. If it's postmarked before November 3rd, it should be fucking counted. That's insane. You can't do that. Of course, ballots are supposed to affect the results of an election. They're fucking votes.
Off gifted subs.
Mailed in person, doesn't matter. They're votes. A vote is a fucking vote. Like, it's not a separate process.
This is a deranged pervert.
Shouldn't it be also counted if it's postmarked on November 3rd? Well, in some states, like Wisconsin, it's not going to work. If they don't arrive in the hands of the commissioners before November 3rd or on November 3rd, they're not. It doesn't matter what the postmark is. If it's on November 4th, they're not going to count it. But once again, no election has ever been decided on November 3rd. That's the media's projections, and they're usually correct, but sometimes they're not, like in 2000. The actual process of authorization and verification. Biden plane staff for Kamala's husband's plane test positive for COVID. Shit, okay. We'll look at that in a second. Hear me out. They believe that the media projects one winner, that many people will turn out, try and change that, and they believe that's a real thing because of donkey brains. No, they are, in my opinion...
His name is Hasan.
In my opinion, they're using the lack of knowledge around this process historically to undermine the democratic results of an election ahead of time. Anyway.
This is a deranged pervert.
Love you has keep doing Allah's work.
Please read this post. We are constitutional lawyers. One of us counseled the Stephen Colbert Super PAC and John McCain's presidential campaigns, and the other a top lawyer for the Federal Election Commission. Ask us anything about the laws and lawsuits. It's illegal under the Constitution and federal law for a state legislature to overrule the popular vote and pick its own presidential electors after the people have voted. Once the election has been conducted, the voters have a constitutional right to have their votes counted, and the legislature can't take that away. If the PA legislature were to try this, in all likelihood, the PA courts would shut it down as a violation of the rights of PA voters. And if the legislature went ahead and did it anyway, as a practical matter, what would happen would be that two sets of electoral votes would get submitted. One from the slate of electors chosen by popular vote and certified by the governor, and one from the slate of electors chosen by the legislature. Then both of those would go to the Congress to decide which votes are valid. This is true. Federal law says that in this situation, unless both chambers of Congress, meaning the House and the Senate, agree to accept the votes submitted by the legislature, the electoral votes that get counted are the ones certified by the state's governor.
His name is Hasan.
Now, what happens if the governor doesn't choose to certify those results? I'm unsure about that. We talked about all of this. If you remember, we literally talked about all of this on the Bad Faith Pod episode that I did with Virgil. If you recall, when we were talking about all the potential ways of stealing the election, this process was very accurately put together by Virgil Texas, who described this word for word, described this fucking process. Now, a reminder that 22 out of the 30 GOP-held states have GOP governors, of course. Also, there are blue states that have GOP governors, like fucking Vermont, for example, and Massachusetts as well. So there is also that. So that's a thing that you need to remind yourself of. Did you watch Ruhu send his new video about Armani? No, dude. What the fuck? No, I didn't watch some fucking random video that you watched on the internet. Okay. How does it feel that you weren't invited to play Among Us with PewDiePie and Mr. Beast combined 300k viewers? Why the fuck would I give a shit, idiot? I'm a fucking political commentator and I'm covering politics 5 days out of an election cycle. What's wrong with these fucking weirdos, dude? Yo, if you're this much of a fucking Twitch brain poisoned little child, like,
Hasan.
seriously,
Hasan,
see
you're
yourself
right.
out of my chat. Also, combined 300,000? Why are you so hostile lately? Jesus Christ, LMAO. Because I'm fucking fed up. And I'm especially not here for morons who are like, oh, dude, I can't believe that, like, you're not playing Among Us with PewDiePie and Mr. Beast while I'm literally fucking covering, like, the news cycle 5 days out of an incredibly important election.
His name is Hasan.
Has boggies.
Yes, I saw. AOC had more than 300k on her own, and you'll have more than that on election night too. Probably. We'll see. Vultures are picking the meat off the bones of this country, and middle-class Zoomers are like, you mad, bro? Yeah, literally. That's a perfect and incredibly accurate. I love how you're getting mad about this count or don't count vote shit like you haven't been predicting this entire time. They're literally doing what we all think would be doing. Yeah, I mean, they're doing it, but it still makes me angry that they're doing it. Like, it's not going to change my mind. I'm still upset. And the more it becomes a reality, the more it manifests, the angrier I get.
His name is Hasan.
Arjan Pogo, thank you for covering all of this stuff. It's really important. Also, could you please ban me for 5 seconds? I want to feel alive, Pogo.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I hate video ads.
If they steal the election, do you think we will see huge protests like the BLM protests? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I feel like with the way that the Biden and Kamala camp have reacted to the Black Lives Matter protests, I don't think that they're going to agitate. I don't think that they're going to push for like a popular movement. I think that they're going to do the Al Gore thing. Is sit back and tell you to accept the results in order not to undermine democracy. And this is what social democrats or liberals have done historically. This is what they did in fucking Nazi Germany as well. And I don't believe that they're going to agitate or actually fucking declare the election null and void. If this were to happen, do I have any sort of belief in the Democratic Party that they will actually mobilize? No. They're going to say that decorum is more important, civility is more important, and that you need to stand down. And by the way, Republicans will literally fucking nefariously bully Democrats regardless.
Pervert.
Still using Nazi Germany to shit on sock dems? Man, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mean, what do you want me to, like, say that it's not true? Like, if you were voting third party, what would you say to the people that are saying that your vote is wasted? What? If you are right, then democracy will die in that scenario. Some would, some would say that democracy has never existed in this country. If you ask Republican politicians, they literally say America's not a democracy, jackass. It's a republic.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Arjan, please don't.
Yes, I covered the Jeremy Corbyn thing for like a fucking hour, okay?
Legion is worthy of a purchase. I value your gaming opinions. Also, have you spoken about Glenn Greenwald going full Matt Taibbi?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
How the hell
You
do
won't
we
have
get
to wait
people
on the
to
Dem
strike?
Party mobilizing.
I know
Outside
you
groups are
said
going to
that it's
mobilize
close
whether
to
the party
impossible
wants it
in
or not.
America
Labor is
because we
organizing
don't
around
have
this already.
unions
Yeah,
to
we'll
help
see
with
what
this.
happens.
How do we get there? Thanks, Broda.
I haven't covered Glenn Greenwald yet. I'm still talking about the election results. So yeah, this is a terrifying if establishes precedent is fucking absolutely terrifying what Kavanaugh said. He said it deliberately. And Alita Gorsuch and Thomas in their statement, they mentioned that like Pennsylvania's votes, despite extending the deadline, Pennsylvania's votes may still be purged. And that's part of the reason why Pennsylvania is reading, as you saw right here, the commissioners of Cumberland County are going to be reading the results later, separately. They're going to start looking at and counting mail-in and absentee ballot votes in Cumberland County on November 4th, a day after the election. Now, not only that, but I think in Pennsylvania, on top of this, they are also counting absentee ballots that were postmarked on November 3rd, but came in after, okay? Not just Cumberland County, but Pennsylvania-wide, okay? What they are doing, because of this extension that was originally offered, what they're going to be doing is counting the absentee ballots and the mailed-in ballots that came in, postmarked on November 3rd, but came in after November 3rd. They are going to be counting those separately on top of this, okay? So there's two separate counts. One is all mail-in and absentee ballots, like they're doing in Cumberland County, and then two, all absentee ballots that come after November 3rd, but was postmarked for November 3rd. So there can be two separate purges. That's good, right? No, it's not good. Kavanaugh unironically said that if ballots counted after November 3rd changed the outcome of election night results, which aren't real results anyway, then they could undermine democracy and we should not count them. And that's an insane fucking take. Like, that's a complete psychopathic take. That's so psychotic that it actually hurts the overall, like, Federalist Society cause of, like, undermining American democracy slowly but surely by way of the court system, because it's too mask off.
We're going to follow you right back to mom.
You understand? That is way too mask off.
Chat, even though we're
And it's like something that it's something that the rest of the justices probably wouldn't make the mistake of. Yes, he was a lawyer for Bush, yes.
This is a deranged pervert.
Hasan, will you be covering the next American Civil War? I want to hear your takes on it.
If no one votes, politicians don't ever consent to tax us? Okay, libertarian weirdo. Wait, Kavanaugh didn't say ballots counted after November 3rd, did he? He said ballots arrived after November 3rd. No, he said counted. He said counted. In his decision, not this one, the earlier one, if someone has that link, please send it again to me.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Aryan Pogo, can you unban me? I want to participate in chat, Saj.
The American people are tired of women.
Man, Glenn Greenwald doesn't mind, so why should you? Man, fuck Glenn Greenwald, okay? I don't give a shit. Oh, here it is. Kavanaugh said late ballots could flip the results of an election.
This is a deranged
Here, let's look at it. Yeah, we already know that the Supreme Court Justices Kavanaugh, Barrett, and Roberts all worked on legal issues with the Bush campaign during the 2000 Florida recount, when a core argument from Bush was that late arriving military ballots should not be counted. Here, those states want to avoid the chaos and suspicions of impropriety that can ensue if thousands of absentee ballots will flow in after election day and potentially flip the results of an election.
Writing this from Florida with love.
And those states also want to be able to definitively announce the results of the election on election night or as soon as possible thereafter. Oh, this is late votes, actually. Never mind. I think I misunderstood it. I read this before. Wait, I have to look at the actual concurring opinion. What the fuck? Why can't I find it? Yeah, no, he's just talking about late votes coming in. Did I misunderstand it? Hold on. Late arriving ballots open up one of the greatest risks of what might in our era of hyperpolitical... Blah, blah, blah. No, that's not it. That's not.
Oh, you're such a big
He changed it.
man,
He
Hasan.
changed... The link is not working because he changed it. He deleted it and then he changed something, but that wasn't about this. Do you agree with the Dems' approach not to agitate? What should they do? No, fuck no. I don't agree with the Democratic Party's approach. I don't agree with the Democratic Party's approach on most things.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
I think Americans won't strike.
We're going to talk about hackers stealing money. He says even ballots that come in after election day should not be counted, even if they're postmarked for the correct day.
Stolen. Americans are too cocky
Yeah.
to think protesting is wrong or inconvenient.
But I originally, I might have misunderstood. I originally thought that he meant
Hasan.
Cool.
What? I originally thought that he meant like any vote counted after November 3rd. Any vote in the vote count that undermines the vote count on November 3rd should not be. He argued in favor of allowing states to maintain firm deadlines requiring absentee ballots to be received by election officials on election day. Don't election certifications take weeks because officials must count every valid ballot? Yes. Yes, exactly. Okay. Citing the pandemic, court extended the deadline for receipt absentee ballots to 6 days. Election day, 7th Circuit stayed district court's injunction. Applicants here receive with the vacay stay. For 3 alternative and independent reasons, I conclude that the district court's injunction was unwarranted. First, okay, fuck that. First, Wisconsin election rules too close to the election. Okay, that's bullshit. Of course, precedents recognize a basic tenet of election law. Then devise plans to implement that late-breaking injunction and then determine as necessary how the best informed. The important principle of judicial restraint not only prevent voter confusion, but also prevents election administrative confusion and thereby protects the state's interest in running an orderly, efficient election and in giving citizens, including the losing candidates and their supporters, confidence in the fairness of the election. The principle also discourages last-minute litigation and instead encourages litigants to bring any substantial challenges to the election rules ahead of time in the ordinary litigation process. Okay, in this case, whoever just speaks before the election. Okay, fuck off. That's bullshit. Oh, this was what was corrected. The election deadline changes in Vermont. Trump aide Stephen Miller preparing second-term immigration blitz. Okay, we'll see that. (5-3) postmarked election day. Kavanaugh echoed President Trump's rhetoric that ballots postmarked on election day but arriving afterwards are legally required to be counted in at least 18 states could lead to perceptions of voting malfeasance, signaled he might be prepared to throw out such ballots. Okay, I was wrong. States that require ballots to be received by election day want to avoid the chaos and suspicions of impropriety that can ensue if thousands of absentee ballots flow in after election day and potentially flip the results of an election. Yeah, I didn't see the soon and possible thereafter part of it. I thought that it's still fucked up. It's still absolutely fucked up that like he is dedicated to purging votes that have postmarked on November 3rd. Those are legal fucking votes that need to be counted.
Coggers.
And also the statement of a flip is the scary part here. Do you understand?
His name is Hasan.
Like, this notion that you're flipping the results of an election, that is still the scary part. Like, even though he's technically talking about votes that have been postmarked, the potentially flipping the results of an election is the scary part, because you can't flip an election
His name
with
is Hasan.
votes that already have been casted and are legally obligated to be counted. Okay? That's it. This is the damaging language, which is claiming that, like, this undermines the integrity, or rather the equality of a mail-in ballot across the board. It undermines the weight of a mail-in ballot as it compares to a ballot cast on election day. Okay? What you're basically saying is, if your mailed-in ballot, even if it's postmarked beforehand, even if it's postmarked for November 3rd or even before that, it does not fucking matter. Osita said, yeah, he's going to come on election night, by the way. I'm putting together a squad of I'm putting together a squad of superstars for election day, just for the record. Will you retire if Joe Biden wins? Ryan as well, yes. No, Alex Jones. He was otherwise. He was doing something else. Unfortunately, I wanted Alex Jones to come on, but apparently he had his hands full. He was working on something else. He didn't say what it was. I don't know what he's doing, but if you would like a student correspondent, then I'm willing to come on the show. No, I'm good, man. Thanks. Why the fuck would I? The people that are saying, are you going to retire if Joe Biden wins, fundamentally misunderstand my commentary, okay? Why the fuck would I retire? Like, I've been doing politics. I started political commentary under Obama. I didn't start doing political commentary because it was hip to do under Donald Trump. I did it under Obama. I did it under Donald Trump, and I will do it no matter who the fuck is president.
The American people are tired of
don't worry, I'm not one of those brunch libs. I was shitting on Obama before it was fashionable to do so.
Have a president who has rejected science, a president who tells them on TV tonight that we are effective, we're defeating the pandemic, and they are seeing it surging in their state. So I think people have a sense of who Trump is, his anti-science attitude. I think people, Anderson, are sick and tired, really, of his lying every single day. They're concerned about his threats to the foundations of American democracy. They're upset and tired of his racism and his sexism and his xenophobia. So I think it is a different circumstance. And I think Biden, while I am not overly confident, I'm going to work as hard as I can, I think Biden stands a very good chance of winning.
It's so interesting that the president is doing these, still doing these large rallies, getting people together, no social distancing. The only people told really to wear masks are the people standing behind him who are seen on television. Everybody else who's standing in front of him, most of them aren't wearing masks. I don't understand why he would do this. I mean, I know
AOC replied to Ethan. Oh, fuck yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Senator Sanders, makes him feel good to like perform in front of a large audience and maybe feel that he has momentum. But to me, it seems like anybody looking at this would see this as the emblematic of the recklessness that this administration has had toward this entire pandemic.
You know, Anderson, you're talking to a guy who loves rallies. I'm a big rally guy myself, but I think we have held in my campaign some of the largest rallies of this entire election cycle. And so I understand why Trump, wants to do it. It's fun to be talking to thousands of people and seeing your supporters out there. But your point is very well taken. I mean, while it may be exciting for him to be with his supporters, people are turning on the television and they say, my God, this pandemic is surging all across this country. We've lost over 225,000 people already. Hospitals are being filled to capacity. And the president of the United States is doing exactly the opposite of what doctors and scientists are telling us we have to do. They say we've got to wear masks. Many of his supporters are not wearing masks. They say we have to social distance. These people are packed together. So I think while it is exhilarating, I'm sure, for the president and his supporters to do these rallies, I'm not sure for the folks back home who are watching them. They're saying, is this really, this anti-science leadership, the kind of leadership that we want to continue in the White House? So I think in many respects, these rallies may be backfiring. I know it's easy for Trump to make fun of Biden's events. I myself was in Michigan and Pennsylvania, and we talked to automobiles. You know what? It's not all that exhilarating to be talking to cars. You can't see their expressions, and the honks are not cheers. But
you hear those car rallies, and people are honking. The first time I heard it, I was like, God, why is everyone honking at and then I realized, that's how you do it at a rally.
And frankly, it's a very weird, I've done a million rallies. It's a very weird experience.
Do you pause for the honks, or do you just go through, do you just motor right through them,
Yeah, it's a new experience. We're working our way through that, I will tell you. But, I think, on the other hand, people have a responsibility. As elected officials, as ordinary people, to do the best that we can not to spread this terrible virus. And you got a president who's doing exactly the opposite, in my view, of what he should be doing. And you can make fun of Biden, and you can make fun of me, but I think we're doing the right thing, and I think people appreciate that.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently stressed the importance, in her view, of getting progressives into key cabinet positions in a potential Biden administration, if there is one. Would you be open to a cabinet position? I mean, obviously, the labor secretary has been talked about.
Well, I don't want to, speculate too much. Again, the next 5 days, what I want to do is see that Biden becomes the president. But this is what I do believe, Anderson. The political world in America has changed, and the Democratic Party has changed. And that is, we now have a very potent and growing progressive movement in this country of many, many, many millions of people. And the progressive movement, no matter who the names may be, the progressive movement deserves a seat at the table of the Biden administration. We deserve cabinet appointments. We deserve to have strong progressives filling important posts. So whether it's me or anybody else, Alexandria is absolutely right. The progressive movement now has earned its stripes. It deserves representation in a Biden administration.
Senator Bernie Sanders, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
So there is advantages and disadvantages to the Bernie Sanders labor secretary position. I'm not some fucking dipshit that's going to be like, oh my God, we're losing a seat in Vermont. Like, fuck off, okay?
God, those communists are amazing.
I'm not going to give you the neoliberal, like, really, Bernie, being really selfish. Okay, then Kamala Harris is being selfish for fucking running for VP, losing out on a seat. I know that it's a fucking blue state, and the appointment will be a blue person, but I think in Vermont you have to vote for it anyway. You have to. It triggers a new vote.
Make a plan to vote early this evening, tomorrow, or over the weekend.
Yeah, and Vermont is obviously going to vote for another fucking like whoever the fuck Bernie Sanders endorses. So that's one. So shut the fuck up, libs. Fuck right out of my chat. The actual problematic nature of a Bernie Sanders as labor secretary, which I believe is profoundly important. I think that Bernie Sanders in the labor seat would do good. I think he would fight for raising the minimum wage. Okay. And I think ultimately it would be a good thing if Bernie Sanders was the labor secretary. The only problem here, though, is that then he could be fired. Or he could be threatened to be fired, and then he would be fired. Having said that, though, the only path to, like, even etch out, like, marginal progress in this country, just a little bit of just necessary reform, is if he's labor secretary, raises the minimum wage, beefs up unions, okay? And all around the country, unions are simultaneously growing in size while they're also they also have favorable leftist people in those unions, like leftist people that are actual leftist people that are in positions of power within those unions. This is like magical thinking at this point. And then beyond that, that would then be the backbone of a progressive movement, an inevitable progressive candidate, maybe even like an AOC, that could have actual national support with each individual union around the country. It's wishful thinking. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just simply stating that this is like one way that we could have. Let me fucking have like a moment of happiness. I know I'm a relentless pessimist, okay? Unions are full of leftists. Look at AFGE. AFGE's national political director, my good friend Kevin Cooper, was Bernie's deputy political director. Lots of leftists in labor. Yes, but there's also lots of labor bosses that aren't exactly fucking leftists, or were leftists a while back, but literally fucking cape for the Democratic Party, whatever establishment Democrat is slated to win, so that they don't lose their fucking bargaining chip within the Democratic Party. You and I both know this too, H. Bizzle, aka Lib Bizzle, and that's a huge problem. I think someone needs to fucking tell Democrats over and over again that their pathway to success, especially in key battleground states, especially in the fucking Rust Belt, is through union power. That's it. Doesn't matter what the fucking industry is. It doesn't matter what the sector is. It's unions, stupid. Without them, you're fucked. Okay? It's too much. It's too much of a fucking gamble to constantly rely on 65 plus reactionaries to like vote in favor of you because the previous president was too much of a psychopath and like literally got a bunch of them killed. You can't rely on that every 4 fucking years.
Union power,
okay?
Union power.
If you want to have a solid base of support, you need fucking unions. If you don't want to think about it from the point of like actually strengthening the power of labor in this country and truly offering a better future to the American working class, just think about it from the point of view of like having a base of fucking support nationally everywhere, and specifically in Rust Belt states that have been eviscerated by manufacturing jobs leaving. But instead, the Democratic Party is making a narrow calculus, a referendum election, and making a narrow calculation that like they will maintain the suburban whites, especially ones with a college education, and would rather focus on those people as unions continuously get eviscerated in this country. And that's really bad, okay? That's really, really bad. It's bad because, one, it's not a guarantee that we're going to have, like, literally a Donald Trump again. And two, why the fuck are we waiting for a Donald Trump to, like, to get people to go out and vote? And lastly, and most importantly, that means that we're straight up changing the Democratic Party's like policies to reflect the voter base that the Democratic Party is appealing to. If your goal is wealthy whites in suburbs and civility politics, then your politics are gonna reflect that. And you're no longer gonna be on the side. You're just gonna talk about like social issues and stuff. Sure. Okay. Some of those wealthy whites do have, you know, gay children and trans children and whatnot. That's a certainty. But having said that, that means that you're no longer gonna fucking, those are small business owners, okay? Those are people that own restaurants and shit. You're not gonna be on board with fucking You're not going to be on board with like unionizing or helping fucking waitresses and waiters and shit all around the country, helping people in the service industry. Anyway. Yo, we got a serious fucking problem? What? Why is this a problem? Did Osita just get banned? Wait, what? Did he change his name or something? What the fuck? Cause he just DM'd me. What the fuck? I don't know, but he literally just DM'd me like moments ago. Like, I mean, he DM'd me literally. Oh, he tweeted that he's going dark until the election. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, he's gonna be on. He is gonna be on the show on election day. He what the fuck? He just said, "Yeah, of course I'll be on the show," and then he went dark immediately after. Why didn't he fucking tell me? He was going dark. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Trump postponed his rally. I wonder why. Yeah, this shit is not surprising that like well, you mean to tell me that the Department of Homeland Security? You mean to tell me that the Department of Homeland Security is incredibly political? That's shocking, dude. And they're being like horrifically bigoted and xenophobic.
I like your shape. Do you do it
dude,
yourself?
Wow, this is not America. This is not the America that I love and know. Shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
His name is Hasan.
Okay. So those are the big stuff. I haven't talked about the Glenn Greenwald shit yet. Trump endorsed Dave Rubin. I'm not going to talk about that. It's just he loves beefing up Republican books and their sales numbers. Unionizing America will hurt the economy more than help. Very few companies would be able to remain in America. You would have a mass departure from anything manufacturing or labor-wise. That's a perma ban. You're wrong. It's such a disgusting, disrespectful, idiotic fucking take that I don't want you in my community. Actually, I feel bad. I should probably unban that person. It's not like he's being racist or anything. Literally the complete opposite of the truth. What a psychotic, idiotic take. It's so idiotic that I feel like you don't deserve to be in this community. It's just a feels argument that you posted. Also, secondly, fuck those companies. What do you mean? Oh God, that level of Ryan Grimm is being attacked for his support for the intercept after Glenn left. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Like Ryan Grimm is a fucking national treasure. You understand? All right, let's look at the Glenn Greenwald stuff. Oh, the McSally. This is really funny. Okay, I saw this earlier.
Martha, come up just.
Wait, is this the whole thing? Oh, it is. They don't show the entire thing. The entire video is a little bit longer. We gotta watch this. Okay, so Donald Trump fucking does not like Martha McSally. And this video is a hilarious, like, he does not give a shit. Like, he does not give a shit about people that, like, defend him or people that are unpopular. Like, Martha McSally is a loser. Donald Trump knows she's a loser, so he doesn't even want to fucking defend her, okay? No one likes her. Even motherfucking Donald Trump doesn't like her. Watch this video. It's so funny, dude.
A woman who's running for the Senate, currently a senator respected by everybody.
A woman who's running for the Senate. Hold on,
Her
I gotta pee all
opponent
this
wants
place.
to terminate your Second Amendment. Martha, McSally, Martha.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Great. Great. Martha, great. Martha, come up just fast. Quick, come. Fast. Fast, come on, quick. You got 1 minute. 1 minute, Martha's sake. They don't want to hear this, Martha. Come on, let's go. Quick, quick, quick, quick. Come on, let's go.
All right. I'm coming. Thank you, President Trump. Arizona, we are ground zero to save the country. We have 6 days and just a few hours. President Trump and the country are counting on us to send him back to the White House for 4 more years. Everything is on the line, and my race is about the Senate majority. Everything I wore the uniform for and all you veterans did is on the line. Everything is on the line. We've got to bring it home, Arizona. In my race, we'll decide the direction of the country. The radical left can take over in the Senate. So if you want someone who's going to be Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer's 51st vote to take away our freedoms and our Second Amendment rights and all the things the president talk about, then you got a guy named Mark Kelly. But if you want a fighter, if you want to continue to have a fighter who is proud to work with President Trump for the great American comeback and strong military and secure our borders and your Second Amendment rights, then I'm your girl, Arizona. I'm your girl. Vote Trump, McSally. Let's save the country. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Did we actually see a 38% increase in GDP in Q3, or is that number skewed? Also shout out my boy Imel.
Shut the fuck up with the chair stream. I had to fucking switch over my laundry, okay? God damn it, dude. God damn it. All right. Okay, I'm going to get to the Glenn Greenwald stuff. I took my mail-in ballot to another county because I recently moved. He left the woman who was running in Omaha stranded. LMAO, really bad PR for her campaign. Dude, he is so bad, dude. Isn't she kind of hot, though? McSally isn't that bad of a person. She has fought some good causes around sex abuse in the military and is frankly not a full rubber stamp for the Republicans, but being an honest, good person gets you nowhere in the Republican Party law. First of all, this is patently fucking untrue. Just because, like, she had a couple decent fucking takes that, like, personally probably impacted her as well, which is typical Republican. She's a female in the military, so she probably, that's probably the reason why she was, like, expressly anti-sexual assault against sexual assault in the military. Okay, it's classic. That's a classic fucking Republican line. Do you understand? Like, Republicans do that shit all the time. Republicans do that shit all the fucking time. No, she sucks ass, dude. Fuck her. Y'all are simping. All the right-wing grifter like Tim Pool, etc. are loving this Glenn Greenwald thing. They're eating it up. Of course. She probably experienced sexual assault herself, I'm assuming. I don't know. I don't know her background like that. Also, she's such a fucking scaredy cat that she couldn't even openly state her support for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is not as favored. Donald Trump is favored even in fucking Arizona, amongst Republicans in Arizona. Even Republicans in Arizona do have a Never Trump constituency because of how much they loved the maverick John McCain. The wealthy white suburban Republicans don't immediately love Donald Trump like that. What the fuck? Assyrians for Trump? Insane. She was the one who could not, she was the one who could not personally fucking say she loves Donald Trump. Excellent video from Vice on voter suppression. Let's do it.
There's a lot of talk about voting these days. All of the cliches, your vote is your voice. Shut up and vote. Be woke. Vote. Rock the vote. Rightfully so, I guess. There's an election happening right now. But there are some people who don't give a damn about voting. You've heard them. Why vote? My vote doesn't count. It doesn't matter. I used to think that. And if I'm honest, I still think that way every once in a while. But then I think about all the time, energy, strategies, and downright hate that has gone into suppressing some people's right to vote. In other words, if my vote doesn't matter, why are folks trying so hard to stop me from casting it? Power. Back in the day when they started this new world, they decided it should be ruled by the people. But they weren't talking about black people or women. So when it came to voting, you had to be white with a penis and own some land. These white men understood that the people who vote have the power to elect those who govern, and those who govern make the laws that keep them in power. But at some point, the US fought a war with itself, and black people came out on the other side with a few rights. One of them was the right to vote, for black men at least. Now that they were voting, white dudes realized they had a problem. These black people can vote us out of office. Wait, I got an idea. Since we made it damn near impossible for them to read while they were enslaved, let's make a literacy test that they have to pass in order to cast a ballot. But of course, black people started passing the test. And then the powers that be thought, I know what. You know how we don't have slaves anymore, but we still could use free labor? How about we arrest them, charge them with a felony, and exploit them for work? And then we got a double win, because we'll make a law that prohibits felons from voting. And for those we don't lock up, we'll just keep them poor and charge them a poll tax. Today, you can't call a poll tax, but that doesn't mean the bullshit still doesn't exist.
Literally the same exact thing fucking happened in Florida, which I'm sure he'll mention right now. Thank you, Ron DeSantis, for doing a poll tax in Florida, and the Florida Supreme Court for pushing and declaring it constitutional. That was pretty tight when they did that.
We got voter ID laws that cost taxpayers a lot of money. They mainly hurt black and brown people and reduce voter turnout. And we still got felon voting laws. Even though a couple of years ago, the people of Florida decided it was time for former felons to be able to vote. But Republicans were like, nah, that's gonna f our numbers up. So they threw another roadblock. Felons today have to pay all of their court fees before they can get in the booth. So if you don't have a few $1,000 laying around, no vote for you, buddy. And look at this nonsense. You see this jigsaw piece that doesn't look like it fits anywhere? It's a district map that manipulates the vote by putting power all in one place. You see, all this slickery trickery, it's about power. And the voters give power to who they elect. And those they elect want to keep this power. So they do their damnedest to control who votes. So when they say your vote is your power, they ain't lying.
His name is
The tactics
Hasan.
just keep coming.
5 months later.
In Texas, they only have one ballot drop box per county. Do you know how big the counties are in Texas? In Georgia, people are waiting in line for more than 10 hours to vote, as if they're giving away iPhone 22. In California, they're burning ballots with fire. And voters in Florida, they're getting threatening emails trying to punk them into not voting, saying, vote Trump or else. Or else what? You know, this is some sneaky shit that's happening right in front of our faces.
His name
right
is
now,
Hasan.
the elephants in the room are center stage with President Trump calling on his army of poll watchers to make sure that there's no fraud at the booth.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Reminds me of a tactic used back in the day. When it comes to voting by mail, Trump wants people to believe that it's a whole big scam, but it ain't. Wanna know how I know? Look at all these guys doing it. At the risk of sounding like a public service announcement,
Wars in this house.
I got a public service announcement. Don't let anyone ever convince you that your vote doesn't matter. The reason they don't want you to vote is that they're afraid you'll take from them what they hope you forget you have. Power.
These voters are settling for Biden? Oh, I love that. Okay, top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break for you. Top of the hour, every hour, 60 fucking second ad break. All
His name is
Are you in this
Hasan.
video? Who isn't settling for Biden? If you're not settling for Biden, there's something wrong with you, dude. If you're like excited to vote for Biden and you're like, fuck yeah, like I love Biden and like everything he represents, then like, god damn, dude, there's something like fundamentally broken with your brain or something. Like, so you're like a Republican voter from the 90s, you know what I mean? Like, oh, dude, I love voting for Biden. I think he's got some good ideas.
His name is Hasan.
Jag meet among us when? Pogu.
It's never 60 seconds. It's literally always 60 seconds. It's probably less usually. All right, anyway, here it is. I just running the ad.
This is a deranged pervert.
Malaki, Malaki, Malaki, Malaki, Malaki, Malaki.
I had a friend who's hella into Biden and I had to mute him on Twitter. Literally a 22-year-old like myself. That's so weird. That shit freaks me out, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It freaks me out when I see like young people that are like excited to vote for fucking Joe Biden beyond Donald Trump. Like being excited to have Donald Trump out of office is one thing. That's my take. That's literally what I believe in. I want him out of the office. I want him really bad. I want him to fucking go away really bad. I want him to go to jail. I want him to suffer. I want to see his family suffer. That is justice. In my mind, that is absolute justice. It's never going to happen because Democrats are pussies. But, like, I want all that. But that's not me fucking ecstatic for Biden. This is me
pervert
settling for Biden. So if you, without mentioning Donald Trump, could be excited for Biden, that freaks me out a little bit. Like, oh, like here, this is what freaks me out. I'm excited to have a president who believes in science. Okay, a president who believes in science and then still says, no, we're going to frack the shit out of the planet. We are going to suck the fracking cum out of the planet for whatever it's worth. Like, okay, got it. You know what I mean? Like,
his name
Republicans
is
deny
Hasan.
science. Republicans deny science and say, no, fuck that. Global warming is fake. Okay? Fuck that. We're not going to believe it. We're going to do whatever we want. Democrats are like, we believe global warming is real.
Pervert.
But we're still going to keep fracking. Like, we're going to frack harder than the Republicans ever could.
His name is Hasan.
1.
Do you think your politics will be seen as too aggressive once Trump is out of the office? Without the balance of the extreme right being shoved down our throats every day, the far left will more likely become fodder for daily media cycles. Are you worried the current trend towards lefty politics will fade once you start yelling about how Joe Biden isn't progressive enough? Yeah. Doesn't matter. I'll find a way. But yeah, I think a lot of people that are in this community even...
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
A lot of people that come in, or a lot of people that are like somewhat aware of me, or a lot of people that are just becoming more aware of me because of this election cycle, are very likely going to find themselves at odds with my rhetoric.
Bring Jeffrey
Just
Epstein
like,
for election day podcast.
just like people love me when I shit on Republicans, but they hate me when I shit on centrists. It's going to happen over and over again.
This is a deranged pervert.
Hi.
So, a lot of people just are voting for Biden because they want to return to normalcy. And normalcy isn't necessarily good for a lot of people. We need change. Yeah, they will get complacent under Biden.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
And it's just going to happen. I'm ready for it. I just want all of the liberals to remember the anger that they have towards Republicans when the Democratic cabinet tries to have like Republican members in it. You know what I mean? The what was it? The coalition of what did Obama call it? His like Republicans when he hired Republicans and put his cabinet. A team of rivals, a coalition of rivals. Yeah. HasanAbi believes in prison abolition. I want to see him and his family. Yeah, believing in prison abolition, which, by the way, I'd never said I believe in prison abolition. I said that we should focus on like prisons conceptually are going to still, for the near future and even in the long term, some form of robbing people, denying them of their freedom is going to always exist, especially when there are people out there that we currently have no way of controlling. Even in fucking Norway it exists, where they extended by 5 years in the end of the 20-year sentence if that person has not rehabilitated. Okay? So, no matter what, it doesn't fucking matter anyway. Prison abolitionists don't believe in like not having justice. The fuck are you talking about? But you think you think prison abolitionists believe that like we should hug and kiss rapists and shit? No, like there still also needs to be reform and rehabilitation. An opportunity to rehabilitate. How did you end with those two? None of it is remotely presidential. Anyway. New Jubilee, Trump versus Biden. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, inject this directly into my motherfucking veins. All right, I'm gonna run this video. Hold on, I'm gonna go run and grab a Diet Mountain Dew.
Stand on the political spectrum. I generally agree with most of the things you speak on.
How's it going? Settle for Biden?
Myself.
What do you think? Settle for Biden? Yeah. Settle for Biden? Yeah. All right, you did good.
In 2016, Chris Madden voted his conscience, casting a ballot for Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein. But after 4 years of Donald Trump, he's ignoring principle and assuaging his guilt by settling for Vice President Joe Biden.
We're ready to settle. We're ready to vote.
Madden is driving a van through swing states on his own dime, urging his fellow progressives to get off the couch, grit their teeth, and pull the lever for Biden. So things are so bad that somebody who doesn't even really like Joe Biden goes on the campaign trail for him, buys a fucking van, decorates the van.
What the fuck's up with this dude? Like, he was a Green Party voter who's settling for Biden? That's wild. At least, like, I mean, I'm not gonna fucking campaign for Biden. Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to, like, fucking call for Biden.
His name
They can do that. They have enough money and shit. But like, I didn't fucking vote for the Green Party candidate in 2016. I still voted for Hillary Clinton because I knew all the shit that was going to happen under Donald Trump. I correctly predicted, whether it be the Supreme Court fundamentally changing or, emboldening white supremacists and shit.
Says, I'm going to go out and support this guy that I'm kind of like lukewarm on.
Exactly. I think the stakes are that high that I wanted to fill this void and enthusiasm for Biden, even with this tepid message of settle for Biden.
So far, though, he's had mixed success.
How's it going? Settle for Biden?
I'm going to settle for somebody, for a president. That's really the line you want to use. I want to settle for him.
I think we're settling every 4 years.
I want to settle for him.
Yeah. I want to settle.
Down with the duopoly.
I agree that the two-party system is not great, but we gotta choose one of them. One of them's going to be elected.
No, I'm choosing Joe Jorgensen.
Joe Jorgensen.
Oh, that's why he's got the camo pants, dude. That's why.
Dude, that's a vote for Trump.
Owned. Oh, I love Joe Jorgensen fans, dude. They're such freaks. Oh, I love you guys. Listen, if you're in here, I love you, okay? You're like a totally different kind of weirdo, and I'm here for it, okay? At least most of the other libertarians were like, oh no, fuck that. Like, we're actually fascist. Never mind. We love Donald Trump. Like, most libertarians were like, dude, oh, yeah, like, when I said open borders, I meant, like, no, I'm going to vote for a guy who wants to beef up the police state and also build a wall and make sure that, like, immigrant children are pulverized or something. I didn't actually mean it when I was a libertarian. Like, most libertarians did that fucking heel turn. Some of them, literally, some of them very publicly did that heel turn. Like, Stefan Molny meme, if you guys remember.
This
right?
is a deranged.
But then there's the like the honest libertarians, okay? The ones that are like the ones that will argue with you nonstop about how the nature of like age of consent laws is arbitrary and that it's bullshit. And like, what's next? You know, we have to have driver's licenses, and what's next? To have a license to toast my own damn toast in my own damn toaster in my own damn house? It's fucking bullshit. Those libertarians I love. They're such memes. It's great. Libertarians are just Republicans who don't hate people? No, there's more to it than that.
What's the sort of worst response you've gotten from either a Trump supporter or anyone, actually?
So surprisingly, it is the really pro-Biden people that we get the biggest pushback from. They see it as a negative message, and they worry that it will help the Republicans. But the bottom line of the Settle for Biden movement is be politically active and vote. Make a choice. Don't stand this one out.
So this has no connection to the campaign?
This has no connection to the campaign.
Madden was inspired to take this message on the road after coming across the...
By the way, what's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster is a direct quote from the libertarian debates. Like, I didn't make that up. That's actually a direct quote. And also, like, being able to sell your child into trafficking is also an age-old libertarian debate. Most libertarians will be like, what the fuck? Like, shut up, dude. Shut up. That's not real. And it's like, no, like, libertarians have argued about that. They hate roads and also have debated the importance of being able to sell your child into sex slavery if both parties consent to it. Oh.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no. What's next? Requiring a license to make
Hasan.
toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
That's real. That's a real thing that happened. So, you know, those are real libertarians. I love that shit, dude. I love that shit.
Settle for Biden Instagram account, which now has over 250,000 followers.
Are any of them double orders?
Some are. That's why we have the extra stamps.
Okay.
That following has transformed a Punchline into a formidable grassroots organization. It was all started by 19-year-old Samuel Weinberg, a former Bernie Sanders supporter.
Oh, we also haven't posted yet today. I can post in a bit if you guys want.
He and his friends are driving the online movement from a Chicago suburb, where they sometimes work out of a family garage.
I have the thing up Jasmine made about if Roe v. Wade is overturned.
With a small operating budget, mostly funded through t-shirt and sticker sales, the group is targeting disaffected progressive voters, those who dismiss Biden as a corporate Democrat. Tell me how this idea took shape.
I had first heard the phrase, settle for Biden, in a headline in Mother Jones. Jill Biden was campaigning for her husband in Iowa.
And maybe you have to swallow a little bit and say, okay, I sort of personally like so-and-so better. But your bottom line has to be that we have to beat Trump.
You know, the headlines the next day were like, Jill Biden tells voters to settle for her husband.
Wait, so...
I bet liberals are mad that these guys are doing settle for Biden too. Because, like, if you... Listen, it's not about fucking voting for Joe Biden. It's about, like... It's like me with vegans, okay? I'm not mad at vegans for their advocacy. I'm mad because they constantly remind me that I'm, like, morally incorrect for eating meat, okay? So the very existence of people who dare criticize God King Joe Biden is a somber reminder that, like, there are people out there on the left who fucking vote with their conscience and vote for something rather than against something. Like, they don't like that there are people out there who are ready to fucking fight all the way to achieve their goals. And, like, the Democrats are not going to do that. And, like, deep down in their minds, they kind of know that that's not going to happen with the Democratic Party. So it's like a constant reminder that they're voting for someone that claims to be a certain way, but is most likely not going to achieve those results.
Hey, Sunni, I just wanted to say that I'm
So-
not actually here to watch you. I'm here to swoon over Fizz Peepo Kiss.
So I think that frustrates people. Like, that's why people get mad at me when I'm like, dude, yeah, like Joe Biden absolutely is not going to go for this or that. When I give them my take, when I predict something that's going to happen or whatever, speculate on how Joe Biden is going to run the country if he becomes president, and they get so mad. Like, they get so fucking mad because they're like, fuck you, like, you're undermining his chances. Like, dude, this is what I do. Like, I make these sorts of speculations all the time. I already fucking voted for Joe Biden, but it doesn't matter for you. Like, you don't want me to just vote for Joe Biden. You want me to be excited to vote for Joe Biden, and that's not going to fucking happen.
So this phrase that sometimes angers Biden supporters actually comes from Joe Biden's wife.
Yes, and I thought, oh, well, this might be a good way to message to disaffected Bernie supporters and people who are hesitant to support Joe Biden. The Instagram account name was available, the website was available, the Twitter handle was available, and so I just kind of went with it.
The American
You
people
guys feel
are
that
tired of
the
women.
progressives in the party are being embraced more than they were in the past, or are you guys being sort of roundly ignored?
I wouldn't say
Hasan, what is your opinion on Donald Trump? What do you think, dude?
flat out ignored, but the reason that we occupy a space as the organization that we are is because there's a lot more emphasis put on reaching out to moderates, reaching out to people who are the exact opposite of progressives.
I should say settle for Biden. Why?
Why? Because Biden wasn't my first choice, and I'm settling.
You know what? I'm really upset about the Democrats because they keep trying to put people in front of us we don't fucking want.
Was Biden your first pick?
Was Biden my first pick?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Who was your first pick?
Bernie Sanders. Bernard Sanders.
Yeah.
I think that's a disappointing slogan.
Doesn't pep you up?
No. Disappointing slogan, disappointing candidate, disappointing country.
The platform that Biden's running on is the most progressive in history. And even if it's not as far as Bernie would like to go.
Oh my God. Fucking, this is why I don't like Green Party voters. I'm sorry. There's like very few Green Party voters that are fucking all there, all right? Like, you voted for Jill Stein, dog. Like, shut up. Oh, it's gonna be the most progressive. It's gonna be the most progressive platform. Like, okay, dude. Yikes. You're making me like, you're making me want to go in and like fucking rescind my vote that I already already dropped off.
Oh, it's still a step in the right direction.
I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. You know, we elected Obama in 2008 on a progressive agenda. He gets in. What does he do? Like, he puts all these Wall Street guys in his cabinet, bails out the banks. There's no proof in Biden's 47-year career that we can push him left.
This election, I think it's incredibly important to vote for the better of the two candidates, which is Biden, because then we're going to be able to move towards these things that you want. And
every argument that pertains, every argument that's around like getting progressive or potentially progressive or leftist or just left adjacent people, every argument that revolves around getting them to vote for Biden should be talking about down ballot races. I think when you don't talk about that and you're talking about settling for Joe Biden, I don't think that's a successful strategy. Here, I'm going to say it. I think this guy's well-intentioned, obviously. It's nice that he's doing this. He's just doing his own thing, I guess. But like,
a gifted sub-convert.
but like, you have to talk about people. You have to give people something, okay? And this notion that like your argument is like, oh, we're just settling. Come on, we're just settling for Joe Biden.
Excuse
like,
me. I'm sorry.
no,
I'm
I
out
don't
of
think
control.
that's.
I apologize for
People
that.
aren't going to go out and like
Trump's
take time out of their day to go out and settle. It's just the truth. So you got to fucking argue and tell them, look, there's ballot measures on your state. There's ballot measures that you have to vote for. Okay, these things do not fuck around. These things actually matter. These things actually matter to fucking marginalized communities. They have tangible and immediate and oftentimes long-lasting consequences. Infinitely more significant than the president, whoever the fuck it is, okay? And while you're there, if you're fucking voting, like you got to vote down ballot. There's council member votes and shit like that. There's actual progressives on that ballot. When you vote, you don't just open the vote and it's like Joe Biden or Donald Trump. There's a fuckload of different things that you're voting on. I think Chomsky's argument on bad faith is one of the best. Basically, you're completely fucked on climate change if Trump wins again. No, that's bullshit. I don't think that's the best argument for it. No. No. Give people something that they want to vote for, okay? And there is plenty to get them to go out and vote. There's plenty of fucking initiatives. There's states that are legalizing or decriminalizing weed. There's states that are there's states like Alaska, for example, that are voting on a ballot measure that will allow them to have ranked choice voting. Like, there are so many different things. Like in California, you have Prop 22. You got to vote no on that. Like, there is so much shit that immediately matters, that will change your life in a meaningful capacity for the near future, okay, that you should be voting on. So that's precisely why you're supposed to be voting, not just for the fucking president or whatever, but while you're there, okay, while you're fucking there, while you're there, while you're voting, if you want to go out and vote for Joe Biden, I'm not going to hate on it. All right? But you should definitely vote. I don't give a fuck. Vote for Joe Biden. Don't vote for Joe Biden, but you should definitely fucking vote. You understand? Definitely vote. Definitely look up the progressive voter guides that the DSA offers. Okay? And if you want to vote out of spite to own the cons, to own the fucking conservatives, then go ahead. I think that's a really reasonable reason to vote. It's not bullshit. Trump's EPA is a fucking oil tycoon. Managing it is deregulating everything. That's important. Dude. Dude. Dude. Dude. Dude. Dude. Dude. Not to be too much of a doomer, but it's happening already, okay?
Whores in this house.
Like, we're fucked regardless.
There's so many people in this country.
And I don't think that the Biden administration is going to take all of the efforts. Why don't leftists even think about voting down ballot? No, they do. They do. Like, the people that you hear from, the people that you hear from that are saying that they're just like not voting or whatever, they are insignificant, okay? They are inconsequential. They're just not.
I love the system.
They're non-actors.
I voted
Doesn't matter.
for Jill in 2016. In retrospect,
It don't
I
matter.
should have voted for Hillary. I mean, I was voting in Kansas. Even if everyone who voted for Jill voted for Hillary, she still would have lost to Trump.
Like, they're just online. They're extremely online people. Half of them are not even American. Like, there's no DSA voter guide for Illinois? There's no way. I don't believe you.
Yeah, like I voted for Biden already. I did too. I hated every minute of it. And if
What choice do we have?
but I'm not, you know, a big part of winning an election is mobilization.
Mhm.
You're not mobilizing me. And what does it say about Biden's campaign that you all have to pick up the slack and go to swing states for him, right?
Isn't our voter turnout really low compared to other countries in general? Yeah, there's a multitude of different reasons. The Electoral College, voter suppression, and voter apathy across the board is the reason for why voter turnout is low. But you have to also recognize that a big part of that is the Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party. Okay? You have to understand that, like, voting is difficult in our country. Sucks. We aren't changing it. We haven't changed it. We don't have automatic voter registration. We have so many hurdles on top of one another.
Hasan.
But then, like, you gotta fucking make a better argument to capture people's attention, to get them activated, to get them to go out and fucking vote. All right?
This is a deranged.
So this notion of like voter shaming or shifting the responsibility away from the Biden camp or away from the Democratic Party and then back to the non-voters in a country where 100 million people don't vote is so idiotic. Those people don't give a shit. They've checked out, okay? And your efforts are in vain. You're silly. You're a silly bitch if you're getting mad at people that don't vote when the majority does not vote, or the plurality does not vote. Okay? If this year becomes the average, we're on track to get record high percentage of turnout finally. If these pass a few voting rights acts, they should make voting a lot easier. All of that is left is giving people a reason to vote. Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that just darling?
Yes, Illinois definitely has a DSA voter guide. I'm fairly certain of it. I haven't looked it up, but
That's, yes, another thing.
Think you're making a difference?
I think I am. I think I'm bringing, at least for the level of excitement and like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like, there's actually a guy driving around with this on the side of his van, and bringing some interest and intrigue to the Biden campaign. I'm not trying to antagonize people. Like, even though I know that I probably am, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to just start a discussion. You know, people aren't talking to each other anymore. Everything's, you know, people are afraid to speak their political opinions. And I want to shove it in their face with settle for Biden. All right, settle for Biden. Coming at you.
the DSA has no voter guide for Illinois. Okay, you guys are, that's weird as fuck. Okay, if you have no voter guide, then there's like progressive orgs that you can find. Or worst case scenario, you can look it up on Ballotopedia. Okay. You can look it up on Ballotopedia to see who has support for what ballot measure, and this is a socialist guide, not DSA. Girl, I guess progressive voter guide for 2020 in general. A fair tax bill here in Illinois, something that is going to affect so many people here, but people on Facebook and shit have demonized it. The messaging for this important issue is literally non-existent where we can create change. Yeah. That's deliberate too. The Trump campaign compiled a list of celebrities voting and COVID opinions. What? Demographic: Black Americans, super spreaders, general population for little baby. Arrested for reckless driving. 2019 dropped the bigger picture in June 2020. Lil Uzi Vert arrested for riding an unregistered and uninsured dirt bike against government and politics and expressed indifference. Black Americans, super spreaders, general population. What the fuck is this? Eminem's demographic is Black Americans? What? Roddy Rich. Felony domestic charges. Black Americans, super spreaders, general. Carrie Underwood declined. Luke Bryan declined. Mark Anthony accepted. Discussing internally, revealed in 2016 that he's fully committed to Hillary Clinton and respects Bernie Sanders, Latinx, elderly, general population. Wait, how did you find this? What the fuck? Wait, why is this on the... Wait, how did you find this? Look at Ariana Grande. Where is she? Endorsed Bernie Sanders, expresses Democratic views, general population, super spreaders. That's true, she did. Her mom is like a big Bernie bro. Ronda Rousey was on the list. They mentioned she was arrested, but that was part of a WWE storyline. Billie Eilish made a political statement on gun control in 2019. Will be a first-time voter in 2020. Not a Trump supporter. Stated he
There's some whores in this house. There's some
is
whores in this
Trump is he is destroying our country and everything we care about. General population super spreaders. Wore 2 political pins during the 2017 MTV Movie and TV Awards. Blue ribbon recognizing ACLU and a light blue ampersand pin to honor Gay Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation Together movement. Millie is only 16, cannot vote until 2024. Dylan Sprouse, big... Wait, isn't Dylan Sprouse like a big Bernie bro? Am I crazy? Or is that another one? Or is that his brother? Wait, Millie Bobby Brown is British! She's not even American, dude! I mean, she might have a...
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control.
What is this list, dude? Well, what?
PDF.
Danny, Rep wants to see who else's level signs before discussing. Democrat hates Republicans, elderly, general population. Wait. Danny DeVito is a fucking huge Bernard brother and like based as fuck. Are you on this list? No, of course I'm not on this list. I'm not a celebrity. Danny DeVito is awesome. Every time they list black Americans, they also list super spreaders. Yeah, what's up with that? Arrested in 2012 during a protest of the Sudanese embassy in DC, lifelong liberal Democrat. Well, George Clooney isn't black, but he's a super spreader as well. Do they have any Twitch streamers on here? XQ Cow is on the list? No, he's not, dude. Yeah, what are you, fucking crazy? And neither am I. I wonder if Hasan Minhaj is. Nope, Hasan Minhaj isn't even on it. What about Jon Stewart? Yeah, I don't think they put like John Voight. Publicly critical of President Obama, publicly supported Republican candidates, including President Trump, elderly, general public. I found why it's online. Page 4 of this document. The right to get regarding a complete failure to comply with our previous request documents and $250 million contract awarded by Trump administration. Congress. Evidence of attempted wrongdoing by top administration official. Page 4. Partisan politics played a role in selecting the PSA's celebrity spokespeople. Oh, yeah. Comedian George Lopez was excluded from participating in the PSA campaign because of critical statements he made about President Trump. Atlas notes, meeting with Trump administration officials state George Lopez PSA not moving forward due to previous concerns regarding his comments regarding the president.
Pogo Azar.
One document produced by the contractors indicates that Trump administration tasked him with closely tracking the political views and the views of President Trump. Zach Galifianakis refused to host President Trump on a talk show. Oh my God.
Pervert.
Judd Apatow believes Trump does not have the intellectual capacity to run as president. Billie Eilish, not a Trump supporter, stated he is destroying our country and everything we care about. Russell Simmons said, Trump is the epitome of white supremacy. This is pretty funny. Look at Travis Scott. Oh yeah, what's Jim Nona have to say?
Pervert.
Pogo Azar. Pogo Azar.
Arrested in 2017 for inciting a riot and disorderly conduct in Arkansas, appeared as a special guest at a rally for Beto O'Rourke, Democratic candidate. Black Americans, super spreaders, general population. What does super spreaders mean? Like, do we... Do you think they're trying to list anyone that gave support to BLM a super spreader law? Maybe. Is David Dobrik on here? No, there's no way. Oh, he is. David is a Slovakian citizen protected under DACA. Fat Jewish Josh Ostrowski. No information. General population, faith-based. Wait, what?
Thank you for being you hassle.
Wait, faith-based for the fat Jew? What? Why is he faith-based, dude? Oh. Discussing internally for Trey Parker and Matt Stone, for all the fucking stupid South Park fans. Discussing internally, tweeted in 2018 that they were, but stated in an online forum that they hate both conservative and liberals. They were for what?
This is a deranged pervert.
Supports the legalization of cannabis. Obama supporting Democrat in 2008. Oh, maybe. Ooh, interesting. And so are the South Park guys. I can't believe I'm not on this list. I'm a super spreader, bitch. Anyway, what makes a one-term president?
The economy is still in recovery mode. The pandemic is still raging. And Donald Trump is struggling.
The highest.
Wait, did I run an ad at 2? I forgot to run an ad, right? At the top of the hour? Or did I? I did, okay.
Disapproval on the economy through the course of the summer.
But what are Trump's chances in November? Because when it comes to re-election campaigns, only a handful of presidents have succeeded to 2 terms. So what makes a one-term president? And will Donald Trump become the latest to join the club? Of the 44 men who have served as president, only 14 have completed 2 terms. We tend to think a one-termer is rare because all 3 of the last presidents have all served a second term. But believe it or not, this trend of 3 presidents serving 2 terms has happened only once before. John Adams was the first to lose a re-election. I spoke to Barbara Perry, a presidential scholar at the University of Virginia's Miller Center. She breaks down the biggest reasons for Adams' failure to win a second term.
Because there was such partisanship and such animosity between the 2 factions of Federalist and Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson, that John Adams cracked down a lot on the press and on immigrants, on anybody who would speak out against his Federalist government.
Sound familiar? One can argue the strong parallels with Adams probably means Trump's presidency could be one term, but that really isn't enough to predict the outcome of this year's election.
Can you tell me what you think are the issues that take a role when it comes to one-term presidents?
If the president's poll ratings and approval ratings are dropping, it's not a cause necessarily of his losing, but it's a sign that he may lose. What are the causes then of that? It's usually some kind of crisis that's happened in the country.
With gratitude and with determination, I accept your nomination.
Look at Jimmy Carter's poll numbers from inauguration through the end of his presidency. He reached a high approval rating of 75% at the start of his term in March 1977. But over time, his approval rating dropped to 31% in November 1980. And his disapproval ratings from the election were in the mid-50s. In the election, Ronald Reagan won the Electoral College vote by a landslide, with 489 to Carter's 49. To understand what went wrong in Carter's presidency, I spoke with historian Alice O'Connor, an expert in the politics of economic crises.
Re-election is certainly an expression of a vote of confidence, not just specifically in the way the economy is doing, which has historically been a really
We will be watching the new Jubilee, don't worry.
important factor, but also a sense that this is somebody that we can trust.
After the Iran-Iraq War and the Iranian Revolution, inflation rates averaged around 12% around the time of the election, and the country fell into a recession with unemployment at almost 8%.
The administration was veering all over the place in its response, and its attempt to get inflation under control was really important in this sense of erosion of confidence.
Because of the Iranian hostage crisis, Carter treated himself as a wartime president and suspended political campaigning. Instead, he opted for the Rose Garden strategy, much like Trump, using the White House as a campaign backdrop. Though Trump has continued to travel to rallies, the Republican Party had to present a very sharp contrast to what Carter's record had to offer. Someone who had a bold vision of American economic greatness.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
He was a conservative, but he was also a former Hollywood actor. And he was called the great communicator. And Jimmy Carter wasn't the best communicator, and he also didn't handle the press very well. So you put all those things together and it leads to a landslide victory.
We are going to go out and win one for the Gipper, and November, that's the one it's going to be.
12 years later, after Carter's defeat, another incumbent faces his same fate, George H.W. Bush. In March 1991, Bush reached a historically high approval rating, peaking at 86%. But by the time of the election, it had dropped into the low 30s. And just as Carter, Bush's disapproval rating stood in the mid-50s. In the election, Bill Clinton managed to swipe the Electoral College with 370 to 168. Bush was elected in 1988, promising to continue the Reagan train. So what happened?
Read my lips. No new taxes.
He didn't keep his word. Inheriting a massive budget deficit from Reagan, he had no other alternative but to raise taxes. And by 1991, the country crashed into a recession, with the unemployment rate peaking at 7.7% in 1992.
His betrayal of that promise played a big role in undermining the support he had within his own party. This administration is not going to protect the things that Americans hold dear. We need some kind of a change.
And that change was Bill Clinton. Similar to Reagan in 1980, he presented himself as a candidate with a difference to the current administration.
It is because we are in the grip of a failed economic theory. And this decision you're about to make better be about what kind of economic theory you want.
Now, if we take a look at this year's race, Trump seems to be
exposed. I just retweeted it. Yeah. Vaughn Whiskey asked for ads chat stat and variations like who says ads in their chat the most, okay? And I said that the what do you call it? That my community just basically fucking says ads the most, and the reason why they do it is because I top of the hour every hour have a 60-second ad break. That's why you guys say ads the most out of any other community. That's why he says Hasan's run ads button is stuck. Look at this. 53,000. And I also announced it too. Ads in chat per day. No, it's not that you guys are psychos. It's that we communicate.
Wet ass P word.
It's because we fucking communicate. And if you guys didn't remind me, I would forget. I don't run the most ads out of all these people. I probably run the least amount of ads out of all these people. My ad density is 60 seconds of ads for every 60 minutes streamed. That's what I have to hit. I have to hit it. It's in my contract. Even before a certain community tries to misrepresent this, I mean, I don't really give a shit. They can if they want to. Sim and Mr. Cow definitely run less. I don't think XQC runs any ads. Right? What the fuck? You're almost number 3? Yeah. Yeah. I know. I don't know who this eBuy guy is, but he doesn't run ads and tells the stream because he loves them, but he just has a deal with Twitch. Yeah, every big like listen, here's the thing. You have a contract. Like when you sign on to a partnership, you're signing on to a contract. Am I number 1 in paid subs? No. Well, there's hella primes. Like XQC's got holy shit, what the fuck?
Hey there, fella.
XQC's the king of primers, dude. What the fuck? Wait, this can't be correct. I have 30,000 paid subs. 7,000 of which is gifted? Yeah, that's broken. There's no way. You lie, you fuck over the poor dude with your ads? Yes, because I fucking hate the poor. That's why. I got 100 fucking tier 3s too. I got more tier 3s than XQC. It's crazy. I think that comes with like having an older audience though. Nick Merckx probably has an older audience too. I got more simps than Tim the Tap Man and everyone else on this list. Holy shit, with the exception of Summit 1G. And oh my god, Moon, the number one.
Go out and vote.
Number one at cultivating simps on the platform.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Look at Oda Block gifted. Who's Oda Block? Holy shit.
His name is
This guy has
Hasan.
15,000 gifted. Who the fuck is this guy? How? Bro, is this like a money laundering operation? Whenever I look at this, I'm like so confused. There used to be a meme about tier 3 sub in the movement, and he used to have even more. You have about 14,424 Prime subs. The site has IUs as 32,980 for estimated subs, so data is slightly off versus on-screen sub count. 14,000 Prime subs.
Oh, you're such a big
Yeah, I have fucking half the amount of Felix's primers. Yo, get those primer numbers up, dude. What is this? What is this, dude? Where my fucking primers at, dude? Let me see some primers. I need to see some movement. I legit saw this on TV. It's the dumbest political ad I've ever seen.
His name
I remember when you said you were going to
Hasan.
debate LeBron at 11K subs. I don't know what you're talking about. You just have to mention it every hour like Ludwig. You never remind people. That's true.
This is a deranged pervert.
You had 100K watch Borat with you, but none of them subbed.
Such a big
Well, I also
man,
didn't ask. I didn't ask for anyone to subscribe to me because I was on the main page. I felt like that was indecent. I feel like it's weird to just like.
Oh, you're such a big
And also, I was already doing that was a hashtag ad anyway. You know what I mean? I feel like that's weird for me to. I've always wondered about who those people are who subscribe. Imagine paying for free content. Imagine donating to a millionaire or megalol. I get it. I understand why people do it. If you like something, I think the relationship the streamers have with their audiences is like very, very close. It's parasocial in nature for sure. But because of that close relationship, I think people are like, yeah, I can get this content for free, but I want to support him.
His name is Hasan.
And for a lot of people, especially when there's like a lot of neets, right, that have disposable income, or they have mommy and daddy's income or whatever, I think for a lot of those people, they're just like, yeah, why the fuck not?
Hasan.
Dude, I have hella... Wait, what? Percentage gifted? 27%. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got big gifty boys in here.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
I think for them, it's like... Wait, bits? This calculates bits too? Who the fuck gives me bits?
His name is Hasan.
Prime subs, tier 1 subs, tier 2 subs, tier 3 subs. But yeah, for a lot of people,
This is a deranged.
there's a huge gap between rank 3 and rank 2. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? Tim the Tap Man has more subs than me, but I'm above him. Why?
This is a deranged pervert.
You mean? Also, what is this 0, 1, 2, 3? Why does it start with 0? Streamers actively abuse their viewer base just like you every day. You don't play Dark Souls 3.
Pervert.
It is parasocial, and you even have the endorphin hit of getting recognized by a lot of people. This platform should be regulated as a lot of people are getting abused. Bitch, if you think that people are subscribing to me because they get that endorphin rush from me recognizing their name, then you're in the wrong community, brother. I literally very notoriously do not recognize people who fucking subscribe. Like,
pervert.
If I'm gonna call out your name because you subscribed, it's like a really rare opportunity, okay? Literally the rarest of opportunities on the stream.
This is a deranged.
Like literally the rarest of opportunities. It took 15 months for you to say my name for subbing? Yeah.
His name is Hasan.
You have it sorted by Prime subs. Oh, word. Yeah, XQC is fucking cleaning the primers market, dude. I just subbed because I got the Amazon one and you're the only streamer I really watch. Don't say that to us simps. No, like 17 months, still ignored Sag. Okay, what a fact. Thank you for subscribing.
Oh, you're such a big man.
You've ignored my past 3 subs and all my donos. Yeah, like, that's why I don't sub. I'll donate money to you one day for the content. Wait, really? I think that's such a weird reason to fucking subscribe to someone. It's just like, oh, because the streamer is going to read your name. Look, there's a democratic process with me reading your name, okay? I think everybody knows this. If you have something interesting to say, I will very likely see it. I literally nonstop read the chat. I have an incredibly democratic process, and this community has grown in size in a remarkable fashion, and yet I still hold true to that as best as I can.
Hasan.
Okay? Marco Polo, to be honest, I first subbed to you because you said nice things about my cosplay and fitness progress.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Okay, but like, here's the thing. And I love doing this, actually. I don't hate doing it at all. Make peas. I gave up on that 16 months ago. Yeah, but I also know you're a nurse at a school. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know things about, like, regular chatters in my own chat.
Oh,
don't say docs. It's off of shit that they've told me. Like, she has said, she has talked about her background. And I remember it. No, it's not about gray names.
His name is Hasan.
You need to mention Prime subs to avoid ads every hour. Problem solved. I do mention primers and Prime subs.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
People, hey.
Anyway, all right, we're done. We're done. Stop doing the thing that you do when you're like, what's...
This is a deranged pervert.
You just lurk too much and don't type enough in chat. That's my fault.
This is a deranged pervert.
Yeah, I mean, look, I snipe as best as possible. You understand? How many subs does Asmongold have? Yeah, why is Asmongold not on this list?
Numbers up hassle.
That's kind of weird.
Isn't that just darling?
RTBA, where's Asmongold? So on stream, he has around 14K.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
His viewers spend all their money. Imagine you're looking at it sorted by Prime subs. Image you're looking. Yeah, no, I know. I'm familiar. I saw it. Hasman said today he just hit 18K.
This is a deranged pervert.
Any primers?
Most of his fans spend their money on WoW. Yeah, he has a fuckload of watchers, dude. It's crazy that he's not like at the top.
His name is Hasan.
Anyway, let's finish.
To be in a similar situation to Carter and Bush in one aspect, the economy. The pandemic practically turned the economy on its head. After the shutdown, unemployment shot up to 14.7% in April. Trump's approval ratings have never soared since coming into office. but his disapproval rating is around where it was for both Carter and Bush before the re-election.
If a president is running for re-election a second term, then the election is going to be a referendum on how he conducts himself in the presidency, and has he attacked crises well and effectively? Is the economy going well? Are we at peace?
For Trump, he has...
So you make content for white people with money? What? I do? Is that what you're saying? We're off this conversation, but I'm willing to go back to it.
Has an economic collapse, racial unrest, and has developed a credibility gap. But he's also an unprecedented president, running for a re-election in an unprecedented time. 2020 might not be 2016, but don't count Trump out just yet.
Because he has overturned and upset and crashed through and broken so many norms of the presidency, I don't know whether in the presidency itself we'll ever get those back. And I doubt that we'll ever get the norms of running for election or re-election back again.
Oops. Did I just fucking subscribe to Politico? Oh no, good. I've been posting this video nonstop. It's so good. People think Biden's on the right. He's not and never has been. The Economist analysis is good. No. AOC on people talking about a drip. Republicans are very mad again about my appearance. This time they're mad that I look good in borrowed clothes again. Listen, if Republicans want pointers on looking your best, I'm happy to share. She said this.
Nuts on your chin, Hassel.
Pretty good.
This is a deranged.
Anyway,
let's go.
Hot take sweet sour sauce with donut is really good and tasty. I will ban you. Shut the fuck up.
Hasan, I need my fix.
Okay, read the bottom of it. I missed it. What was it?
His name is Hasan.
Fuck. Oh, tip 1, drink water and don't be racist. True.
Pervert.
Facts. Factually correct. Sam Sanders says, but honestly, who even reads the Intercept?
Man, Hasan.
17 months.
Intercept readers, I stand ready for your attacks. Okay, that's bullshit.
This is a deranged.
That's not a good take by Sam Sanders, who I am now DMing. So I'm not gonna dunk on him too much. There's incredible journalists at the Intercept. Doesn't matter what the fuck Glenn Greenwald's like.
Pervert.
It's ironic. This guy's a fucking troll that I've banned before. It's so ironic that though you are okay with your chat being racist against white people constantly, while pretty much all your subs are from white people, dude, we are all self-hating whites in here, myself included, of course. We love Mayo jokes. We love constantly reminding everybody that we can't dance. Okay,
his name is Hasan.
We love it. We love it. We absolutely love it. We love hating ourselves. You understand? Trump, I saw Schiff the other day, 2 days ago, watermelon. You know, he looks like a watermelon head. True.
The American people
Good take by Trump.
of women.
Recognize me, wild people sad.
Oh, top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe! You can use your Prime or $5 subscription if you'd like to avoid the 60-second ads. No, I'm gonna do the Glenn stuff now.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Okay, where is the...
Let's continue with this psychopathic worm. Here he is.
Hell yeah, brother.
All right, time to cover the Glenn Greenwald. Yo, you should try playing Hades.
His name is Hasan.
Okay.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Arjan Pogu.
Update, I've just read the article. Glenn Greenwald says The Intercept wouldn't publish, except for the part about the Ukrainian judge, a story I simply haven't followed closely. I can't find virtually any fault with it. I'm shocked they wouldn't allow this. So, he writes an article about Hunter Biden, okay? He writes an article about Hunter Biden, and then they internally say, no.
Oh, you're such a big man.
Read Grimm's take. He was writing it with him. Wait, what did Ryan say? Wait, what? I was talking to Ryan. He never responded to what I was saying to him. Glenn Greenwald's a good friend, and that'll never change, but The Intercept remains committed to doing powerful adversarial journalism. I mean, he's right. All right, let's see what Ryan had to say. Glenn and I actually started out writing this Hunter article together, but he wanted to do deep into Burisma and media criticism, and I wanted to focus on the China element, so we decided to write separate pieces. His piece is still in the edit process when all this blew up. I was hopeful he'd be able to work out his differences on the piece with his editor, and I'm still convinced that could have happened. This, as he says, has been brewing for a long time and was about more than just one story. Meanwhile, my piece is not terribly interesting as I have no new emails or anything, and have been rather distracted today. And also, I still have no to finish deconstructed. Ugh, nothing. I just felt like Burisma had been litigated to death, and I didn't want to slide back into the muck of Ukrainian politics when the China angle had more potential for news. By the way, are you kidding me? You're trying to fundraise over the fact? Yeah. Look,
his name is Hasan.
Aaron Matt has gotten super annoying the last couple of months. Yeah, no shit, dude. A lot of the fucking gray zone guys are like, look, I'm sorry. Like, a lot of the fucking gray zone guys go way too over the top with, like, way too over the top. Like, half the time, like, they fucking overcorrect. They do that, like, annoying thing that, like, Hammer and Sickle Twitter makes where they unironically look like they're siding with an administration or a government that would literally be committing human rights abuses. And if they were America doing the shit that they were doing, we would be fucking absolutely shitting on them.
I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Like,
that's why we love
when we talk about Venezuela, what do I always say? What do I always say? Okay? I understand that the people of Venezuela are suffering largely as a consequence of the horrific sanctions, okay?
Give me my
and being ostracized by the global financial markets because of pressure from America and like Western corporations because they want to take advantage of their oil, okay? But having said that, like, Maduro isn't a fucking competent or good leader. Like, he isn't. He's not. Like, so
his name is Hasan.
I get mad when people offer like critical support or like take what's the fucking yeah, Chavez on the other hand was good. Yes.
Pervert.
What do you call it? What's the fucking
His name is Hasan.
Neoliberalism in my timeline are getting far too much enjoyment out of this. I don't get it. Chavez tied the entire economy to oil. It was going to happen. False. That's literally false. Chavez was in the process of trying to diversify and beef up agricultural production. Like, that's just not true. That's literally not true.
This is a deranged pervert.
Like, you're wrong. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
We're gonna follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
I do it because you're literally my entertainment. Instead of drinking, I donate to you. Also, you always give people attention, should not when they throw money at you. Trust me, I know. Dono Wall Peepo giggle from #1 attention snatcher.
Okay,
simp.
I'm getting stun locked now, but
People are tired of women.
it's just like what frustrates me about their coverage half the time is like that, like the answer to
pervert,
the answer to imperialist propaganda by Western media, whether it's state media like BBC or like private enterprise, private media, private institutions that like absolutely fucking toe the State Department line. All right. is not counter propaganda from Latin American media sources that are also obfuscating or omitting certain things or just not being all there completely truthful. You get it? So I get a little frustrated when like American journalists that know better.
60 seconds.
I get a little frustrated when American journalists that know better don't exercise that kind of critical thinking when covering shit from like Latin American countries' very own state media. I don't think the counter to imperialist propaganda is. I don't think the counter to imperialist propaganda is just like taking in Latin American state media and covering it like that. Friendship ended with Ryan Grimm? No, of course not. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan. Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Anyway. Calling the truth in the perspective of global South countries is not counter-propaganda. That's a CIA talking point supported by regime change wings such as the National Endowment of Democracy. Brother, like omitting the suffering of the very people that like Maduro still has sovereignty over is still like, that's bullshit. That's not fucking, like, you can literally talk about sanctions. It like, look, I expect Telesur to write things in a certain way.
This is a deranged.
I don't expect other Western journalists or journalists that are leftist or communist or whatever to take the Telesur coverage and then report it as is. You understand? That's what I'm frustrated by. But because of how horrific American imperialism is, or Western imperialism in general is, a lot of times these people in their coverage is on the right side still. But if it's like unconditionally in support of one side, with the only condition being that they are against, with the only condition that it's like against America, then sometimes you end up broadcasting opinions that are that you would never allow to slide by if it was the American government doing it. Make sense? Do you not think that there's good journalism done in Latin America? No, there's definitely good journalism done everywhere, including in Latin America. But this is similar to, look, I always make this comparison to Turkey. Okay? It is profoundly difficult to get accurate reporting out of Turkey. The media is completely controlled by Erdogan. There is the state media, TRT, okay? But then there's also like private media that is, again, sympathetic to the regime, the Erdogan regime. So that's it. It's like very difficult to get any sort of fucking news coverage that accurately reflects the realities on the ground. Not every country is Turkey, dog. Like, what is this fucking take? It is absolutely reliable to make a comparison. It's absolutely a correct comparison to make like Turkish coverage of what's going on the ground to like other areas like Brazil. With the exception of like Intercept Brazil, obviously, I think they do really good reporting because, you know, they're still relatively independent. Like you're wild. You're wild if you assume that like Telesur broadcasting is just like 100% correct and 100% accurate. Every paper, every single one has to some degree a personal bias that you can link back to their interests in their material interests. Every single fucking Brazil media is independent. No, the fuck they're not. They're right-wing as shit, aren't they? Your brain has been melted. Yeah, I thought Brazilian papers were like super fucking reactionary. Oh, anyway, in Turkey, Fox is the only opposition media, but they're like a paper tiger from what I understand. The best example you can have is Max Blumenthal and others from the Gray Zone have treated the just protests in countries such as Nicaragua. The media is controlled by the government and have censored several independent newspapers, and they never say anything about those abuses from the government. This is coming from a leftist from Nicaragua. Anyway. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, but that's a bad take. Brazilian media is right-based, not super reactionary. They're toasting Bolsonaro right now and very independent. Okay, let's get back to Glenn, though. We've moved on from Glenn 1,000 times over. All right, so he posted the most recent draft of his article, and then he ended up actually leaking all the conversations that they had. Right? The editor also replied, where is it? Oh, here. None of this is in conflict with Intercept Brazil. So he wrote a resignation letter. The same trends of repression, censorship, and ideological homogeneity. Amına koyayım, İngilizce okuyamıyoruz. Homogen. Plaguing the national press generally have engulfed the media outlet I co-founded, culminating in censorship of my own articles. Homogeneity. Okay, homogeneity. The final precipitating cause is that the Intercept's editors censored an article I wrote this week, refusing to publish it unless I remove all sections critical of Joe Biden, the candidate vehemently supported by all Intercept editors involved in this effort at suppression. But the pathologies, illiberalism, and repressive mentality that led to the bizarre spectacle of my being censored by my own media outlet are the ones that are not unique to the Intercept. I'll be doing my journalism at Substack for now. Subscribe here. I can't help but feel like this is a little grifty. Sorry. I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 2 Virgils. I'm going to keep it a buck and another Virgil on top of that buck. Okay? $1.50. I think it's a little grifty. I think he sees those in his immediate circle, like the Matt Taibbi, doing very well on Substack. And he recognizes that he can maintain his, like, consistent contrarian, like, anti-American government position. Maintain that on Substack. Have a bunch of people where he, like, old man yells at fucking SJW grift shit that he does on Twitter. But he can basically do it on Substack. This notion that, like, the publication that he himself fucking co-founded, was, like, censoring his opinion is so idiotic. And I said this yesterday when I was listening to fucking his response to Joe Rogan. The fact that he would, like, without personally verifying certain materials that he does not have access to, the fact that he would make it seem like it is real and true without verifying it at all, or without any other outlet, with the exception of New York Post, which even they themselves didn't fucking verify completely the accuracy of all materials. Running off of that, and even on Joe Rogan saying that this is true and that's why the Biden campaign won't answer it, is really fucking stupid. And I'm shocked that he said something like that, and it goes against all the good work that he's done in the past. I don't understand why he did that. He acts like they won't critique Biden, and yet Ryan did on the debate streams here many times. Yeah, like, this is disrespectful, in my opinion, to all of his fucking coworkers that work there. This is disrespectful to what he's done at the Intercept. He, like, is fucking over his own work. All of my favorite people in media work at the Intercept. You understand? Like, these are some of my favorite journalists. You guys know this already. I have them on the show all the fucking time. it is really weird to me that he would do this. Like, when Ryan covered the Alex Moore's story, people celebrated him. He also simultaneously covered the 19-year-old from fucking Kansas or Kentucky or wherever the fuck. Because he's a good journalist. The reason why he didn't cave to, like, leftists yelling at him, the reason why he didn't cave to people saying, like, how dare you cover this? The guy is, like, very clearly, the guy is, like, very clearly a bad dude or whatever. Why are you protecting him? And he was a bad dude. It came out that he was literally a bad dude, the Kansas kid, the Kansas 19-year-old. I forget what his name is. But for me, it was like, for me, that Ryan was doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Okay? He was doing exactly what he's supposed to do. That's what journalists do. It doesn't matter who the target is. It doesn't matter whether they're truly innocent or whether you believe that they're guilty. You have to uncover the truth. And that's precisely what Ryan did with Alex Morris, and that's precisely what he did with the Kansas story as well. I support Glenn Greenwald's choice to go independent, but I do not support his choice to be a homosexual. That's fucking funny. I bet you a god tier sub that he is a Fox News contributor before year's end. He's 100% into the Trump dick camp at this point and is totally grifting to be contrarian. No, I don't think he'll be a Fox contributor. Anyway. It's also weird that they wouldn't allow him to be critical of Biden. Dude, a lot of people just follow Glenn Greenwald on Twitter, I guess, and it kind of shows, because if you think that The Intercept is not critical of Biden, you're literally out of your mind. Go find a neoliberal subreddit and hear what they have to say about The Intercept. There's people in my audience that are like, Intercept is Russian agitprop. Intercept is Russian propaganda. Why are you covering? Why do you have reporters on from the Russian State Department propaganda machine? Are you fucking nuts? They shit on Biden all the time. That's literally, they shit on everyone. That's why I like them. They're honest. That's fucking insane that you think The Intercept is pro-Biden as an outlet. It's so disrespectful to all of his fucking coworkers that he wanted to fucking create as much notoriety around a Substack as possible. So he just flamed his own fucking coworkers that he pretty much hand selected to work with. So weird. And also, there are good journalists that are covering the Hunter Biden stuff. Ben Collins has been one of them. He's been covering at least how, like, it has been uncovered, at the very least, like, how this data came about. Anyway, let's look at what the Intercept response was. The editor-in-chief, Betsy Reed, sent me this statement regarding the departure of Glenn Greenwald, saying there's a fundamental disagreement over the role of editors in the production of journalism and the nature of censorship. Glenn Greenwald's decision to resign from The Intercept stems from a fundamental disagreement over the role of editors in the production of journalism and the nature of censorship. Glenn demands the absolute right to determine what he will publish. He believes that anyone who disagrees with him is corrupt, and anyone who presumes to edit his words is a censor. Thus, the preposterous charge that The Intercept's editors and reporters, with the lone noble exception of Glenn Greenwald, have betrayed our mission to engage in fearless investigative journalism because we have been seduced by the lure of a Joe Biden presidency. A brief glance at the stories The Intercept has published on Joe Biden will suffice to refute those claims. Literally. Like, are you silly? Are you nuts? Like, your publication that you fucking co-founded have been ripping into Joe Biden and will probably continue to do so. I apologize that you wanted to fucking run that you wanted to run like a fucking shit story so that you can be buddy with your homie Tucker Carlson. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. The narrative he presents about his departure is teeming with distortions and inaccuracies, all of them designed to make him appear a victim rather than a grown person throwing a tantrum. It would take too long to point them all out here, but we intend to correct the record in time. For now, it is important to make clear that our goal in editing his work was to ensure that it would be accurate and fair. While he accuses us of political bias, it was he who was attempting to recycle the political campaigns, the Trump campaign's dubious claims, and launder them as journalism. We have the greatest respect for journalist Glenn Greenwald. For the journalist Glenn Greenwald used to be, and we remain proud of much of the work we did with him over the past 6 years. It is Glenn who has strayed from his original journalistic roots, not The Intercept. The defining feature of The Intercept's work in recent years has been the investigative journalism that came out of painstaking work by our staffers in Washington, D.C., New York, and across the rest of the country. It is the staff of The Intercept that has been carrying out our investigative mission, a mission that has involved a collaborative editing process. We have no doubt that Glenn will go on to launch a new media venture where he will face no collaboration with editors. Such is the era of Substack and Patreon. In that context, it makes good business sense for Glenn to position himself as the last true guardian of investigative journalism and to smear his longtime colleagues and friends as partisan hacks. We get it. But facts are facts, and The Intercept record of fearless, rigorous, and independent journalism speaks for itself. I really hope that Li Fong doesn't follow this. I really... Because I feel like the other person the other shoe that's gonna drop is Lee, and I really hope he doesn't fucking do that shit, dude. Please, dude, come on, please. You have the capacity to fucking save yourself from the gripes of this like Substack, like annoying Substack shit. You're like hurting your own credibility too. Oh, he said Glenn is the most principled person. Okay, here's my take. You want to know what I think? I think that they're all in a fucking group thread with one another. A bunch of people that I'm friends with are probably also in that group thread, and they've like been brain rotted with like boomeristic anti-SJW takes where they literally unironically lose their fucking shit at any amount of criticism. Okay, half the time that criticism is completely insane. Okay, let's be real. There's a lot of people on the left that are fucking crazy on the internet. They can't shut the fuck up, and they have no way of looking at things critically, where there's a lot of fucking people who are like, oh, I'm a real anti-fascist because I say fuck Nazis. I'm going to punch Nazis in the face. Meanwhile, Glenn Greenwald, you and on Tucker Carlson, you're not a real anti-fascist. Like, bitch, he's putting his fucking life on the line every goddamn day that he does journalism in Brazil. Shut the fuck up, okay? He is actually doing real anti-fascism. So shut the fuck up, Twitter leftists. But I think that kind of interaction over and over and over again has like melted their fucking brains. And they have this like Michael Treacy way of thinking where it's like becoming borderline reactionary. You're just like creating reactionary cannon fodder. I will still look forward. I will still look at Glenn Greenwald's journalism as some of the best. Okay, it's just the way it is. He's done too much fucking good work for me to just be like, yeah, he's whatever. But I do think that these guys have a fucking Twitter group or something where they've like broken their brains. It's like Matt Taibbi, Glenn Greenwald, Li Fong, Michael Treacy. I feel like they all fucking get together and like constantly fucking chirp at one another about how annoying blue-haired SJWs are. And now that fucking circle jerk is like manifesting, and Zaid Jilani too. And I feel like that circle jerk is like unironically turning into some fucking reactionary shit. It's really weird, dude. Come on, bro. What are you doing? Like, I get it. You like going on the Red Scare podcast and shit, and you like listening to them, but what are you doing? Like, that manifests in, like, really silly takes, especially when it comes to matters that pertain to identity. Like, it really does. There's still good work that even Saeed brings out every now and then, or like interesting contrarian positions that I respect and appreciate that he's bringing up. But I don't know. So Twitter SJWs are your take on this? I think Twitter SJWs are oftentimes marginalized people who have zero power, okay? They have zero power. Lefties in general have zero material power in this country and almost universally. But this notion that like Twitter lefties have any power is so fucking psychotic. Just avoid them, okay? There's silly bitches in my replies every goddamn day. What do? I either tell them to suck my dick or I avoid replying to them. Who gives a shit? Okay? Ultimately, they're well-intentioned people that are going to grow out of their fucking weird, like, psychotic manifestations of like, paranoid delusions on the timeline where they're like, oh, dude, you must be CIA. Or, oh, dude, you must be fucking a reactionary. You're probably racist. Like, who gives a shit? Stop. Like, that's precisely why someone with Glenn Greenwald's background, okay, someone who is like literally taken down, someone who has, with his work and his incredible team in Brazil, someone who's been able to like free a previous fucking political dissident in Brazil. Like, that's how powerful this fucking journalism is in a autocratic fascist regime in Brazil. That dude is getting duped by reactionaries with like fake SJW accounts that say psychotic shit. At that point, you got to be like, I need to reflect on this. Like, I can't believe that I literally got duped by a right-wing account that was portraying themselves as left-wing. Like, at that point, you got to be like, okay, maybe I'm being a little crazy. Maybe I should dial it back a little bit. Maybe I should rein it in a little bit. Okay? Because when you fucking do that, when you start like, when you go down that weird like pipeline, I feel like you end up with really weird with like really weird takes, with like Lee Fong saying something along the lines of like 1350. Psychotic can be ableist. Exactly the kind of person I'm talking about. See? This is the person I'm talking about. Okay? Here, a 2-week ban for you. That's what you're supposed to do. That person, probably from a marginalized background, probably has mental health problems. Here, 2-week break for you. That's it. You don't have to talk about how, like, that person is, like, running the country or some other fucking psychotic delusion that you have. Okay? Like, that person has no power whatsoever. Okay? He just thinks he's doing what's right by others that are like him. Okay? Anyway. Anyway, where were we? My conclusion after reading as much of this to me as I could bother with, Glenn Greenwald appears to believe that he is extremely important. I mean, dude, this is a fucking senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. But, I mean, he's right, though. Yeah, Glenn does think he's extremely important. And I wish he didn't suck. He goes on the most watched news program on Fox to debunk State Department and intelligence propaganda just because he's critical of, say, Joe Biden, someone who was pro-Euromaidan coup and that let Hunter get his position in the first place because he doesn't want a Cold War propaganda doesn't mean Glenn is being duped by anti-SJWs. Dude, We can run this fucking... We can play this game if you want. Okay? I get it. I'm a bigger Glenn fanboy than you are. Okay? Or I was, at least. Shut the fuck up about this. Like, oh, he's going on Fox to just debunk state propaganda. What he's doing is allowing an actual fucking white Anglo-Saxon Protestant supremacist, or a WASP nationalist, rather, to... He's lending his credibility and his previous work and the legitimacy that he's gotten to a person who is very clearly trading in falsehoods, lies, who is a overall reactionary. Okay? When you go on Tucker Carlson's show and your immediate question isn't, why the fuck did you call Iraqis primitive apes that deserve to be bombed? You're not doing justice to whatever cause you believe you're doing justice to. No, they're fucking homies. The real truth there is that they're friendly with one another, okay? They're friends. Because Tucker Carlson, behind closed doors, is an otherwise friendly person. This is why I have to tell Jink, like, don't be fucking fooled by this dude's lies. Like, don't think that he's a nice person. Because he's very clearly a WASP nationalist, okay? He is the ultimate reactionary. I'm sorry. He can traffic in all the Nazball fucking takes he wants to, but ultimately Tucker Carlson is a piece of shit who truly is a virulent racist and a nationalist who is only adopting the aesthetics of leftist progress in an effort to push forward his much more nefarious agenda of nationalism. That's what he cares about. The libertarian Swanson Frozen Foods Dynasty recipient is not actually a fucking socialist, okay? Now, as far as Glenn Greenwald's criticism of Joe Biden deserves a fuckload of criticism. Mountains of criticism. Okay? Mountains. But Joe Biden acting in the way that he did in Burisma does not spell corruption or any number of like different it doesn't spell collusion or corruption for his son. Okay? Was Hunter Biden corrupt in getting his fucking Burisma job that he clearly did not deserve to get and only got it as a consequence of his last name? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I have never denied that, and I still don't deny it. I've been talking about this since the fucking stupid impeachment processes started, okay? I can't believe I've been repeating this for like a year now. Literally been a year. But this notion that you're trying to tie together that like Joe Biden did actually operate at the behest of Hunter Biden working at Burisma, and that's why he pressured the Ukrainian authorities to fire the previous prosecutor that was refusing to fucking investigate Burisma and was refusing to cooperate with international authorities in that regard. That's silly bitch shit, okay? You don't have any evidence for that. That's precisely why the fucking goalpost shifts whenever Glenn or other people like that talk about the Burisma scandal, where they say, why is Joe Biden criticizing or pressuring Ukraine to change their prosecutor to begin with, rather than saying that they were colluding? Okay? That's it. I'm grateful to Glenn for helping to found such an important media outlet. The Intercept is run by editors who give us exceptional freedom to write and speak while also telling us when we are losing the plot. It's an honor to work with them. Become a member today. Glenn was not censored. He was edited and edited well. Crying censorship is a marketing ploy to gin up subscribers for his Substack. Are people really going to fall for it? Of course they're going to fall for it! I love Naomi Klein, though. She's right. And people are falling for it. This is absolutely, without a doubt, 100%, I'm sorry, marketing to reactionaries. That's it. And I predict that he will cover annoying anti-SJW grievances a lot more frequently on Substack, where he has no editorial control whatsoever. So get ready for that. But this notion that, like, this fucking notion that Glenn Greenwald was censored, or that the Intercept is, like, operating at the behest of, like, corporate DC types, is so pathetic. It's almost as pathetic as his grifty ass going on fucking Tucker Carlson every time just because they're homies. Okay? There was another beheading in France or something? What is happening? Why does everyone come in here to ask for my take on France? I don't know what the fuck's going on in France. Maybe France should fucking figure out their coronavirus spread first, okay? I don't know what is happening in France. Some fucking psycho, some psychopath beheaded a fucking teacher, okay? Fuck that guy. And then what happened? There was another beheading or something? There's 3 terrorist attacks. Okay, fuck them. What do you want? What take can I give you? I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, these people are insane, dude. They're fucking insane. Okay? They're out of their goddamn minds. How do you feel about Jimmy Dore doing Carlson's show? What happened there? Huge fan, by the way, King. Keep killing it, King. I don't know. What about Islamophobia? Call it out. Yes, there's horrific Islamophobia in France. But guess what, by the way? That's inexcusable, obviously. But, like, what the fuck are these dudes doing? And by the way, the Muslim community doesn't fucking excuse that behavior, so don't give me that shit either. One of the new terrorist attacks was a fascist. I don't know enough. I don't know what the... I don't know enough about what's going on there. So I can't talk about it. They just want to shit on Muslims at every opportunity possible. Like, dog. When you see a fucking psychopathic fundamentalist behead someone, okay? When you see a psychopathic fundamentalist behead someone, why is it the entire fucking Muslim community's fault? But, like, when a Christian white supremacist shoots up fucking El Paso Walmart, we never are like, yo, this is the entire Christian community's fault. Like, what is this? Like, why do you come to me for a take that you're gonna, you're not gonna expect? I don't know what you expect of me to say in this circumstance. Oh, wait, hold on. Someone said that's uncommon. No, the fuck, it's not uncommon. It's not fucking uncommon at all. I live in America, you idiot. Our big problem is literally Christian, white supremacist, psychopathic terrorists. Our problem isn't Islamic terror. Our problem is the opposite, okay? If there is a difference, or if they're opposing. Turks and Armenians in Lyon clashing. Okay, I don't know enough about what's going on. Again, I don't know what's going on in fucking France, so I can't talk about it. Why we talk more about the terrorist attack than all the attacks that happens on mosques and temples each year? Well, I mean, that's silly too. Like, I talk about whatever. I talk about that and I talk about this too. It's understandable, but like, I'm not talking about that right now because I don't know what the fuck happened. There was another motivation behind the shooting in the US. Dude, it's the George W. Bush, God told me to invade Iraq dichotomy. I don't care. You're being a silly bitch, okay? You're literally, you're doing the argument, okay? You're making that argument already. You're making my argument. No one thinks what George W. Bush did in Iraq was motivated by Christianity. Maybe some people do. There is a material underlying reason for it. Okay? Muslims are susceptible to radicalization by bad faith, fundamentalist operatives that portray themselves as religious leaders, just like fucking Christians are. And unfortunately, due to destabilization and in some circumstances colonization too, Muslim countries, unfortunately, have not been able to fucking push back against their own fundamentalists in their own countries. You understand? There's a reason why Iran is the way it is. And guess what? America has a lot to do with that. So stop fucking alienating other Muslims, especially Muslims that live in the Western world, and like painting everyone with a fucking broad brush. Because all you're doing is radicalizing people further by pushing them away. Explain what colonialism has to do with the development of Wahhabism in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Let me think about that really quickly. I wonder how Wahhabism developed in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that was completely disconnected from the British Empire and their interests in oil extraction or the American government. You're correct. How did they secure the funds, you think? That's a bait, right? You're fucking insane, right? Like, anyway. Iran's not extremist in the slightest. That's American, Israeli, Saudi, Turkish propaganda you're repeating. Dude, shut the fuck up. Iran's not extremist in the slightest. Come on, dog. Like, I mean, I support Iranian people. I've literally even talked about how fucking insane it is that America gets to execute a second, an incredibly important leader for the Iranian people, like Qasem Soleimani. They assassinated him. But like, if you say that like the administration in Iran isn't fucking extremist, you're psychotic. The alternative MEK isn't any fucking better. They're horrible. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, we're talking about the government. I can, maybe because I grew up in Turkey, I can separate the government from the people, okay? I can separate right from wrong. I have the capacity to understand that Muslims are not a fucking monolith. No matter how much white people in the Western world choose to feel that way, they are not a fucking monolith. I'm not a soldier, you got an image. Most Iranians are cool, though. A lot of them like American culture. Lol, but white people are? Fucking idiot. Wait, what? Wait, what do you think I said about white people? Yo, nothing more fragile than a fucking white dude in my chat misunderstanding what I'm saying. Holy shit, dude. Even the fucking mere mention. What, you think I think white people are a monolith? What are you, fucking stupid? No, of course not. The reason why I don't even mention that white people are not a monolith is because not a single fucking person thinks white people are a monolith. It's the default skin in video games. So most people have the capacity to understand that, like, white people have conflicting opinions, difference in opinion. Like, what Western nation where we see white people as a monolithic? They're the dominating culture and they're the dominating ethnic background, even though the concept of whiteness, especially in America, is one that is ever expanding regardless. I come from a Muslim family, and most of them are happy about the killing. So what does that mean? The majority enjoy the violent. Sure, dude. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you have stupid fucking conservative Muslim parents. If that is the truth. Even. Yeah, it's like the classic as a black, I support Trump take. Hey, us blacks love listening to hip-hop music and doing crimes. Fuck whites, am I right? My black brothers. Chris Hayes says, the world absolutely deserves a joint Glenn Taibbi Sully venture. Who's Sully? Andrew Sullivan. Ugh. Oh, that's terrible, dude. No. This is snarky as fuck. He's being super snarky. I do think that, like, to be honest though, I do think that so hot here in Tampa, 87 degrees at a truck blasting water. Trump blasting water. Multiple people have passed out already.
This would be the American dream and the socialist
Venezuela. Hasan the Hun, lol. They're hosing them hogs, baby. Exactly. I joined in late. I'm out of the loop. So people are okay with the terroristic attacks that have taken place in France? No one is okay with terrorism. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? This is so stupid. Like... No, Nigel Farage actually did speak at a Trump rally. Yeah. I'm a Muslim man myself, brother, and I love the killings. You know, yeah, I'm Muslim myself, and as a Islam, the attacks are actually good. Yeah, totally. Everyone around me, I'm sitting in a cafe right now in Bangladesh. Everyone's saying that this is very good, very cool. They love it. Inshallah, brother. Yeah, I'm hearing Bangladeshi whispers. Chuds don't say cafe. No, they do. The coffee shop. Sorry, they say coffee shop. I was making a Jacob what's his face meme. Yeah, they're dancing on rooftops, brother. Yeah, I have already talked about fucking Chris Hayes. All right. This is a 51-minute video, dude. Who should be president? I am done with fucking Glenn shit. This is, I believe, some really good work from The Intercept by Akila.
Philadelphia, a Democratic stronghold where black voters...
Who's awesome. I've had her on one of the election coverages, one of the debate coverages, I think, during the primaries.
The balance this year.
You voting? Yeah, I'm a vote, brother. All right. I'm a Democrat, brother.
In 2016, a drop in black turnout in swing states helped Trump skate by.
So thank you to the African American Committee.
This time, there seems to be a singular focus.
Hey, get Trump the fuck out of there.
Don't act like there's nobody having this opinion. Since you started the stream, there's been countless messages in your chat saying fuck the French. I think they're saying fuck the French because of the way that the French government has handled the situation. Like, this is seen as like a huge cardinal sin and very disrespectful. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. Okay? I don't give a shit if you like paint the prophet or whatever. All right? But very clearly it upsets the Muslim community. And ultimately it's not really an infringement on your fucking rights to be nice to religious people to a certain degree. Okay? So when you agitate on top of that, and I'm not familiar with what the fuck the French have done, but when you agitate on top of that and then you say, I mean, Macron is already like psychotic for a multitude of different reasons. And then on top of that, when you're basically functionally defending like racist ass fucking depictions of Muslims and shit at a time when like tensions are super fucking high and like disrespecting the entire Islamic community, then you're being a fucking piece of shit too. That's why other Muslims are upset, not because they're like happy that someone got fucking decapitated. Like you're nuts if you think that. If there are people that are excited that like people got decapitated, then fuck those people. Okay? I mean seriously, fuck those people. But if you don't recognize that, like, as a liberal, supposedly liberal person, if you don't recognize that you are making that space way more hostile for the already, like, the sizable Muslim communities in fucking France, then you're delusional. And that is inevitably going to play into the hands of those who want to radicalize young poor Muslims, okay? By utilizing religion, if you don't integrate people, there's going to be more fucking divisions. It's completely, it has happened before. Shit like this, ISIS jerks off to shit like this. You understand? They jerk off to it. They're like, oh, this is so great. I mean, they're nearly irrelevant now. But like, they want stuff like this to happen. If you have ever looked into how they radicalize people, you would understand that. You should be doing, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the speeches that you should be utilizing are like George W. Bush post 9/11. Not what he did in the aftermath of 9/11, but what George W. Bush said in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 was to temper the mood and stop getting people to fucking attack every single Muslim. And it still didn't prevent anti-Islamic terror from happening. Why are people fucking throwing question marks in my chat? Are you okay with random Sikh people getting fucking killed because of 9/11? I thought that you weren't okay with that. Are you okay with Muslim hate crimes against Muslims increasing as a consequence of 9/11? Deep down inside, I think a lot of fucking r/atheist dipshits, and I'll fucking say it. I don't give a fuck if I lose a big chunk of my audience here. I think a lot of you motherfuckers, unironically, can't escape the previous fucking social conditioning that you've gotten in our hyper-militant, hyper-nationalist, insane fucking warmongering state where you literally cannot separate like the entire Islamic community with acts of terror perpetrated by a Muslim. You get that, right? And all you're doing right now is seasoning. All you're doing right now is a justification to enact your hatred against them, okay? These are immigrants. They're fucking poor as shit. They're suffering in most of these communities. All you should be doing is fucking working to integrate them every single fucking day, okay? So don't give me that fucking white boy attitude that you learned from watching Sam Harris. All right, motherfucker? It doesn't work here. Sorry. And if there are Muslims out there or Muslim leaders out there who fucking turn around and justify beheading, then fuck those people. Those people are psychotic fundamentalist conservatives. Okay? Jesus Christ. You people want me to fucking be like, no, it's actually all right that like that instead of tempering the fucking fire and the consistent agitation, Macron did a good job by saying they hate our freedom. Yeah, but you hate Donald Trump, right? You like Macron, but you hate Donald Trump, right? When Donald Trump said Muslim ban, you were like, oh no, don't do that. Fuck you. Fuck you. I get that you're fucking frustrated right now, okay? I get the tensions are fucking high right now because of some psychotic fucking weirdos, psychotic fundamentalist weirdos that went out and did some horrible fucked up shit. But to like justify additional agitation that is only going to fucking increase violence. Both violence against random innocent Muslims and violence against random innocent people that some psychotic fundamentalist is going to turn around and fucking use as a justification to go behead again. If you don't recognize that this is just going to a bad place, then I don't know what to tell you. I haven't been able to educate you on a single thing. See? Again, dog, nobody hates Muslims. It's about the Islamic ideology. They use the Quran to justify the killings. Exactly. That take is fucking stupid, dude. You're a fucking idiot. You are a racist, Islamophobic idiot if you genuinely think that. Okay? It is nefarious actors that utilize religion just like any other fucking ideology to justify it, to give it a religious perspective. Okay? How do you not recognize this? Nobody says this about Christianity, and they shouldn't. Did George W. Bush invade Iraq because God told him so, the Christian God, and that's precisely why he invaded Iraq? If so, then Christians got a lot more blood on their fucking hands than Muslims, I guess. I'm not even a religious person. The religious right in Turkey are people I fucking despise, okay? Are people I believe have fucked over Turkey, made it worse. But when you turn around and you develop an us versus them mentality and paint fucking and try to justify like all Muslim nations are actually in support of the beheadings and shit like that, you literally are creating a bigger problem. You, sir, aren't going to educate anyone. Maybe trick some small-minded sheep into your narrative. Thanks. True. Christians aren't cutting off Muslims' heads because they fifis? Yeah. Have you heard of, I don't know, Eddie Gallagher, for example? The war criminal Navy SEAL that his own fucking Navy SEAL platoon outed? They certainly are. As a matter of fact, if you think about it from the Christianity point of view, if we're using your narrow framework of like, anytime a Muslim does something that is reflected poorly on the entirety of the Muslim community, anytime a Christian does something that's reflected poorly on the entirety of the Christian community, then, in which case, Christians have a lot more fucking blood on their hands than Muslims do, if that's what we're going to look at it. If we're going to add, like, to the pile-on the American imperialist endeavors as a consequence of their Christian supremacist beliefs, okay, then America kind of wins on that. Christianity kind of wins on that. Anyway, I got to run an ad. And then after that, we're going to go back to the black voters in Pennsylvania. You fucking simps. All of you talking about how you hate Trump. But then when Macron does it, you're like, oh, I love Macron. Here's an ad. Let me swallow the fucking French boot whole. Give me the entire La Boot, sir.
You're fucking my money up.
Literally blaming the Charlie Hebdo victims? No, of course I'm not blaming the Charlie Hebdo victims. Did I not start by saying that it's completely psychotic to fucking kill someone over a cartoon, and that I personally don't give a shit whether you fucking paint the prophet or not, but very clearly it is deeply offensive and seen as a cardinal sin to billions of fucking Muslims around the world, and that once this shit happens, you, instead of saying we need to be respectful of the Muslims in our communities and whatnot, and stop trying to agitate them as a consequence of this fucking psychotic fundamentalist terrorist who definitely is in the wrong here. There's no fucking ands, ifs, or buts. Instead of that, agitating so that more fucking attacks happen, or agitating so that more fucking attacks also happen against Muslims, is insane.
That's the overall sentiment of the people that you talk to?
He's still not wearing a mask. So it's in his head, I guess, if you believe hard enough that it's not real, it won't be real.
All of our lives are at stake right now.
We in trouble if a lot of people don't get out here and vote.
I ain't not enough for him.
Why are you being an apologist for the suppression of freedom of expression, though? First of all, dipshit, most of these European countries have significant hate speech laws. You understand that, right? You can't fucking deny the Holocaust. You can't run around with a goddamn swastika. So, like, hateful depictions of different ethnic minorities, regardless, is literally a violation of that and should not be fucking supported, okay? So suck my dick. Like, they don't have freedom of speech in those countries, you idiot. So what are you talking about? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't have like the American free speech. No one has free speech. Like, first of all, that's insane. It's not a real thing. Oh, free speech absolutists are insane. Oh, they're also not real. They're not real. No one is a free speech absolutist. There's not a single person on the planet that is a free speech absolutist. There is not a single place on the planet that has free speech absolutism. There's, of course, always going to be limitations on speech. Obviously, even on fucking 4chan poll.
But the level of enthusiasm for Joe Biden is low and could put a damper on voter turnout. Black leaders have revived Biden's political career time and again.
Joe Biden!
Joe Biden.
This candidacy was
A satirical comic is not hate speech? Oh, really? That's really an interesting take. A satirical comic can absolutely be hate speech. That's fucking bullshit. Either so many of you have like completely lost the plot here because of your own personal fucking biases against Muslims, or like, what are you talking about? A satirical comic can't be fucking hate speech. The fuck do you mean? Just a joke, lel. Like, what are you, 14 years old? You're all over the place. How could you even compare a mild satirical comic with wearing fucking Nazi shit, dude? I wonder how the Nazis were able to get so many people to hate and despise Jews by dehumanizing them routinely and even applying satirical and cartoonish depictions of them, which we now also recognize as hate speech with like gigantic noses and shit with like fucking fangs. I wonder if that wasn't a, I wonder if that was something that they ever did. This notion that like there's no such thing as like fucking satire ever being like hate speech or whatever is so silly. Not saying that these people should be prosecuted, by the way. I'm not fucking even saying that, but don't be a child. Like, don't literally be a child and come in here with like incredibly childish takes that like, oh, satirical cartoons can never be hate speech. Of course they can. And it's not just like the person getting fucking beheaded. It's not just. That's not justice. That's fucking insane. Fuck that dude. Like, that's not a proper reaction to it. Okay? It's not. It absolutely is not. None of these dipshits in the chat are mentioning the stabbing of 2 Muslim women after the beheading of the teacher. Bunch of macaronis. No, because that doesn't matter. Because again, we're relitigating. For a lot of people, this is like triggering something in their brains that they had in the post 9/11 world, where like this is literally Islamophobia was one of the main reasons why people like Joe Rogan radicalized into the fucking chuds that they are. And it's funny because a lot of you that are here, in my audience, now are conditioned into recognizing their previous chud-like behavior. But this one is so pervasive that it's impossible to fucking escape. Okay? That's it. This is so bad. I can't listen to this bullshit. Europeans dying in their own countries because of Islamists. Fuck you. Okay? Fuck you and your fucking supremacist attitude. Okay? Fuck you, dude. Here, I'll help you out. In their own countries. In their own countries. That's scummy, ethno-statist racism. That's all that is. And I hope you're conditioned to recognizing that at this point. I hope when you have those sorts of feelings manifest within yourself, you recognize it for what it is. What happened? I thought this was a woke community. So what do you do with the deal with the radical fundamentalists? Turn the other cheek? Of course not. Of course not. You eliminate the conditions in which radicalization occurs. If you want to deal with radicalization, you have to eliminate the conditions where radicalization can occur. Okay? I'm sorry, but you're lost in the sauce. If you think any media portraying Muhammad the Prophet equals hate speech, your fucking biases are that is getting in the way. Maybe you should re-examine your statements. It's not that it's pervasive or conditioned thinking. It's a ludicrous fucking take. It's not even any media depicting Muhammad. It's the way that Muhammad was also depicted on top of that. Okay? Muslims in the greater Muslim community have an entirely different set. They're like, please don't fucking do this. Please don't be Muslims that are otherwise normal, peaceful, whatever, go about their daily lives are just like, this is a thing that is deeply offensive and is a fucking sin. Okay? Obviously, the justification isn't violent retaliation. That's psychotic. Fuck those people. Okay? And do I personally give a shit? No, I don't give a shit. But like, agitating Muslims further by being like, this is what we're gonna do, by like depicting Muslims in this way, painting Muslims in a fucking broad brush, and like further and further like trying to beat that into them when it's not going to fucking happen, is insane. It's dumb. It's going to radicalize people further. This line is terrible. You are likening the Islamic community to the dogs that will just bite if you rattle their cage. Shameful. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Think about my 9/11 takes, okay? Suck my dick. Every country and every culture has different... Every country and every fucking culture has absolutely different takes. You think people didn't fucking threaten me with beheadings? Okay? The only thing stopping a white supremacist from killing me after what I said about 9/11, where they grossly misunderstood what I was saying regardless, the only thing stopping me from getting executed by white supremacists who still try to dox me every step of the fucking way was proximity. Okay? So shut the fuck up! What? Yeah, oh, yeah, dude. Not hate speech, by the way. Hey, let's take a look at this. Fucking racist, pedophile, French fucks, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm sure that's normal. Thank God for gay West Hollywood keeping the chuds out, literally. Isn't that like saying eating pork or committing any other sin is just radicalizing Muslims? Don't like cartoons? No, it's not. No, that's psychotic. Okay? One is just like being decent and not fucking trying to shit on Muslims on purpose and agitate them. It's like, you know what this is like? If Charlie Hebdo literally just wrote the N-word over and over and over again, or if there was like an American comparison to it, and they just wrote, there were a bunch of fucking white dudes at a publication that just wrote the N-word over and over again, and black dudes understandably got mad, and then they were just like, what do you mean? We're just writing the N-word. It's just our freedom of expression. And they just kept writing N-word, N-word, N-word, N-word, N-word over and over again. And then the government was like, yeah, of course they're going to be able to say the N-word. They hate our freedom. These blacks hate our freedom. Okay? This is our country, and these black people hate our freedom. That's exactly what has happened in France. So shut the fuck up. And I say this as someone who doesn't give a fuck that, like, the Islamic prophet Muhammad is being depicted in any meaningful capacity. I don't give a shit personally. Okay? And no, you can't murder people because they write the N-word. I didn't say you can murder people because they fucking wrote the... Because they drew the Prophet Muhammad, you fucking moron! I never said that that's acceptable! But the reason why your fucking baby brain cannot comprehend this fact is because you're horrifically fucking Islamophobic, okay? That's just the truth. I'm sorry. Just reprogram your fucking brain a little bit. I don't think it's acceptable to go out and fucking murder someone for a fucking comic. You don't choose to be black? That's horrible analogy, bro. Religious cope. Dude, I'm done. I'm done with r/atheist morons, okay? Obviously, your indoctrination to religion is so fucking powerful that it's literally, that to religious people, it's every fiber of their being, okay? So this notion that like, you choose your religion so I can be as like anti-religious as I possibly want to be is so stupid. Shut the fuck up. There's limitations to that regardless. Oof. It's like saying drawing racist pictures of Jews is the same as eating pork. Yeah, like... I grew up with Muslims. I'm POC Italian cap. My best friends are Muslim and my fiance is Muslim. More people need to actually meet and go and get to know Muslims. The vast majority of Muslims do not support these things, of course. Sorry, you deal with this every time. The N-word is a great example. You're not saying that you can't criticize Islam or the Prophet. Just look at Rushdie. I don't think you have a problem with it. That's an expression of free speech. In this case, the comic was inflammatory and it is created to offend. Yeah, it was. Of course it was created to offend. And the counter to that was fucking horrible, obviously. I'm not justifying the actions against Charlie Hebdo. That's psychotic. Fuck those guys. Not Charlie Hebdo. Well, I mean, fuck Charlie Hebdo for different reasons, but fuck the terrorists that retaliated in a violent capacity. Fuck them. They're burning in fucking hell if there is one. Okay? They're doing the same shit Europeans did with Jews, but with Muslims now. It's the same game, different times. Your analogy with the N-word is a perfect example. Something that's just not illegal, but extremely offensive. Yeah, and the really shitty part, the really shitty part of this process, the really shitty part about this fucking process, is that like, it gets protection. Like it literally gets fucking protection from the government. It like. You also regularly shit on even moderate Islamists that America regularly supports. Chat, so silly to think that you sympathize with them. I know. Hasan, this is what Macron wants, just like every fucking conservative leader in the world. Have you seen the statistics of French towards right? Just like Erdogan opening up Hagia Sophia, he feeds his voters with wrath and hatred towards a common enemy. Yeah, like it's so dumb. And I shit on Erdogan when he opened like Hagia Sophia and turned it into a fucking mosque. I was like, fuck you. It's the same exact shit. You know, Macron is protecting France's freedom of speech because they have to fight for it in its history. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Hate speech laws in France are matters of both civil law and criminal law. Those laws protect individuals and groups from being defamed or insulted because they belong or do not belong, in fact, or in fancy, to an ethnicity or a nation, a race, a religion, a sex, a sexual orientation, or a gender identity, or a religion, or because they have a handicap, or a religion. The laws forbid any communication which is intended to incite discrimination against, hatred, or harm to anyone because of his belongings or not belonging, in fact, or in fancy, to an ethnicity, a nation, a race, a religion, a sex, sexual orientation, a race, a religion, or a gender identity because he or she has a handicap, or a religion. Can I just say it again? A religion. Do you think that France has fucking like hate speech laws or not? I think I might have missed the religion part. The only reason, well, there's two reasons, okay? There's two reasons why the people of France and like people all around the world, especially in the Western world, Christians specifically, are reacting the way that they are to this story is because, one, like just fucking social conditioning and anti-Islam stereotypes that are incredibly pervasive and incredibly successful at of course, justifying the imperialist conquest of the Western world on either Muslim colonies like France does, or what America has done and has basically extracted, or rather exported to the rest of the fucking world, as far as another form of cultural imperialism. Okay? Muslims are all terrorists is the dominating thought. Okay? That's it. That's the one thing. And the second reason is because of the insane fucking reaction from psychopathic, fundamentalist morons who retaliate in a fucking psychotic way. It, like, going out and like beheading someone. What are you, fucking stupid? I mean, you are stupid. You're a psycho. Okay? You're an absolute psychopath. Selected cases. Prohibited poster. Ave Maria. 3 organizations has a ban. Je vous salue by Jean-Luc Godard. The film put the biblical story of Mary and Joseph in a modern setting. The organization said the film insulted their religion. The court refused to ban their film. Like, I'm not even talking about fucking banning depictions. But it would go a long way. I feel like a lot of the people who type dumb shit only hear a little what you're saying and assume the worst. Like, I don't even think you should be like, no depictions of fucking Prophet Muhammad going forward. It's just, it would go a long way if you were like, hey guys, let's not fucking disrespect Muslims by drawing them like they're monkeys and shit. Okay? And not because, like, they will come and fucking behead you. That's psychotic. No one should have the fear of getting beheaded for any take that they have. Let's be real. Here's another Charlie Hebdo piece. Yeah, here. What do you guys think about that? I showed the Muslim one already. I don't know where it was. The translation is, it says, don't touch our subsidies. It's literally like, dude, here is how fucked the French are when it comes to racism, okay? That, like, if an American publication was doing this with our free speech background, and if American publication was so routinely and so consistently doing this, no one would defend them, even in fucking free speech absolutist America. Okay? Obviously, they don't get to fucking... no one gets to kill them over it. Okay? They don't deserve that. Don't be crazy. But, like, just glancing over this is like, oh, it's just freedom of expression. Well, you're being a fucking asshole. Okay? You're just saying it's just jokes. Sex slaves of Boko Haram are mad. Don't touch our subsidies. You do know this is their art style, right? Oh, dude, okay. My bad. Oh, it's alright. It's just their art style. Shit, never mind, dude. Bro, this is no different than fucking Boo Boo Bennett. Okay? This is no different than Boo Boo Bennett going to a college campus and being like, hey, like, why are you guys so mad at me? I'm just here. Are you triggered? Are you triggered? Oh no, why are people triggered? Why are so many people unironically defending horrific racist shit? Like, what kind of fucking community have I cultivated? I don't know what that is. I don't want to show it. There's like nudity in it. Why are you defending a terrorist, dude? I'm not defending a fucking terrorist. People shouldn't get beheaded for racist shit? Yeah, no shit. That's not my take. Hey, guys? No, I'm not fucking defending beheading someone over a cartoon, okay? Don't be stupid. That's not my take at all. And that's never been my fucking take. But there's a reason why there's so many people who are like, you can't be against the actions of Islamic extremists and not entertain any ideas, productive reforms of religion. Islam is producing horrific externalities, and to be against the actions of terrorists necessitates a sympathy for religious reform. What? Islam is producing horrific externalities, and to be against the actions of terrorists necessitates a sympathy for religious reform? Who the fuck doesn't want religious reform? Guys, it's okay if you do Jim Crow depictions of black people. It's just, come on, dude. Like, there's no context. It's just like, if you consistently pump out some of the most marginalized people in your own fucking country, depicting them as like animals or basically, what was it term? Broodmare or whatever. I'm not entirely familiar, but like that are just there to suckle on the welfare teat, and that's why they're having as many children as possible. That's just a joke, bro. Like, why are people offended? I don't fucking get it, dude. Some of you think you're fucking woke, and you've transcended beyond like the Sam Harris intellectual dark web days of consumption, and it very clearly shows that you kind of haven't. Robert Downey Jr. doing blackface is widely praised. Explain that one. I think if you search hard enough, you can find my takes on that issue. I've talked about it a million times. I like saying cool Arab words like inshallah and mashallah, but I also have no issue participating in Islamophobia Twitch chat right now. Yeah, 100%. Are you part of the Grey Wolves? Literally sounds the same. What, like MHP Grey Wolves? Like, what are the Grey Wolves? Are you talking about like the ultra-nationalist Turkish party? You think me, an outspoken leftist, is a part of an ultra-nationalist Turkish party that's in support of AKP? Really? That's your take? That's your critical take here? Very cool. People are just trying to get clips before the election, dude. 5K of these people are just Proud Boy, K-Kona, alt-right D-bags trying to get clout off your reaction. Don't sweat the bullshit. What's your take on Sam Harris's efforts to reform Islam? I don't believe it. Anyway. Let's continue. The ethno-staters and fedora tipping neckbeard atheists sound the same. I can't tell who you're dunking on. Yeah, I know. Muslims always cry victim. Alright, I'm gonna start banning some people. Islamist extremism / exhibitionism and Islamophobia are both two sides of the same coin. Both products of fear breeding fear, scapegoating, the glorification of irrationalism, and a crisis of identity resolved through violence and bigotry. When the fucking French president is being so Islamophobic and promoting races like Charlie Hebdo, it's bound to create more divisions and more attacks from both radical Muslims and radical far-right freedom fighters. Thank you. A name like Pipega, I never would have thought you could come up with such a concise way of describing every single thing that I've been trying to say for the past fucking hour. Jesus Christ. It's not even necessarily what Charlie Hebdo did or what this teacher did, definitely. If the teacher is having a fucking class about, like, freedom of expression and some fucking psychopath decides to behead them, fuck that guy, okay? I'm not even saying, like, of course, no one deserves to get fucking... of course, no one deserves to get fucking beheaded for anything like that. Are you crazy? It's insane that you think that, like, I would be in support of something so silly and so stupid. I say insane shit every day on here. Okay? You showed the comic in class. I don't give a fuck where he or she showed the comic. That's bullshit. Like, that retaliation is fucking psychotic. But you, as a leader, responsible for... You, as a leader, Macron, are beheading a silly and stupid... No, it is... I don't know how else to describe it. It's something so fucking obviously horrific that I don't know how else, like, what kind of words you want me to use. Like, I think everyone here is anti-beheading. I'm fairly certain, right? Regardless, though, what is this? News Corps defense, Serena cartoon amid global backlash. Yeah, I remember this one. Anyway, look. Yes. The French aren't, ironically. What? I'm fucking purely anti-beheading, okay? Hassan Piker running against beheading. All right? That's a much more coherent take from Pipega. I think you concentrated way too much on being reactionary and not explaining your entire take. I think I'm responding to 24,000 people who are literally justifying these sorts of fucking depictions. And I did actually talk about both sides of that situation. And yet maybe you didn't focus on it because you heard me criticize the fucking reactionary backlash. Maybe it's a little different when you're typing anonymously on your computer versus responding to 24,000 people in your chat. You think? The magazine did not intend racism, but it ended up fighting on the side of racists. Yeah, dude, I don't give a fuck about Vox.com's bullshit either. Okay, we're done with this. We're done with this. But do you now understand why I didn't want to talk about this shit? I mean, I didn't even look into it, but to draw the prophet after people killed your friends for drawing him together with other religious figures is an act of heroism. And if multiculturalism is so vulnerable to this, it is doomed to fail. You see? And that's how you get the fucking reactionary right-wingers and like Nazi ethno-staters to submit their horrific worldview into the conversation. You understand? That's how you do it. And this is exactly the type of shit that Macron is doing. And that's why people like Le Pen end up getting more legitimacy. You never concede to fucking bigots. You never concede to the worldview of reactionaries. Because if you do, as neoliberals often do, these people come out of the fucking woodwork. That's why it's not an accident that Donald Trump is successful here. Okay? That's why Donald Trump didn't start overnight. Donald Trump's momentum didn't start yesterday, or that like America flipped the switch and all of a sudden we're racist. You get it? The only way to fight against bigotry and fundamentalism is by being bigoted back? Really? That's our take here? Really? Scandinavian Nazi group wanted to burn a Quran in the most Muslim area of Berlin last weekend. The police stopped them, but they were planning a violent revenge protest in 2 weeks. Turkish shops and bars have been burned down and sprayed with Nazi signs for months. People pretending like Islamophobia is not present right now, and you need to defend a racist satire magazine. What the fuck priorities? Dude, we fight fire with fire, brother. We'll show them. All of you fucking European supremacist cucks in my chat who love looking down your fucking nose and going, ho, ho, ho, the Americans, they're so racist against the blacks. But when it comes to your fucking backyard, all of a sudden, the EU shows that America might have created scientific racism, but they surely perfected it. Okay? They applied it in ways that, oh my God, the rest of the world had to be like, yo, you guys got to chill the fuck out. And I am currently referencing, of course, what Hitler did as he drew inspiration from the American wave of scientific racism, whether it be phrenology or eugenicists in America, and the Jim Crow laws that he thought were pretty good and he wanted to implement and use as an archetype for what he wanted to, what kind of Germany he envisioned for the folk. Okay? Fuck you for your stupid American zero IQ take on Charlie Hebdo. Yeah. No. When you do racism, sorry, dude. When you do racism in Europe, it's totally for good reason, dude. It's totally tight. Yeah, no, Muslim hordes are actually invading your beautiful continent. You're right. I by no means support the actions, but it's dumb to not understand how it's instigated. In South Africa, there's a political party that's calling to steal land back from the Boer white farmers. Steal land back. Why didn't you just say steal land from the white farmers and instead said steal land back? Can you explain your reasoning for why you said steal, instead of saying steal land, you said steal land back? Just think about that for a little bit. Let that manifest in your mind. Even in an instance where you tried to fucking smuggle in some nice white supremacist agitprop there, just think about that. Huh? and the government not condoning it incites extremists to torture and murder the white farmers. When a hate against the party is defended, extremists take action, blaming Islam as a stupid rhetoric. My man is still trying to, even in a situation where you're like trying to seemingly defend against Islamophobia, you're like, no, he doesn't literally agree with me. What he's talking about is a made-up grievance, okay? This notion that the white farmers in South Africa are being are being hurt or being attacked is, again, a white supremacist lie. It's true, the land was unfairly given to the whites unfairly. Okay? White people, the white Boers in South Africa, own 90% of the ripe land despite being 10% of the population. Of course, torture is bullshit, but like considering land reforms to be a necessity, by the way, unfairly given to the whites, bullshit, not given, okay? Taken. But again, talking about land reforms in this regard and then acting like white genocide is a real thing happening in South Africa is silly. Libtard echo chamber. Yeah, sorry. I apologize, brother, that we don't that we push back here on fucking like literal lies that Nazis spew about in an effort to like act like white genocide is a real thing anywhere around the world. Slavoj Žižek on refugees, conservatism and cultural incompatibility. Yes, I will definitely disagree with that. I don't even need to know. I know. Keep conceding to the fucking reactionaries in France, and then you'll do the surprise Pikachu face when Le Pen inevitably wins. I'm moving on. I'm moving away from this story.
Dead. Now we're very much alive.
Biden has added a historic pick for vice president and is hoping to mobilize black voters who've historically delivered for him. But after this summer of protests for Black lives, some here doubt that Biden will do that.
I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers.
Yet another person who turns our stomach.
And I'm going to vote for Joe Biden, right?
I think that the Democratic Party has taken black voters for granted.
Why was the teacher wrong for showing the cartoon? No, the teacher wasn't wrong for showing the cartoon in the context of a history class. I don't know the details, but regardless, even if she was doing it to fucking agitate, even if she was literally doing it to be like, fuck Muslims, here's the Prophet Muhammad, he doesn't get fucking beheaded in that circumstance. Are you insane? It was a man. Okay, I thought it was a
figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Besides, you ain't black. What do you have to say to young black voters who see voting for you as further participation in a system that continually fails to protect them?
If young black women and men vote, you can determine the outcome of this election. Not a joke. You can do that.
I returned to the city I was born in to talk with voters about what they think might happen. It's days before the election, and this year, nothing can be taken for granted.
Hold on.
In June, Joe Biden made a stop in Philadelphia.
3.3 million business owners have shut their doors since February.
The pandemic gave the campaign an opening with voters.
41% of African American businesses have shut their doors.
We were completely closed from March the 16th or 18th until the end of May.
My name is Tiffany Easley. I am the owner of NP My Eyewear, which is a full-service optical store in West Philadelphia.
I love the human aspect of him.
There's no reason why a woman who's as capable as you running the business should be in a position as a consequence of the failure of the president and the administration.
And him actually asking, what do you need?
Think about questions you haven't asked me you want to ask. I'll make sure you have phone numbers.
And did they get back to you when you...
They did, actually. Yeah, they did.
Not everyone here feels that Democrats have answered their call.
I applied for housing with the Philadelphia Housing Authority in the 1970s. I still haven't gotten a letter.
Organizers at several homeless encampments want shelter for 40,000 people on the city's public housing waitlist. These fights with local Democratic officials have turned many against the party's national ticket.
I don't believe the hype anymore because I don't see what they are doing to make life different. My enemy are Democrats.
In North Philly's Kensington neighborhood, organizers are working around local Democratic officials and moving homeless families directly into empty housing units.
In Philadelphia, there's 10 abandoned properties for every homeless person, and there's no reason for anybody to be homeless. People could be in houses like this family is.
You see this house, right? It's perfectly livable. And it's been sitting closed for God knows how long.
I mean, this is Biden country, and the majority of billionaires have backed the Biden campaign, including Blackstone, which is the largest landlord in the entire world.
And we don't want them to be a part of that Democratic machine or the Republican machine. We want to groom some of our young kids. That's why we try to educate them, get them to understand, so that when they get older and they move into politics, we know we're going to be able to have someone we can vote for.
In this city, with the highest poverty rates in America, resentment towards the donor class has led to a search beyond the two political parties. And those alternatives have begun to appear. When Kendra Brooks won a city council seat last year, it was the first win for a third-party candidate in 100 years.
We see the Democratic Party courting, moderate white folks in the suburbs, leaving behind one of the strongest voting pools, which is black women, and taking all of those things for granted. It made it easy for me to decide to run as a third-party candidate because of those things. I have been a Democrat all of my life until now. We have a movement that organized around getting me elected, and that same movement have to continue the momentum to bring this election over the finish line. Because one thing we know for sure, we need to get rid of the racist rapists, right?
Weeks before Election Day at City Hall, voters are lined up to submit mail-in ballots, and Kendra's Working Families Party is out canvassing.
Thursday, you're able to vote, both register and vote in person. Please spread the news and let folks know from now through Election Day. Every single day is E-Day now. You talk oftentimes about the swing voter between Democrat and Republican, but there's the other swing voter, which are generally people of color who vote either for a Democrat they're inspired by or swing into not voting at all.
Turnout is one thing, but people are still learning the rules of a new voting system, and there are concerns about making their ballot count.
No, I'm not going to get discouraged. That's why I'm talking to you now, because you're the third person. I want to get the right answer. And I want to get the same answer.
Yes.
That's due in no small part to Trump, who stoked conspiracy theories about voter fraud and put black voters in the crosshairs.
In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things.
Today, his campaign operatives are at Philly's Board of Elections meeting. They're suing to be able to monitor satellite election offices in the city. That guy's from the RNC.
The Trump campaign requests that we immediately be able to appoint poll watchers to observe the voting at these satellite offices. Voters deserve transparency and accountability.
During the June primary, Philadelphia took weeks to count mail-in ballots. On November 3rd, it will be a mad dash to get results, and Trump's lawyers will be watching closely.
People that made these cartoons are mentally ill, like Erdogan said. I don't understand why these guys are still making cartoons when people say they're hurting them. What's so difficult to understand that? Just fucking stop, right? If people want to make fucking horrifically racist cartoons, they're allowed to do that. But the government coming out and like in support of the continuation of that shit, instead of being like, guys, what the fuck are you doing? Stop like depicting Muslims in this way. Like you're causing additional fucking racial strife. That's what you're supposed to say. Okay? I don't want to be stun locked Look what takes you promoting. Look what takes are you promoting Erdogan fascist? First of all, you fucking piece of shit. That's the first pro-Erdogan take in my chat in a sea of literal Nazi takes. I straight the fuck up banned like the guy who said you secretly knew Adolf was right. But your bitch ass doesn't see that part. Your bitch ass focuses on the other part, right? One fucking idiotic pro-Erdogan take that I literally just criticized versus literal Nazi propaganda in the chat that I've been banning. Are you a part of the gray wolves? They're saying the same with Muslims that they did with Jews? What? Stop idealizing them, idiot. What? Why some non-believer has to follow separated rules of religions that are not his own? Are you fucking out of your mind? It's not even the fucking religious rules that you need to follow of other people. I'm not even saying you have to fucking follow the religious rules of other religions. Oh, I'm getting stun locked here. I'm just banning and moving on. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, dude, I'm a Muslim supremacist and I'm a fucking Erdogan sympathizer, okay? There you go. My man said, no, some heads deserve it. Yeah, now fuck off, dude. Yeah, go clip it and you know, run the gamut. My favorite part of the stream is watching you ban idiots for saying inhumane, ignorant shit. If you don't want to die, just stop making... What? Yeah, they should beat it into people that draws the cartoons that they cannot do it. 4-month subscriber. Fuck you, dude. There you go. There you go, dude. Can you draw Muhammad and not be racist? Can you show a picture of Muhammad and not be racist? That's what the teacher did. 10 minutes on racism, 1 bad on 1 on beheading. The reason why I have to talk for 10 minutes about how Islamophobia radicalizes fucking people, and you're literally directly playing into the hands of the dipshit fundamentalists, is because you refuse to acknowledge that. Everyone, and I mean virtually everyone, understands that beheading is bad. Not a single person said beheading is good. It's not. How would you go about attacking the tenets of a religion and supporting under-platformed ex-Muslims while pushing back against the racists trying to co-opt your talking points? I don't know. Didn't the French kind of invent beheading? No, that's not what we're talking about here.
And before you to officially launch my campaign for a second term.
I accept this nomination for president.
Oh, oops, wrong one. We're going to get back to that.
Do you have a ballpark range of how long you think it will take to count these votes?
We learned a lot in June about how long it actually takes to count hundreds of thousands of mail-in applications, and we've purchased industrial equipment that will allow us to open and count these ballots as quickly as possible.
While Pennsylvania braces for a close race, organizers are focused on boosting turnout in Philly and changing the electoral map. These formerly incarcerated organizers are canvassing working-class black neighborhoods.
You know, growing up, we was always taught to disconnect from the system. Don't be a part of the system. The system out to oppress you. You know, but now we got to rethink that strategy because it doesn't work. So we try to galvanize our people, man. Hey, Dale, you got the registration stuff for you?
Yep.
So I seen you inside the prison. Yeah, I was there for a lot of years. I ain't know him, but he seen me in there.
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate it. Good to see you, man.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy.
Definitely, man. It's good to see him out here, though. Sometimes they don't know they got the right to vote.
We outlined if you're under house arrest, you can vote. If you're on probation or parole, you can vote. If you're in a halfway house, you can vote. If you're in jail awaiting trial, you can vote. All these people can vote.
I went from 1 year probation for a bag of weed.
I love La Haine. It's a beautiful movie. For those of you who are, yes, it's about the struggles of integrating into French society and racism in the police force in France. Absolutely fucking without a doubt, 100%. Watch that. Very good movie. Nick la police.
8 years probation. I ain't never been back in the jail since I maxed out in 2011. What's up?
Even though Trump supporters are hard to find here, Biden's track record on crime is a problem for some.
And I'd say lock the SOBs up.
This people's lives you took 45 years ago. And you talking about a mistake? They can't get that time back. I would never vote for him.
That's your choice, bro. Just engage in the process, bro.
Yes, sir.
You'd be surprised how many guys are getting like that. A lot of guys like that.
Trump has tried to capitalize on Biden's record and has opened this campaign office in West Philly.
I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time.
Remember when I fucking told you guys that this was Trump's campaign strategy, but then it got fucking undermined because he couldn't stop himself from being a straight up white supremacist on the fucking main stage when the George Floyd protests happened? This is what I was talking about.
Because they saw what you did.
I feel like the white people don't have no shame in saying, oh, I'm for Trump, unless they're surrounded by black people and they feel like they shouldn't say it. But I feel like, yeah, black people mainly. A lot of them are for Trump, and they just don't want to admit that they're for Trump. President Trump called on Congress to pass a school choice, giving every child the best chance at a good education. But what exactly is that? A lot of us just don't understand what he's talking about. I don't think
That's not a good thing for black schools at all. Like schools in heavily black populations. School choice is literally anti-black. Okay? School choice, at least historically, has been advocated for expressly for anti-black purposes so that like private schools can continue segregating in the way that they want to. That's it. So for him to sell that to the black community this way is pretty fucked up.
he understands what he's talking about. But nobody that I know of is saying, oh, I'm for Trump. I'm like, nobody as of right now. But that's what I mean. Not that I'm aware of.
I have to answer this last thing, okay? This is a question that this guy has been repeating in the chat. But don't you think saying that they should stop making those cartoons that indirectly led to those crimes is showing weakness? No, I don't. I don't think that. Okay? It's weakness to retaliate by being like, no, oh yeah? Well, we're going to do even more bigoted shit, okay? Fuck you. We were right about being bigoted in the first place, and now we're going to double down on the bigotry. No, true strength, a good leader leads. A good leader understands that there are immigrant communities that are having a hard time integrating as a consequence of the socioeconomic disparity that they fucking endure, okay? That they're subjected to. So a good leader instead says, there is no place for fucking violent extremism of any sort. No place for it whatsoever. But right now, this is a time for us to help integrate our Muslim brothers and sisters. This is a time for us to recognize that hateful attacks have increased on their communities as well. Okay? Because we live together. We're all French together. That's what a good leader would do. Not like fucking galvanize and embolden the racist side. Because what Macron does ends up creating more fucking fundamentalists on both sides. Like literally, you have more Islamic fundamentalists who are like, oh, fuck this. Like, we're never going to be considered French. And that kind of like retaliatory, like racial crimes against Muslims ends up breeding more extremism, okay, which is what ISIS is banking on to begin with. And then on the other hand, it's the same exact shit for white nationalists and white supremacists and like Le Pen fans. You're basically normalizing Islamophobia. You're doing the exact opposite of your intention. It's not weakness, it's sensitivity. It's showing sensitivity to other cultures. Chuds see that as weakness. Yeah. You saying we're French after butchering the name La Haine?
The president's pitch to black voters has collided with his appeals to white power.
Stand back and stand by.
That hasn't stopped this pastor from hosting Trump campaign events at his church.
I'm just very careful not to.
Dude, this is the liberal brain, dude. Where is it? Hold on. Where is the liberal brain? Someone is saying, to be honest, it's the first time most of us in EU hear your take. Everyone left wing or right wing or even in media is agreeing with Macron. I don't know where I stand yet, but your take is completely new to me. Yep, I'm sure. Hold on. Isn't that basically like all lives matter argument you're doing now? What's more pervasive in both France and everywhere else? Like hate crimes against marginalized communities or the fucking insane fundamentalist like terror incident? Like, what are you talking about? Overall, on a global scale, and also even in fucking France and numerous other places. The reason why it gets a lot of play in the media when shit like this occurs, rather than the other way around, is because it goes along with the pre-existing biases that people have. It goes along with this racial stereotypes. It's cannon fodder. It's good clicks. And the other person that said, that, you don't know anything about being French. The nation is 1,000 years old and it's not some post-national economic zone. Their culture is under attack. Yeah, fuck your culture. If your culture is being a fucking Frank supremacist freak, then fuck your culture, okay? Why don't you go back to your culture where it's like normalizing pedophilia? How about you do that instead, okay? Fucking French fucks in my chat. Oh, our culture is robust. All of our philosophies want to fuck little boys and girls. That's your fucking culture, bitch. Le Pen is gaining ground against Muslims, right? Right? I mean, not Muslims, sorry. Le Pen is gaining ground against Macron, right? So that's where a lot of this fear is coming from. That's why Macron can't fucking come out and have an actual take that says, like, we got to treat Muslims with respect and dignity. They're some of the most marginalized people that are having a hard time integrating into our society right now. Instead of doing that, though, the reason why he's doing the fucking racial and Islamophobic agitation is because he's like, oh, I'm really scared that Le Pen is going to fucking take control, right? And there are liberals in my fucking chat who are like, well, he's doing that to like win the election. That's why we say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Because caping to fascist perspectives and normalizing or conceding and giving a single piece of fucking ground to racism, a single piece of fucking ground to Islamophobia, xenophobia, bigotry of any sort, especially from a position of power in an effort to win over voters in the fucking middle, that's how you get fucking racists in positions of power. American Democrats do this all the goddamn time, and I shit on them, and you guys love jerking off to my takes about how much I shit on the American Democrats. Why can't you fucking comprehend that from the point of view of what European centrists do as well?
Assume or presume that the man is a racist, because I really believe he's not. And
on key issues in this election, the pastor was ready with the following false claims.
The white supremacist David Dukes is backing Joe Biden. At one time, people were saying there were going to be as many as 2 million people dying from COVID-19 in America.
Give me an inch to racism. This is French culture is pedo culture, okay? Yeah, no, I'm being bigoted. I am. I'm fighting fire with fire. Come behead me. Come behead me, dude.
Fauci was saying it's no worse than a common cold.
Biden has a clear advantage with black voters, though some polls show Trump cutting into that lead, especially among young black men. Until November 3rd, that's where Donnell is focusing his
I'm going to play
outreach.
the ad in a second. Hold on. After this video is over.
Laura, you plan on voting this election cycle?
I might. I don't know who I'm gonna vote for though. I thought Bernie was gonna be one of the contenders.
Yeah.
They kicked them right out. It's Trump and Biden.
Yeah.
And they arguing like kids on TV.
Yeah, that's true.
This is all our options. Take that or leave it. That's why we're not voting.
By you not saying that, you're giving somebody else a right to say it for you. Instead of not doing nothing and sitting it out, get involved in the process. So I got your word.
Yeah, you got.
I'm not saying that at all. What Macron is saying is right, but I think he's being extra political and furious. If he isn't really hard on this, then Le Pen will win next time. Yeah, no, Le Pen will win next time because of that. That's my take. I'm expanding on your original take. What is this? 14-month sub. It says because European centrists are racist towards the right people. Wait, what? Who said that? Harsh Malarkey did? Cheese-eating motherfuckers? No, he's not. No, he didn't say... No, he didn't say what you thought he said. Or maybe he is. Gray name shit sucking man. How do you put up with it? Fuck these Zoomer motherfuckers. Sorry, got back from dinner. All these jerk offs still trying to convince you to be racist. Yeah, I think he... Yeah, no, that person wasn't being fucking racist. Ironic. No, I'm not saying it's good to be racist against Muslims for fuck's sake. Yeah. No, he was... There's no way. Anyway, all right. Snitching Samuel? No, it's a good thing to snitch in that regard, dude. Fuck you. Yeah. Hey, guys. No, snitch on people who are being racist, okay? Definitely do that. Anyway, ad time. Top of the hour, every hour. I'm doing some podophobia. So apologies to the Irish people. Top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break. Snitch on racists, but make sure they're right. Man, I don't fucking ban people without giving a chance for them to defend themselves, unless they're like, you know, unless they're like really fucked up. And say something like, you secretly believe that Adolf Hitler was right. But if that doesn't happen, I don't do that. What French are doing is obvious bait for extremists. It looks like a ploy to expel or capture fundamentalists, and I agree it's essentially racist and power trippy. There isn't a way to make crazy people happy, and the government is simultaneously standing up for free speech and being terribly bigoted and fueling hate. Oh, Glenn is on Tucker Carlson. It's bad to be Islamophobic and drawing racist shit, but the reaction to it by extremists is concerning. Yeah, no shit. It is... Yeah, it's insane. The reaction is fucking insane. It's unconscionable. It's horrific. It's terrorism. The tipping point is too fragile. What's your take on fixing this? More social programs, better integration? Dude. Yeah, exactly that. Okay? Joe Biden is COVID breaking news. No, it's Joe Biden. Here comes Glenn Greenwald, Fox News contributor. Glenn Greenwald resigns from Intercept citing pro-Biden censorship. Are disrespectful anti-Trump cartoons fine because uneducated white people in the U.S. are privileged compared to Muslims in France? Do you not recognize the difference between, like, I don't know, making fun of a fucking Muslim leader? Like, if they're drawing Ayatollah Khomeini or some shit, do you not recognize that there's a difference between that and, like, depicting fucking, like, Muslim women in the way that they do? The joke I made about French being pedophiles is about their fucking art and also all of their famous philosophers in some way, shape, or form defending pedophilia. It's like libertarians, okay? That's it. That was the fucking joke. For those of you who don't recognize that, that's where that comes from, all right?
Prohibition on having a security state, a national security state after World War II, was it was never supposed to be turned domestically. They weren't supposed to be involved in our politics or disseminating propaganda. Go turn on any of those other cable networks or pick up the op-ed page of any of the biggest newspapers, and all you'll see are ex-members of the CIA, the DOJ, the FBI, the NSA, telling Americans what they ought to believe. They've infiltrated the means of communication domestically. They do it through leaks. They do it through clandestine operations and through lies. They propagandize the American people in a way that is incredibly dangerous no matter what your ideology is.
I totally agree, and I'm ashamed of the times that I made apologies for those agencies or this behavior. I really am. You are telling the truth. That's really clear. Glenn Greenwald, congratulations on getting out of there. Good to see you.
Congratulations on getting out of there.
Thank you, Tucker. Appreciate it. Mark Morgan is the acting commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Come on, dude. Give a racist an inch and they take a mile. The reason why he's doing the fucking racial and Islamophobic agitation is because he's like, oh, I'm really scared that Le Pen is going to fucking take control, right? And there are liberals in my fucking chat who are like, well, he's doing that to like win the election. That's why we say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Holy shit, how the hell did Glenn Greenwald become so crazy? I mean, he's always been going. What philosophers are you talking about? French postmodernists. Just like that, 2 GOP judges on the 8th Circuit cite Kavanaugh's insane and factually inaccurate decision in Wisconsin case to change Minnesota's deadline for receiving ballots from 11/10 to 11/3, 5 days before the election, when 580,000 mail ballots still outstanding. That's why that precedent is fucking devastating if applied as precedent. It's such a cringe Twitter leftist take. Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Macron is doing what he can to defend free expression in the midst of a beheading. Yeah, dude, you're a fucking idiot, Pagaru's Revenge. Here's why you're an idiot. Because this has nothing to do with fucking freedom of speech and everything to do with the fact that I was referencing what Macron is trying to do by caping to more reactionary elements within his own fucking French people in an effort to make sure that he doesn't lose more votes to Le Pen. Okay? If he listened to the Gilets Jaunes protests, for example, and focused on rebuilding France's social safety nets, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and he would be widely supported and broadly popular. But instead, Pagaru's Revenge, that's why he needs to fucking cape to the reactionary elements that are taking over the French working class. Okay? That's the point. Cut a liberal and a fascist, please. It's such a leftist take. That's where that comes from. This is why the European left keeps losing every fucking election. A big reason for their inability to address Islamism. Talking about shit like this was 2 people have just gotten beheaded is such bad optics. And fuck you and your fucking stupid bitch ass optics. How about that? 5-month sub. Oh, nope. Timed you out for no reason. Banned. Why do you fucking turn around and go into bad optics? You know what's fucking bad optics? Normalizing Islamophobia at the government level. That's bad optics with also additional violence that comes as a consequence of that. Literally from both white nationalists who want to fucking kill Muslims and shit, and also psychotic fundamentalist Muslims who have not been able to integrate into French society. Okay? One, of course, is a little bit larger and more devastating than the other. Depending on how Islamophobic you are, of course, you will greatly think that one is a problem and not the other. Why do you ban people for having a different opinion? Well, sometimes I ban people just for fun. All right. None of you are safe. Let's see. Readying for war inside of an armed right-wing group in Utah.
There's going to be war in the streets, man. Cities are going to burn. Cops are going to get killed. I hope it doesn't happen here, man. The only thing we can do is just get ready for the worst. Glock. Like this here.
Casey Robertson sees a conflict coming. A self-employed father of 4, he watched this spring as protests for racial justice spread across the country.
I was nervous about seeing that coming to Utah. Absolutely.
And he says he saw a threat to his very way of life.
I grew up in Provo, Utah. Very conservative, religious college town. I absolutely love my neighbors. We take care of each other. Everyone watches out for each other. And we just love our way of life here. And we just want to keep our way of life the way it is right now.
The militia movement's been around in the U.S.
Islamism is not a race, but an ideology. Yeah, I know. Tell that to the fucking hundreds of Sikhs that were executed immediately after in racist hate crimes after 9/11. Here, only a 10-minute ad for you because it's not as bad. It's not as like bad faith.
Since at least the mid-1970s, they like to present themselves as people who are army.
Hey, sorry, Sikh guy, you got murdered because someone thought you were Muslim, but it's not about your. It's not about your race. It's actually about your religion. Did I just give him 10? Maybe I should give him like. I probably should have given him an hour.
Themselves and getting prepared in various ways, all in an effort to protect their communities that they believe are under threat. The problem with that is what is a situation that goes sideways for them.
Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Protests this year over the police killing of George Floyd have been largely peaceful. But at a Black Lives Matter rally in Provo in June, Robertson thought he saw his feet.
I don't understand what it means. Can you explain how the Sikh thing is racist? Because people absolutely associate Islam with a certain race. That's why people are sometimes shocked if they don't hear what my name is when I tell them I'm Muslim. Okay? Islamophobia absolutely has a racist component to it. That's precisely why people think that Sikh dudes who are brown and have big beards and don't cut their fucking hair and wear a turban are actually Muslim when they do hate crimes against them, thinking that they're Muslims. Okay? So anyone who refuses to admit that Islamophobia absolutely has a racist racial component is a liar or an idiot.
Fears come true.
The most violent rally they've ever been to.
A driver tore through the crowd. Shots were fired.
Jesus Christ, when the fuck did this happen?
Details were unclear, but Robertson took action immediately.
I said, nope, I'm not going to just sit here and let this happen. And I just stood up and I went into my computer and I got on Facebook and I said, this is a call to arms. We're going to come down there, come strapped, practice your Second Amendment.
With that, the Utah Citizens Alarm, or UCA, was born. Its Facebook page quickly racked up thousands of followers. 2 days.
Yeah, I said this earlier. A lot of the coverage that's afforded to these like new white nationalist militias and shit, like that have people like Kyle Rittenhouse that follow them that ended up killing people. The way that they're covering these white nationalist militias is like really fucking bad, and normalizing it. And not only is it normalizing it, but I feel like it's just so similar to like the 2016 era, like humble Nazi next door vibes, you know?
2 days later, returning protesters were met by scores of armed men.
There were other groups at this protest, armed groups who say they were here to keep peace by not allowing any protesters or anyone else to damage or vandalize property.
We had a hodgepodge, motley crew looking bunch of people. There were no rules, there were no standards, we had no policies.
What's going on with my computer?
And procedures
Is it
set
the
up.
video?
I mean, we had no clue what we were doing other than we were going to go down there and just show.
Oh, it was just the video.
And it worked.
The UCA is one of many armed groups across the country that have made headlines this year by showing up at protests for racial justice. The confrontations have sometimes turned violent, most notably in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where a 17-year-old allegedly shot and killed 2 men in August.
There has been real violence out of this movement just in recent months.
Tensions boiling over as armed men faced off with counter-demonstrators.
I mean, it's completely reasonable to be fearful of a bunch of white men carrying around long guns. This is essentially a far, far right conservative movement, conspiratorial movement, and sometimes very...
What do you mean? I just think that they're defending private property right here. I don't understand.
Extreme.
It's
yeah,
like
preemptive. Yeah, they're engaging in preemptive self-defense.
Sure, Malcolm X with his gun looking out the window. It's like I get a sense of that feeling, you know, of what he felt.
John Sullivan was an organizer of the Black Lives Matter rally in Provo. A gun rights proponent himself, he is now encouraging his fellow protesters to arm themselves in response.
They need to protect themselves, not to go out and cause trouble, to protect yourselves from people specifically trying to hurt you. It's not because of the police. It's because of these militias that are coming out and harassing us, intimidating us, threatening us. If they really wanted peace, they would not stand in opposition to us. If you want peace, you would stand with us. Simple. If you're for racial equality, you would stand with us. If you're against police brutality, you would stand with us.
I've been called a racist, I've been called a white supremacist from day one. They don't even know me, they know nothing about me. It's just this perception. If you show up to protect your community, you're a racist.
Dude, you did a call to arms when you saw a Black Lives Matter protest and you created a militia. Yeah, I wonder why people think you're a racist or a white supremacist. Well, we really like our little town here and we don't want it to be changed by Black Lives Matter protests. Well, it seems kind of fucking racist, dog. I am baiting you with a long generic message to get LSF for banning randos. You smell? No.
Not all self-styled militia groups are made up of white supremacists, but experts argue they are inseparable from America's history of racism.
I wonder why experts say that.
That's pretty awesome. The original militia movement in modern America was created on a bedrock of racism and antisemitism. It sought to use the idea of political violence as a legitimate form of response to a country that had moved far beyond the days of segregation. The militia movement and the paramilitary organizations, while spouting the idea of being non-racist, seemed to intimidate, threaten, and harass civil rights leaders and civil rights activists of color disproportionately in their activities.
After racist posts on the UCA's group page, Facebook shut it down. Experts say more needs to be done.
This is too little too late. The entire technology sector ignored the issue of hate speech and extremism on its platforms really until the Charlottesville riots in 2017. It's already proliferated everywhere, whether we're talking about conspiracy theories, anti-government groups, white supremacists. It's an extraordinary amount of material that has metastasized in a short period of time, and you can't get rid of it all.
Meanwhile, the UCA has focused its attention on building its ranks through fundraising and training.
Okay, and you're gonna go back down. The drills that we're doing here today involve what we call stress shooting. I have them jog and box in place for a half a minute or so, just to get the adrenaline going and get the muscles twitchy and get their breathing up. Because what happens then is their shooting accuracy degrades.
Rick Carpenter was a police volunteer in Arizona.
We're not a bunch of thugs. We are concerned citizens who obey the law in every respect. And we are going to use the laws to the best of our advantage to help protect life, liberty, and property. I have implied my innocence. I have implied that I acted in legal self-defense. We believe that there are people here in Utah who are preparing to cause violence. We have seen people coming in from out of state who we have identified as Antifa. We feel that they are preparing, and so we are preparing accordingly.
There is no evidence that Antifa or other left-wing groups are a threat to Utah, and most protests here have been peaceful. But Robertson claims his group is monitoring activists.
We've got a large intelligence team right now, and I won't say too much about that, but...
Like, where are the... Who the fuck... Why would they go to Utah, bro? Like, who are these anti-fascist, like, thugs or militants or whatever coming to Utah, dog? Ain't nobody want to go to Provo, bitch. What the fuck is this shit?
Let's just say that we know a lot. We know what's going on in our communities. We know who the bad players are. We know where the potential for violence is. We're tracking everyone. So it's kind of like we want to reinvent Neighborhood Watch and just put it on steroids, man.
They're definitely not serving and protecting because state militias, law enforcement, even security services are highly regulated by the state. So not just anyone can go out and say, I'm going to form my own militia and we're going to engage in law enforcement activities.
Today we are announcing the
Mary McCord is a former Justice Department official.
Neither federal nor state law provides for private groups of individuals to arm themselves and activate as a militia. In doing so, they're usurping the role of legitimate law enforcement, and that's incredibly dangerous to public safety, and it's completely outside governmental authority.
Would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right-wing militia.
Stand back and stand by.
After Trump called on the far-right Proud Boys to stand by at the first presidential debate, their local Utah chapter held a press conference in downtown Salt Lake City. They called the UCA to help them out.
The president of the Proud Boys here in Utah asked...
Wait, I thought they weren't white supremacists. Why are they doing a show of force for the Proud Boys? I'm surprised.
Us, UCA, to just be here in case if there was any kind of counter protest. We have a relationship with them where we just pick up the phone and call and talk and discuss things. And they asked us to be here, so we're here.
We don't work with police, but we do communicate with the police. I've built relationships with some of the chiefs in some of the cities that we've been in participating. I've met them face to face. We've had conversations. If there's massive chaos and the politicians say, oh, we're not going to let our law enforcement go in and do anything, well, we don't have that red tape.
With the election looming, these groups are facing more scrutiny. Facebook announced it will ban calls on its platform for armed groups to show up at the polls.
What is up, Facebook?
Hey, we're back.
We're back.
But the
the fuck?
UCA just got their fan page back, and they have their eyes on November 3rd.
We'll be keeping an eye on our communities. So if there's any civil unrest or violence, then yes, we will respond and we'll be down there for that for sure. Our plan right now is completely reactionary. We will never strike first.
Yeah, it is reactionary. Yeah, he's right. He doesn't know what the word means, but yeah, no, we know.
The proof in the beliefs of America is on election day, and you can use excuses that you're there and you're not going to do anything unless someone, does something wrong. But you are not a law enforcement official. You do not get to judge what is the law. You can monitor, you can report, you can weigh in, but no one needs a weapon.
And as experts now warn of political violence, Robertson says he is readying for war.
This talk of civil war has come up in multiple conversations. I've seen it on some news broadcasts. I've seen Glenn Beck talk about it. I think if Trump gets reelected, there's going to be chaos in the streets. My goal since
the hilarity is like, most people are fucking afraid that if Trump doesn't get reelected, these psychos are going to come out with their guns blazing. Like, Biden will concede 100%. He has said as much multiple times. Trump, on the other hand, not so much. He's gone pretty back and forth on that subject. So
first started was like, we have till November 2nd to be ready and show that there's an opposing force in Utah if you want to come down and burn Utah down. We're trained, we're scary, and we want to be.
all these guys are LARPers. All it takes is one, man. Wait, did we watch this?
We are in the fight of our lives today. Amen. Listen, 16 can't hold a candle to this election now. And it is an election of good versus evil, flat, plain and simple.
Faith and religion have always played a role in American presidential elections, but Donald Trump's victory in 2016 solidified.
These Guardian pieces are so fucking good, dude.
Canada is standing on, which is pro-abortion, which...
Oops, sorry, never mind, I'm an evangelical now. Sorry. Didn't recognize it, but religious fundamentalism is very good. Very cool.
we don't agree with. If you take this country, which was founded on democracy, right? And like, you know, the American dream, well...
TikTok, one of the fastest growing social media platforms in the world and downloaded over 2
I'm here now.
billion times.
I was gone because I was cooking. What would we find out about that? Evangelicals are hypocritical. Got it.
Micro entertainment has a bottomless well of content, and that means hours of engagement every day.
Normally the home for lip-syncing teens and out-of-control pets, its phenomenal growth means it's starting to change the world.
What we are seeing on TikTok, I think we know more about politics and about the latest news.
And nowhere more than in the US election, where Donald Trump and Joe Biden's supporters are fighting for the future of their country.
Oh God, oh fuck.
I am a conservative and I am a Trump supporter.
Hey, bunker boy. Anytime he opens his mouth. It's good for content creators.
More than 800 million of us have downloaded TikTok. I'm Sophia Smith-Gaylor, BBC reporter and TikTok creator, and have been following political content on the app for months. And it's not all good.
There's clearly a huge amount of hate speech. There's a huge amount of divisive rhetoric.
Will the influence of TikTok on its millions of young voters have a say in who gets the keys to the White House? With polling day less than 2 weeks away, the 2020 US presidential election is racing to the finish line. For months, the candidates have been vying for votes, with online platforms becoming more and more important. But there's a new app in town that's blurring the lines between comedy, entertainment, and politics.
TikTok is the most dense content format known to man.
Josh Constein is a technology expert and investor in social platforms like TikTok.
Content density is the measure of how many oohs, ahs, and ha-has per second are contained in a piece of content. And this is how addictive it feels, how quickly it gets to the point.
TikTok videos last from a few seconds to 1 minute. Its rapid rise in popularity means it now has over 800 million users worldwide. And for Josh, that's all down to content density.
There are some amazing examples of content density, like this one where two creators recreate the Harry Potter theme song using their washing machine. And they spent hours figuring this out and then nailing the exact take, the exact button pushes.
It has 100 million monthly users in the US and is transforming how we consume online content. Content that's increasingly becoming political.
We can't let the left take over the country.
And also make sure they vote for Democrats.
Democrats, they founded the KKK.
Because this format gets its point across so quickly.
Where's the Okay Buddy Hype House?
You can actually trick people into hearing your message, even if they would normally be opposed. Someone can make you care about that issue with a very high quality, quick, succinct TikTok.
Looking at TikTok, we may be banning TikTok.
In the run-up to this election, President Trump had threatened to shut down TikTok's US operations. And Joe Biden's campaign squad were effectively barred from using the video sharing app. But this hasn't stopped their fans using it.
Hey, my name's Zoe and I am your average teenage TikTok addict. As someone who is voting in this upcoming election as a first-time voter, I definitely think that politics on social media platforms, and especially on TikTok, can be very influential. Thanks. And don't forget to vote.
Under 20.
For who? All right, fuck it. I'm voting third party now. Fuck it. I'm voting for Kanye West. Whenever people say like, oh, just vote, I'm like, oh yeah? All right. No, I am voting. I'm voting for Kanye Omari West. I'm voting for the birthday party.
And female, Zoe is your average TikTok user. She's also classic Gen Z, the cohort born from the mid-90s to early 2000s, and for the most part, first-time voters. Unlike Facebook and YouTube, paid political ads on TikTok are banned, but that doesn't mean people aren't using it to campaign or simply learn about politics.
US voters, I report on TikTok.
I made a TikTok to see what Americans had to say.
And I want to hear from you.
Duet this video to answer my questions. 1. What do you think about politicians using this app, and do you follow any?
I think it's a great vehicle for people to express like what they support.
2. Do you follow people who post about politics on here? Are they reliable? Do you learn much from them?
People I follow aren't necessarily political, but they do speak on issues. I like to think I do that too.
3.
Bro, you couldn't find a single Zoomer?
3. Do you think TikTok and the content on here could influence how you vote in this election?
Oh, for sure. It's definitely influenced the way I'm voting.
And there's one TikTok moment that summed up the app and its potential impact on voting and the election.
I took part in the infamous Tulsa rally prank on Donald Trump.
Maya Nepos is a TikTok content creator. She's famous for her freestyle raps and has over 200,000 followers, which she mobilized in June. It was in that month that Donald Trump organized a rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma. For him, it was a huge event, a comeback rally to kickstart his re-election campaign after lockdown.
Massive shout out for this epic idea. Had to try it. Google Tulsa rally. You can put in fake information. I made a really short video about how easy it was to go to Donald Trump's website and sign up to like reserve a seat. And you're all set. Just sit back and remember, don't actually go. He was very convinced that there was really 1 million people that wanted to go to his Tulsa rally.
And inside, acres of empty seats. The arena has a capacity of 19,000. The fire marshal today confirmed there were only 6,200 present.
That was one of my favorite forms of activism.
Harnessing the power of TikTok may have felt great for TikTokers like Maya, but for one person, it was anything but. It's not just individuals who are trying to get their political messages across.
Trump did nothing wrong, Trump did nothing.
There are now organized political collectives on TikTok, and they're called hype houses.
Today I want to show you one of the funniest political ads I've ever seen, and it comes from... My name is Aiden. I am 16 years old. My TikTok username that I regret making every day is political Jew. I'm Jewish. I've gotten that question a few times. People are like, "Are you Jewish?" And I'm like, "Why would I joke about being Jewish? That's such a weird thing to joke about." And I post mainly political and comedic content. I am so excited for the presidential debate tonight. I just cannot wait. It's gonna be so entertaining. It's gonna be so good.
That was the worst 90 minutes of my life.
Aiden is a prolific TikTok poster and knows all about the hype houses.
They're basically group accounts. People don't live together necessarily, but they all have the account password and username, and they post videos on there. So there's the Republican hype house, the conservative hype house, the Democratic hype house, which I'm a part of.
Aiden, you're 16. You can't even vote yet. But why are you spending so much time then on TikTok talking about political issues?
I think that growing up in DC and having very political parents, growing up in such a political environment, inspired me to a certain degree. When I got TikTok,
I'm assuming this dude's dad's a lobbyist, right? Paul Atreides? Because he's Jewish, weird champ? Or maybe because he's living in DC in a very nice house. What is that? Like only fucking Jewish people are lobbyists or something? No. Plenty of WASP are lobbyists, guys.
I was like, what videos am I going to make? What do I talk
No,
about?
he seems like a nice kid. I mean, he seems like a nice person.
Most politics.
Do you support the cancel
Not really.
culture, the cosmopolitan elites of Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Joe Biden?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe in American greatness?
Not really.
Believe in yourself?
No.
In President Trump?
Definitely not.
In individual and personal responsibility?
Yeah, but not in the way that you would.
A lot of people assume that Gen Z isn't politically engaged.
So that is not my experience. What we are seeing on TikTok and what we're seeing with 24-hour news and just this constant media storm all the time, I think we are learning and we know more about politics and about the latest news. Gen Z is totally passionate and totally wants to be civically engaged.
The product design of TikTok means that the first page you land on is called the For You page, and Aiden's will almost certainly serve him left-leaning content because it brings you videos based on your viewing habits. It's one of the most powerful recommendation algorithms on the internet. But it's not just liberals posting content. A study revealed 60% more videos are created by Republican-leaning users than Democrat ones on the platform. Joey Coolin is definitely a Republican-leaning user and creator.
Pro-choice or pro-life? Anti-death penalty or pro-death penalty? Follow parts of the Constitution or not?
Wait, only cases that are 100% provable? Wait, why did you go from I'm pro-life and then I'm pro-death penalty? Oh God, I'm gonna die. Oh, I almost choked on my chicken. Yes, I'm pro-life. Yes, I'm pro-death penalty. We exist. Yes, I'm vegan. Yes, I believe in eating 1.5 pounds of straight white chicken breast every day. Yes, we exist, sweaty. Yes, I'm pro-life. Yes, I believe in executing pregnant women who don't want to carry their pregnancy to term. We exist.
Not follow parts of the Constitution.
Joey belongs to the Republican Girls, a hype house with a huge following on the platform.
We are all about...
I wonder why. Fucking pedophile pervert Republicans following this shit, dude. Ew. Ew!
Republican and conservatism, creating a movement associated with today's America, but also these girls are like my sisters. I mean, we have each other's backs, and we want to show that girls our age, Gen Z, girls, that you can be a Republican. It is okay. Are you excited for DC?
I'm super excited for DC.
Could you talk us through the growth of Republican Girls and where you're at now?
So whenever I first joined Republican Girls, we had around 40.5K followers. And from there, we just took off. I mean, we grew.
Listen, I can't hate on it, dude. If you're like a average looking white girl, being a conservative is absolutely a personality that will make it profitable for you. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, that's how it works. Like, it's a good substitute for being a personality. Like, when you no longer can be a horse girl, just become a Republican, forehead.
200,000 followers in the matter of...
Oh, yeah, only... Yeah, brunettes need not apply. You look too swarthy and too non-white. So, of course, blondes only. Offer only to blondes.
It's insanity. And I am officially a co-owner of the account. And I mean, I take so much pride in our account. It's just boomed.
Good morning, my neighbors! Hey, you! Yes!
The videos that do best are definitely videos that have humor in them. TikTok is a safe space for people that want to just take a break from reality and see humorous, fun videos. So we really try to incorporate humor in all of them so we can get that full 15 seconds, full 60 seconds, so it counts for that view, but also it gives out the message that we're trying to
that was pretty funny.
display to our viewer.
Go home to mommy. Go home. Bye. Go home to mommy.
A number of voter registration initiatives have been partnering with content creators to persuade more young...
You're really telling me this doesn't get you motivated to go out and vote? Are you really gonna sit here and tell me that Joe Biden is fucking horrible, dude? I mean, he's horrible. He's horrible. Incredibly conservative. Advocated for the Iraq War. Took credit for being the architect of the Patriot Act. Crime bill. So much stuff. But then on the other hand, you're going to go out and vote anyway, regardless, because you should. There's too many races that you need to participate in, for sure. Not the presidency, but then you vote for Joe Biden and he wins. Like, this guy's going to be so mad. I actually, like, that's great. Honestly, watching this guy squirm is enough for me.
Go home to mommy. Go home. Bye. Go home.
Like, dude, you're way too old to be doing TikToks, brother. And I say this as someone who's also way too old and has tried to do TikToks.
A number of voter registration initiatives have been partnering with content creators to persuade more young people to register to vote.
Hey, Benedict Donald. So we're kicking you out in 86 days. Ain't no doubt.
Maya collaborates with one of these initiatives.
Got my snacks, lunches packed, ready for the attack. 86 days left till we 86 you.
Talk the Vote is a TikTok account that creates content persuading Gen Z to register to vote.
Now let's all vote and help him brighten up our starless night. I don't know specifically how many people like Gen Z that I've registered to vote, but I know that 8,000 people have clicked the link in my bio that takes them to register to vote. So speaking to Gen Z where they are is probably the best way to get them engaged in politics and just getting them registered to vote. Tomorrow is the first presidential debate.
Maya's success with her politically charged videos has not gone unnoticed by some big hitters on the campaign trail who want to use her online presence to garner more votes.
I've been working with Big Tent Creative for about a month. They're a group that was created by several upper-level leaders for different Democratic primary campaigns. They sponsored one of my posts to inform Gen Z why they should get registered to vote.
I don't want to make everything political, but we have to vote.
They want to pay me to post them, so that's awesome.
Some people might be surprised that content creators are paid to do some of these videos.
It seems really easy, especially when it's like a 45-second video or even like a 15-second video, but it takes a lot of time, and also things like your equipment. Like a lot of creators have ring lights and microphones and things like that.
Whenever someone is paid to create content on TikTok, they should, according to US government rules and regulations, disclose that payment in the video. But plenty of creators like Maya don't always do this. The problem is, if you promote or attack a political candidate in the same video, it might quickly be construed as a political ad, and TikTok completely bans these. TikTok were made aware of some of these videos on its platform, and they have since been removed. But what about the politicians themselves? Are they able to keep on side with TikTok? Well, deep in suburban Minnesota, there's a savvy incumbent who's showing that politicians can play by the rules and be down with the kids.
So, small vibe, right? All right, cross arms this time.
State Senator Matt Little is a rarity, a politician who's fully embraced the site, promoting himself, not his party.
The most successful videos are all just self-deprecating about either me or kind of my profession, I guess, as an elected politician. So our most successful video by far is a video of another senator comes into my office.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
So you've told a lot of your TikTok followers that you're still a piece of garbage. But
oh, you got it down, yeah.
Have you actually told them about any of your policies?
We absolutely have, in terms of...
I don't care how good of a nice of a person this guy is. I'm for whatever political party that bans politicians from doing that. Also, Trump should have banned TikTok. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Education, healthcare, a lot of the work I've done to lower pharmaceutical prices in the U.S. If it was just purely a popularity contest, it wouldn't be as useful for us as a platform.
if we compare it to other platforms where you do have to pay money basically to get noticed, have you observed higher organic growth on TikTok than those other platforms?
Well, I would say no other platform in my political career has gotten me an interview on BBC World News. So I'm pretty happy with the success of TikTok and getting our message out to a wide audience. We've gotten a lot of anecdotal stuff while we're out about, like, I love your TikTok, I love your videos. In the last few days, we've had 2 people say, I only know you because my daughter knows you from TikTok.
Matt Little, with over 150,000 followers, is one of TikTok's most followed American politicians. But this comes with its own problems.
Well, certainly my opponent's team is trying to use that against us and say I'm not very serious. But when it comes time and I'm on the Senate floor and I'm passing bills, I don't care how many TikToks I've made or how many tweets I've sent, I'm getting stuff done for my district, and people know that.
Senator Little.
Hey, Vivian.
What Matt's doing on TikTok is all about soft power, influencing his electorate with comedy whilst getting his core message out. Vote for me in the upcoming state election.
Looks good, Vivian.
But with the huge rise in political content on social media platforms like TikTok, some of the messages are more opaque.
So if someone approaches you and says, this TikTok looks dodgy, how long does it actually take?
I'm with the Institute for Strategic Dialogue in London, who scour the internet checking the veracity of online content.
So we're really interested in whether it's being used as a place to spread hate, disinformation and malicious content around the election.
Have you found any evidence of TikTok videos being used to spread election misinformation?
a huge amount, and the reality is that you don't have to dig around to find it. So one example, which is the very first video that comes up if you do.
That was so weird. Oh my god. It's also ad time. I don't know what the fuck happened. I feel like I saw a shadow in the back of my... I've never felt that way before. That was some spooky season ass shit right there, dude. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We saw it too. Wait, did you? Those are symptoms of retinal detachment? What?
Do a blanket search for hashtag vote by mail. On TikTok.
2020 is an extremely important year. And I can tell you, as I come from South Africa, which is a communist country,
the top recommendation under that hashtag is from a South African born American citizen.
And after they've taken everything, then they start to come for your land. So your freedoms will be gone.
So it's hugely divisive, very scaremongering.
Let's not vote by mail, because that is a huge piece of fraud.
TikTok are facing a very similar set of challenges to all of the other tech platforms over the last few years. They're just facing them a lot more quickly as they've entered this space just before the election in November.
Oh, look. A South African white guy talking about land grabs. You can see it in the clip.
And the reality is that you don't have to dig around to find it. So one example, which is the very first video to find
What
it.
is
And
it?
the reality is that you don't have to dig around to find.
Why do you say ghost? What is it? Do you see the shadow? I don't see anything. There's literally nothing, dude. It's a reflection of a car shining through the window. Okay, that was scary, but I think it was Mario Judah.
Really. It's really an issue of enforcement, and there isn't yet a sense that TikTok have got any way further ahead of the curve than the other platforms in terms of how they're dealing with that problem.
This is a promise.
This video has now been taken down, but that's a drop in the ocean given the sheer number of videos like this still on the site. And it's not just misinformation that's got the ISD worried. What are the main conspiracy theories that are being spread on TikTok regarding the election?
What we've seen here is a lot of conversations around the potential for fraud via mail-in ballots. We've also seen COVID-19 conspiracies kind of bleed over.
Yeah, that was a huge deal.
Political discussions on the app. I mean, one Hype House account put out a video 2 days ago in which they said...
Wait! Did I do a top of the hour every hour 60-second outbreak or no? There's absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I just saw Kieran O'Connor. Totally unrelated. Top of the hour every hour, 60-second ad break.
Said they can't wait for COVID-19 to disappear after November the 3rd. And they kind of left it hanging there, and the logic.
Okay, I'll pause during the ad break. What's up, everybody? $30 seconds. $20 seconds. Yes, I eat the same thing every day. And we're back.
Leap that people in the comments made was that COVID-19 has been used and misused and manipulated by the Democrats to bash and criticize President Trump, and that after November the 3rd, it's going to simply disappear. This is a video that was uploaded 2 days ago, and it has, at my last count, 440,000 views, which are, you know, more than some news organizations would ever hope for in some of their content.
This video was posted by the Republican Girls Hype House. What does Joey, who runs the account, think about misinformation on the Republican Girls' videos?
So with misinformation, it's very hit or miss. And this is whenever conservative censorship really takes place. You know, if someone puts out something with a source that is wrong, we take that down immediately. If something's even remotely wrong, we take it down immediately. If something's debunked by fact checkers and we check to see if it's actually wrong and it's not, then that's a red flag on the app's behalf.
Just to clarify, you're saying that if you think one of the Republican girls has posted something wrong, you take it down if you realize it's wrong?
Yes, absolutely. The last thing we want to do is spread misinformation.
Yeah, right.
So what is TikTok doing
It's
to
all
police their
cap time
site?
for me.
Eric Han is TikTok's head of
fucking
safety in
capping
the
so
US.
hard.
Our strategy has always been the same, which is detect, triage, prevent. I think one thing that we always recognize as well is we're always going to try to get to 100% as quickly as we can, but also recognize that, hey, if we're 99.9% correct, that 0.1% could lead to many mistakes. So that's the environment that we live in, and that's what we're fighting against.
It's not actually been very long that you've been able to report a TikTok video for misinformation.
Why did that take so long to implement?
We also recognize that we're a 2-year-old company, but to your point, we're seen as a 10-year-old brand, right? I saw a tweet once that said, TikTok is speed walking through everything the rest of these social platforms had 10 to 15 years to go through, right? So that includes our transparency reports, that includes making sure our reporting functions are there. And I think if you were to compare us to our peers, and if you look at the whole landscape, there have been times and situations where I think we've caught things faster. So for example, a Nancy Pelosi video that was manipulated to make her look like she was inebriated.
And then he had a press conference in the Rose Garden with all this.
That's something that we caught really, really quickly and did not reach more than 4 digits in video views. Whereas on other platforms, and it's easily discoverable, racked up millions and millions of views. So I think there are going to be wins like that, and there are going to be times where it's going to be much harder to catch information like that.
As the 2020 presidential race enters its final phase, the volume of TikTok election videos has intensified, and the hype houses are now really pushing out their messages.
Do you think that TikTok is going to sway the election?
Absolutely. A lot of younger people who may have not been as engaged in politics are more engaged now because of TikTok.
I don't think that Republican Girls itself will sway the election, whether Donald Trump will win or lose.
Yo, here's what's so funny about like everything I do. I've been doing this shit for years. Okay, I've been covering politics for years, urging people to go out and vote for particular candidates and stuff like that. I've never once thought that I had like a fraction of the influence that that girl thinks she has. Like literally, as a matter of fact, I make fun of people who constantly say like, Hasan, your words on Joe Biden are going to cause him to lose the election. I'm like, shut up.
I do believe that more people will register to vote. I do believe that more people will go out and vote Trump because of our influence.
I do think TikTok is going to make a difference in this election. If you're someone who's registered to vote and on November 2nd, or even on November 3rd, you see on your For You page, today's election day, you're going to be like, oh my God, today's election day, I got to go vote.
I guess content producers would say this, but what about Josh Constine, the tech expert?
If someone is remembering that November 3rd is election day on the day of, that I don't want them voting because I feel like they're going to go and vote for fucking Trump or some shit on accident.
Gen Z is the latest generation to gain access to the vote, and winning them could be crucial to the election. I think that this app could really get people to get out of their house and get to the polls. If you can go out and shoot a TikTok over and over to get that perfect take, you're going to be willing to get out there and get to the polls.
This is true. People talk about TikTok like...
Why does he talk like that?
If you can go out and shoot a TikTok over and over to get that perfect take, you're going to be willing to get out there and get to the polls.
Really weird, dude. What is happening? He's like doing the fucking TikTok, like the "Hi, hungry, I'm dad" neck moves. You know what I mean? Whatever the fuck those dudes are.
This is true. People talk about TikTok like it's any other social media app, but that ignores this whole other world that's going on there. You don't only miss what is starting to dictate Gen Z culture, you also miss how older generations are trying to influence young people. If they do turn out to vote in this election, chances are that TikTok may well have had a lot to do with it.
Okay, that was terrible.
These are the critical Milwaukee suburbs that could determine if President Trump wins Wisconsin again, or if Joe Biden flips it back to blue.
Our journey brings us to Wisconsin, not only because it's a swing state and an important part of the path to victory for both men, but also it's a state that's been rocked by two of the major issues of this campaign.
The protests for social justice and the violence, plus a frightening surge in COVID cases and hospitalizations.
My symptoms were cough, fever, body ache.
Melissa Armour had COVID last spring, but her breathing problems lingered for weeks. So she went back to the hospital, where doctors made another discovery.
I'm lucky that I survived it, and I'm lucky that I had to go into the hospital when I went into the hospital, because I would have never known I had leukemia.
Thankfully, it was caught early. Melissa is undergoing treatment now, telling us her experience is one reason she's voting for President Trump.
Do you think the president has done a good job with COVID?
I think so. I think he's done what he knew what he could do for us.
But Leah Blomberg sees it much differently. She too battled COVID.
What?
Spending several days on a ventilator.
What has it been like to watch what's transpired over the last few months?
Frustrating, for sure. I just don't understand people's aversion to wearing masks.
She told me she voted early for Joe Biden.
Do you think that he can turn this around?
I would hope so, with stricter restrictions on wearing masks.
You think Biden will push for mandatory mask wearing?
I would hope so. Altogether, I think he could do a much better job than Trump.
Next door, in battleground Michigan, they're months past their darkest COVID days, but it's still impacting the election.
Almost felt like a bomb went off in our area. Or
Dr. Sam Falwa spent weeks treating COVID patients. Despite the president's heavily criticized pandemic response, he told us he's giving President Trump the benefit of the doubt and his vote.
I don't think he did everything perfectly, and neither would have anyone else. But I think, and I truly believe, he did things as best as he could.
Whose fucking cousin is this, bro? Somebody come collect your fucking stupid ass relative, okay? What is this shit? Dayak yememiş yeterince.
Given what he knew at the
Nothing triggers me like doctors who are like, yeah, bro, COVID not a big deal, bro. Like, fuck you, dude.
time.
No, Türk değil. He's not. I don't think he's Turkish.
Mindy Prisky is also voting for the president.
We are in the way of recovering some of the economy, and a lot of people will say a lot quicker than was expected, and I think we need to stay the course with that.
She owns an ice skating company and says her business was devastated by COVID restrictions imposed by Michigan's governor that Mindy thought were unfair.
We could go to the casino, and so if they could be opened at 15%, why couldn't we?
I'm just looking at everything that I worked for 17 years, invested into a business that had to shut down.
Latricia Wilder was also forced to close her fitness studio for weeks, but she told us she's voting for Biden, saying she can't trust President Trump.
I'm a woman, I'm a black woman, I'm a small business. Those three things alone does not seem like it's on his radar.
Then there's the flashpoint over race and justice, which is also swaying Americans' votes. Back in Wisconsin.
Bro. It's like literally being like a massage therapist. It's like the one instance where like, I mean, I guess for massage therapists is like, you can do it person to person under the books, under the table, sorry. But yes, I hate nationalism as well, brother. I just find it so like she just has like one of those jobs where it's like really hard for anyone to justify.
Wisconsin, we met Antonio Godfrey Sr.
I have never protested a day in my life, but after watching George Floyd's murder happen, I felt the need. I felt I was angered.
There's Antonio at a protest. His son Noah was right there with him.
It was very emotional. It was. But it was that good emotion. It made me feel warm. The community has started that process of wanting change.
He says he won't vote for President Trump.
He does not have my best interest in mind. He doesn't have the people of color interest in mind.
Arletta Allen, the first black city councilwoman in Fond du Lac, also took part in protests, but takes a different view of the president.
I am going to vote for him, and that's mostly because I'm a Republican, not because of the fact that I'm a Trump supporter.
So what would you say to Donald Trump if he were sitting here right now?
It's up to you having that position of power to be able to oversee and push forth the change that the people are looking for.
Great to hear from all those voters. We do wish Melissa the best with her treatment. Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives.
So cringe, dude.
Our Cross America journey bringing us tonight to what many political experts believe is a crucial battleground in this election. Everyone agreeing on the importance of Pennsylvania. 4 years ago, Donald Trump turned history on its head here, thanks to many Democrats crossing over. And now in 2020, voters here are once again showing signs of independence.
Near Scranton, we came to Dave Mitchko's home. You don't have to guess who he's voting for. Those signs, just some of the thousands he's been giving out here.
Guys.
2016, there was hardly a sign here.
Guys, silent majority, by the way. This is why I laugh. Like, are there actually people who are secretly Republican? I talked about it yesterday. Certainly. But is that the norm? Absolutely not. For them to be, for Trump's silent majority take to be true, or like for Trump to win, I guess, with the silent majority in the way that they claim that it's going to happen, they would literally need to be, just like more silent majority Trumpers than loud ones.
here or there. This is a true Democratic area, you know, and they were all in support of Hillary, but times have changed. I mean, I've given out almost 26,000 signs out of my garage to people who wanted the signs. The support for Trump in this area is overwhelming.
Dave is part of perhaps the most critical group of voters this year in battleground Pennsylvania, Obama voters, who then switched and voted for President Trump. In 2016, they helped the president turn this state red for the first time in nearly 30 years. Will they do it again?
The left went so far left that we just figured we had to switch our party, and we're going to support this president even more.
One of the things that makes Pennsylvania so fascinating in 2020 is that it's essentially flipping the script. You've got former Democrats voting for the president, but you also have some lifelong Republicans who are voting for Joe Biden, who has spent part of his childhood here. Like retired teacher Patricia Healy.
I am basically voting against Trump. I like Joe Biden as a person. I just don't know. I do worry a little bit about his age, but yes, it's mainly against Trump.
She told us she regrets her vote for the president in 2016.
He actually has ruined so many things. He's made a mockery of the Oval Office. He's made a mockery of the democratic process.
Not too far away, we went over to meet Mary Grace Vidala, a registered nurse and a Republican. Back in May, she lost her 83-year-old mom, Grace, a Trump supporter, to COVID.
My mom followed the rules. She didn't go to the bank. She didn't go to church. And her life revolved around church.
Mary Grace told us she's voting for Biden.
Do you think the president failed your mother?
The president failed not only my mother, but the 225,000 lives that have been lost. He's in way over his head.
Is COVID a dominant?
At least that's what it took for her to be reformed. Like, think about how many Trump supporters are out there whose parents have literally died. Oh shit. I just lost 2,000 subs, dude. What happened at this time last month? Someone said deserved. What was it? Was it a debate or something? Literally said deserved. Deserved, dude, yeah. Was it the first debate? Okay, going forward from this day on, I'm going to be hemorrhaging like 5K subs probably. I'm going to go down to having 1 sub. By the end of it, I'm going to have 0 subs left. It's over, boys. RIP. Wow, the first debate was a month ago? I feel like it was yesterday, dude. Thank you, DC Fanboy, for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Okay, come on. Get it out. Get out the jokes. Get out the jokes. Be like, why set such an ambitious goal for yourself, Hasan? I mean, look, you have a lot of subs, but like, what? You really think you're gonna get 2,000 subs in a span of 24 hours? Really, Hasan? Why don't you just like put a more reasonable goal, like 33,000 instead of 34,500? Thank you, Floki. Come on, get it out. Get it out before I change it. Wow, wow, greedy streamer. Wow, dead streamer. Pierre Defecto, thank you for the 5 subs. Okay, guys, stop subbing. Stop gifting. Stop gifting. Stop gifting. Stop gifting, Cap. No, I mean it. This is an Invader V moment. Yeah. If I say keep gifting, you say you're greedy. If I say stop gifting, you say I'm doing reverse psychology. There's no winning this conversation. All right, I'm changing my fucking goal, dude, to something reasonable. Okay? Thank you, Aggressive Oryx. Thank you, Emily Yeet. Thank you, Devon Art. I don't know what the fuck is going on, guys. Thank you, Emily Arne, for the 20 months.
That issue here?
It's not, it doesn't seem so much. I don't know anybody else in the area that lost someone to COVID besides myself, personally.
And with tens of thousands of Pennsylvania jobs dependent on fossil fuels, we asked about those Biden comments on the oil industry from the last debate.
Would you close down the oil?
By the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Do you think that hurts or helps him here?
Thank you,
I
Baker
think
Yonce.
It depends
S.A. Aztec,
on who you
Ray
talk to
Mingus,
here.
DJ Mothman, Pure Effect.
He did raise some eyebrows.
Yavrusu.
Me personally, Donald Trump said he would bring coal back to our area. There's no coal left.
Then there's former Democrat Merritt Doyle, who tells us President Trump did exactly what he was hoping for when he switched parties to vote for him back in 2016. And he says he'll do it this year, too.
I saw Trump as someone who came in, who offered
Bro, this guy literally looks like a NPC. Like, he looks like a Fallout NPC, bro. Yo, hey, instead of voting for Donald Trump, why don't you fix what the fuck's going on with your life, dude? Holy shit, Hunter Biden looks better than this dude when he's high as fuck.
a breath of fresh air, something different.
Merritt is a personal trainer.
Imagine, dude, yeah, he looks like a GTA character. Bro, imagine being like, Trump brought something different to the table. What was that difference? Racism. How is that different? Like, if anything, he did literally what every other Republican has done, but like he took it to the next level by being open about it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I really find it refreshing how Trump did something different by, instead of like hiding it behind dog whistles, he just did full-blown racism, you know? Like overt racism instead of covert racism, which is very good.
He says too many COVID restrictions hurt small businesses like his, and he believes the economy will be the reason the president wins here again.
I look at the 3 years before Corona hit, COVID-19, and that, you know, record numbers as far as 4 million new jobs, unemployment. You give this guy 4 more years, he could turn us around.
We should note that late today, the Supreme Court did not intervene on a Republican challenge to Pennsylvania's mail-in voting rules. That means those ballots can be counted up to 3 days after the election. Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here.
I'm openly gay, living with HIV, have been a sort of leftist activist my entire adult life. Yet I got elected mayor of a town that went for Donald Trump.
The best part about Trump is he's not a politician. He's a businessman. And that's what this country needs, a businessman. We don't need more politicians. We got plenty of them.
Milford is in northeast Pennsylvania, right where New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania meet. When I bought my home here in the 90s, the county voter registration was almost 3-to-1 Republican. And now it's like, 1.5 to 1 Republican or something like that. We've always been a county that has had lots of different kinds of extremes.
The display is actually from my husband, who is a 30-year Air Force veteran. Right now, the way that things are going, we all pray that Trump will win. And I just feel that Trump has done a great job in 3 years. He's done what he said he's going to do.
I would like to see the current president and vice president re-win the election. That's my viewpoint. And the person who lives downstairs is a Biden supporter. And everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but you don't have to try to force feed the other person your ideas.
Pike County has long been a Republican-held community. And over the last 4 years, we've really seen a huge shift towards there being more Democrats and more visible Democrats in our community.
I've never been involved in politics. I've been a very strong Democrat, but I've voted for Republicans too in the past. But I am just so physically ill. This whole 4 years has been hell for me.
I'm not expecting Election Day violence or civil unrest, but I think we live in a time where you have to be prepared.
The training we had in 2018 when I was elected was very different from this year. This year they've added a certain amount of, actually a whole hour on issue of what happens if violence or threat of violence happens. Because there are a great deal of individuals in this county that are very aggressive. I'm not going to mince words. There's a military truck with a machine gun on top that goes by periodically. And so that kind of voter intimidation is real here.
Bro, how is that normal? What the fuck, dude? Dude, Pennsylvania. Fucking Pennsyltucky Andes, dude. Jesus Christ, it's so broken. Our country is so fundamentally broken, dude.
I honestly feel that if people start coming for our guns, you will see an uprising. The gun stores cannot keep enough guns and ammo in stock because of all the people now needing a gun. And what does that say to you? People do not feel safe.
I'm not a worrier usually. I'm not a timid person.
You know how people are talking about leaving America? Or not leaving America, sorry. Leaving like rural area or leaving urban, I can't even say it. Leaving urban areas to go to the rural areas. This type of shit really makes me want to leave America. Like, I love living here. But I really do kind of want to go somewhere more civilized when I see stuff like this. Where would you go? I don't know. Probably Canada or something. Maybe Australia. A place where there's like hotties with cool accents. Canada all has like the Midwestern accent, so I find that very sexy. And then Australia has the Australian accent, which I find also sexy. That's pretty much it. There's racism everywhere. It's not the racism, dude. It's also the fucking guns. That's what I'm fucking worried about.
And I stand up for myself, but to feel intimidated in my rural, beautiful Pennsylvania, it just makes me angry.
I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in war or fighting and stuff like that. I wasn't thrilled when Obama got in, but I accepted it. And I wasn't thrilled when he got in the second time, but I accepted it. I didn't go out and arm myself.
Pike County, Pennsylvania, as well as Northeast Pennsylvania writ large, I think are huge battleground areas for the presidential election.
We're so excited by this huge Democratic wave of mail-in ballots. It's such a dramatic, differential. But we are going to see a tsunami of Republican and Trump votes coming out on Election Day. It is anything but a lock.
Okay, bro.
In the bellwether county of Northampton, the Trump train's full steam ahead.
I'm 51 years old, never registered to vote, just registered just about 3 months ago, and I will be voting Donald Trump this year.
Conservatives finally getting people who hate America to leave. I think I love America more than conservatives do. Most immigrants love America more than conservatives do. That's for sure. Conservatives take America for granted. They think they own patriotism, but they don't. Their brand of like loving America is just wrong. Like they literally are anti-American values. They're not for progress. They're not for integration. They have backwards ass opinions. Pound for pound, every immigrant loves America more than a natural born U.S. citizen who's a conservative. We left our friends, family, our culture behind to come here, bitch. Obviously, we want to be here more than you. What'd you do? Especially if you're like a racist conservative. What? You just plopped out of your racist mother's pussy. That's all you did. You don't deserve to be here. Fucking kick your ass out.
Sure.
4 years ago, the county flipped from Democrat to Republican for the first time since 1988.
Well, I'm confident that we're going to have more votes for Trump than we did in 2016.
Donald Trump wooed voters with a promise to bring back blue-collar jobs, and for many, he delivered.
The unemployment rate in Northampton County before the COVID and all around this region was historically low.
The county's largest city, Bethlehem, is the birthplace of American steel. 2 decades ago, the mills were forced to shut, unable to compete with overseas producers.
While no one expects the steel mills here to fire up again, Donald Trump was the first candidate in decades to offer blue-collar workers a dream to bring manufacturing back to home soil.
After Trump took office, 16,000 new manufacturing jobs were...
I love these. Yo, I love these fucking like British journalists trying to comprehend America. Because it's like, it's so funny. They look at us like we're animals, dude. The way that like the Guardian covers, or like this lady is covering Pennsylvania, it's like, yeah, you have Trump supporters with... Is this Australia? I thought this was... Oh, she's Aussie? My bad. Okay, well, okay. It's just like, here you have Trump supporters with a bunch of guns talking about doing a revolution. Okay, why are you trying to do a revolution? It's like, hey, I'm trying to fucking kill Democrats. Very normal. Moving on. We're on our walkabout. It's like she's at the fucking zoo, dude. Here is another American ape. This one's got a Trump bandana rather than the regular Trump t-shirt. In his natural habitat.
Created in Pennsylvania, the pandemic has since wiped them out, but Trump supporters say he's not to blame.
So when you take a look at Trump, if you really look at what he's done, what he's promised to do, and what he's accomplished, we should.
You have a small business owner who's decided that racism is more important than continuation of his business. As you can see, he's also near the age group that is most impacted by coronavirus, which Donald Trump has made worse by allowing to spread in this community, specifically of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Why do these animals vote against their self-interest? Nobody knows.
Look at Joe Biden there, and he's done nothing. I don't really have to go. He's got my vote. So.
Joe D'Ambrosio has run his barbershop in the city's working-class neighborhood for almost 60 years.
Look, he's got a fucking Trump. This one's got a fucking Trump mask on, despite the fact that Donald Trump said that coronavirus was fake for the longest time.
A lifelong Democrat, he voted Republican for the presidency in the last election.
The liberal have gone so far to the left that even the blue-collar...
The sub-goal is too modest. I'll fix it when we hit 33,000, baby.
And I think that's why Trump's going to win. So far to the left that even the blue-collar Democrat can't associate with them. And I think that's why Trump's going to win.
But there are plenty
of...
Like,
what exactly? People need to ask, like, what do you mean? Can you describe to me what you mean? The left says Democrats are Republican and the right says left is communist. Thank you too much sauce 008 for the 15 big ones. I just need to understand what they mean when they say like the Democratic Party is too far left.
Blue collar workers who feel
My dad has been saying the left is too extreme for 20 years. It's a long con.
down by the president.
Yeah.
Jerry Green made steel here for almost 30 years. He says the recent economic boom started before Donald Trump took office.
You know, he had 4 years to prove himself. I think that he's still gonna have that support from some, but I think he lost some of it because of the fact of
He lost the radical Obama to Trump voters.
what he didn't do for the American people.
Joe Biden was born
Hey, Trump, you just lost the radical Obama to Trump voters.
in Pennsylvania and holds a comfortable lead. It will be a tough road for Donald Trump, who needs to not only keep his base, but expand it.
These are the president's die-hard supporters. When he says he'll return their country to a time before coronavirus, they believe him. But the pandemic would...
I grew up in rural PA. These people were never Democrats. They're Dixiecrats, hardcore racist and constantly a victim. The left is too extreme is the evergreen excuse. I heard it when I was 10. No, I think there's a solid constituency of two-term Obama voters that turned to Donald Trump, especially in places like rural Pennsylvania, because they thought that Donald Trump was going to genuinely right the wrongs of NAFTA and shit, which they hold responsible for their jobs leaving, right? I think that there was legitimately a couple dudes in there. Like that last guy, steel worker, doesn't want to fucking work. He's like, all right, well, I went with the Republican because I've been a lifelong Democrat because my union said vote Democrat. And then my union disbanded. There's no more union because there's no more job. Right? There's no more fucking industry, so there's no union. So now I'm like, I guess I'll fucking go with the guy who says he's going to bring the jobs back. Right? And then some of them, I think, recognize that it didn't work. Tucker Carlson, who spent the past 2 weeks obsessing on Hunter Biden emails, now says it's time to leave Hunter alone.
This that we mentioned
what?
Back today, and that's great. What we'd really like are some answers. And speaking of answers, it occurs as reading this that we mentioned the documents that we get from a lot of people. And we've received an awful lot of documents recently about Hunter Biden. We haven't aired all of them. In fact, many we have not aired. The ones that are pertinent to his business career abroad, favors he did on behalf of foreign clients with the help of his father, that seems relevant. And it seems like news. And we brought it to you, and we're not ashamed of that. But there are a lot of documents about Hunter Biden's personal life that we haven't brought to you, and we're not going to. And we should tell you why. One is the obvious answer. He's not running for president. And so to the extent those documents pertain to his dad, of course. But Hunter Biden is a fallen man at this point. And I should also say that I knew Hunter Biden fairly well. We lived near each other in Washington for quite some time. I knew his wife, who was an absolutely outstanding person, a good person. I never thought Hunter Biden was a bad person. I thought he had demons, but in the time I knew him, he kept them mostly under control. At some point, he lost control of those demons, and the world knows that now. He's now humiliated and alone. It's probably too strong to say we feel sorry for Hunter Biden, but the point is, pounding on a man, jumping on, piling on, when he's already down is something that we don't want to be involved in. So with that.
Wait, what? What happened? Did he see his dick or something? And he was like, damn, bro, that's a powerful throbbing cock. Is that like a deep fake? What happened? Like he saw Hunter Biden's package and he was like, I respect that, dude. Sorry, bro. That's a good ass dick, homie. Like, what did he see in the documents that made him go, you know, we're going to stop pouncing on Hunter? Maybe some new reporting countering the Biden story coming out and Fox decided to dip? Wait, but maybe the documents weren't supposed to come out? I'm so confused. By the way, I didn't even know that Hunter Biden and Tucker lived near one another. How do I see Hunter Biden's dick? I tried Googling. Dude, I don't fucking know. You freak. Yeah, he found out that Hunter Biden fucked his wife. Wait, does Tucker Carlson have a wife? I don't even know. He probably does, right? Actually, that's a funny tweet. I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that.
Sorry for
What did he see in those tapes? Was Hunter smashing Tucker's wife's cheeks to smithereens? Is that good? I rewrote it. What a damn funny and original joke. AOC will see it. Oh, fuck, you're right. Never mind. Damn. Going forward, whenever I have a risque one like that, you got to remind me, like, AOC might see this. New Biden ad airing on Hulu, etc. Whoever this is an ad for Biden campaign.
Warming and all of this with the global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It'll start getting cooler. You just watch. And I see again the forest fires are starting. I said, you gotta clean your floors. I don't think science knows, actually.
I'm an environmentalist. A lot of people don't understand that. I have done more.
It's a pretty good ad because, like, for a lot of people, this is what they want anyway. Like, this is what... Live your life like AOC's watching. It's a good ad because that's exactly what liberals want. All right, who should be president? Fuck it, I'm doing it, dude.
I stand before you to officially launch my campaign for a second term.
I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America.
More than 200,000 people in the U.S. have died.
Historic mega fires.
More than 38 million people have now lost their jobs.
I don't want to put my mask on. Mask is killing people.
Socialism is nothing but communism.
Nationwide outrage.
We are as close to a cultural civil war as we have been since the 1860s.
Success is going to bring us together.
Newt Gingrich is like responsible for half the fucking culture war in this country, literally with what is known as wedge issues.
We are on the road to success.
We are in a battle for the soul of this nation.
Hello, my name is AK. I'm a business owner. I'm also a father, and I am currently a registered independent but leaning Democrat.
Hey, my name is Mike. I am a member of the Walkaway movement, which is people who have walked away from the left and the Democratic Party.
Dude, what's up, dude? Yo. Somebody needs to fucking somebody needs to reel in the fucking the cis white gays, dude. What's going on with this walk away shit? Why is it always like... What's happening, dude?
So I consider myself kind of part of the new right.
My name is Shai. I am an educator and I am a liberal who leans more so in the middle.
My name is Maggie. I'm a data analyst. I'm 100% independent, but a lot of my issues do line up with the conservative point of view.
My name's Joe.
Some of these conservative cis white gays are like, listen, I love dick, but I fucking love racism. Okay, I can't stop. Like, I will give up dick for racism. All right. Sorry, it's a part of me. All right. Stop fucking these dudes. I'm looking right at you, chat. Gorbachev. Stop fucking these dudes. Okay? They don't deserve it.
I work in Democratic politics. I actually just recently worked for Elizabeth Warren's presidential campaign, and ironically, I grew up in a very conservative family.
My name is Amy. I am a veteran and a mom of 3 boys. I'm a registered independent, but I tend to lean conservative.
Wait, what the fuck? She literally said she's progressive at the Trump video. Bro, yo, grifter alert, dude. She literally said she was the progressive one in the Trump video, bro.
If you disagree with this statement, please turn your camera off. The United States is the greatest country on earth.
When I think about America being the greatest country, one of those benefits that I do think is so great is we have the freedom of choice. There's many countries where women,
Big Buffet.
their voices are suppressed. Even typing our thoughts on the internet, that's suppressed.
I really, truly, fully believe that America is really the last standing pillar of democracy as a whole in the entire world right now. When it comes to the people having the choice on what direction this country goes, right now, especially in 2020, I feel like we're personally the only country left where we have that opportunity.
Bro, we found out earlier today that, like, you can be just as Islamophobic, if not more, in France, okay? So, like, no, they have our freedom. Even in fucking Freedom Fries, France. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry.
And that door open for us.
The United States is actually the only country that has freedom of speech in its constitution. And I think most people would agree, like, without freedom of speech, like, you can't do much. Like, that is really pretty key. Having, like, freedom of thought and, like, people being able to, like, to criticize the government and make changes for the better.
If you look at other Western countries that we think of as being free countries, they're really not anymore. I mean, in the UK, you have comedians being put on trial for...
Oh, God. Oh, this is brain worms. Like, literally brain fucking worms. It's like, he saw, like, Count Dankula or some shit, and now he's like, yeah, I'm a fucking Trump supporter. At first, I'm immediately like, is this guy a grifter? But then I remember, no, he's probably an idiot. Like, he's probably a fucking moron. I always forget that there are plenty of people who are just fucking morons, and this guy's one of them.
Jokes and given prison sentences. In Canada, there have been people put on trial for criticizing different politics.
So for me, I would say that depending on what statistics you want to use, in America, there's...
Yes. When I think of 2 countries that are less free than the United States of America, I think of countries with comparably robust welfare states and robust social safety nets. That's what I think of when I'm like, you know, independent liberty for me means like a comedian getting censored or some shit for, I don't know, getting his dog to Sig Heil, which is an otherwise silly and stupid fucking thing to begin with. But I mean, it goes to show you that this dude's worldview is just so fucking guided by YouTube algorithm.
There's more people in prison. There's more people have guns in this country than anywhere around the world. I think there's other places.
Raise them high, that's all you got. What about the shitty health insurance, tax penalty, killed jobs from that left side? What about those gas prices? How many people do you personally actually know whom died of COVID-19 or died or had intense symptoms? How many do you know who tested positive for COVID-19 2 times after quarantine but their living spouse did not? What do you actually know from in-person conversation and not CNN? What do you know about protest and disruption? Whoa. Guys, we got a new brain diseased. Ooh, this is great. Can we compare the COVID death toll to the flu death toll? You like science and embrace it to its fullest, correct? No, I'm not banning this guy. This guy's a fucking... This guy's a target-rich environment, dude. Are you kidding me? Ooh, this one's staying. This one stays. I'm not banning this one. Also, top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break for you. Oh, courtesy, this one is brought to you by La Chalant. This one's a new pet. I'm gonna keep this one. I love that guy. He left. I had COVID, you fucking dipshit. Did he leave? I don't know. Is freedom really freedom if you don't feel more free than someone else, the people in this video? True. Account created 1 year ago just for you? No, I love that.
That also have democracy. There's other places that also have opportunity, and it's not just the United States.
By turning my camera off, I did not want to come off as saying I don't think America is a good place, or it could ever be the greatest place. I just think in this moment, it's not the greatest place. This country is the worst country when it comes to COVID response. And it's not just because we have so many people, it's because we're doing almost nothing outside of a few democratic states to combat it. I had COVID back in March.
I didn't unpause before the end of the ad. Chill the fuck out, ad watchers.
During the huge outbreak in New York City where we literally had refrigerated trucks sitting in hospitals because the morgues were full. We don't know the long-term effects of this disease, and we've unfortunately made the debate about deaths versus not, but the reality is it's a disease and it's wreaking havoc on people's bodies, and we should just be really careful about not letting millions of people get it.
But I just wanted to push back on this idea that a lot of people say President Trump hasn't done anything, he's neglected it. Kamala Harris just the other day released a statement saying that President Trump found out on January 28th about COVID and he did nothing. He found out on the 28th, and then on January...
And then he did the travel ban from China.
January 29th, he established the task force, the U.S. Coronavirus Task Force. On January 30th, he closed the border to China again.
See, it's always the same, brother.
What every Democrat wanted, they called it.
So if he knew all this and did all this, why did he keep saying COVID's not a big deal? It's going to go away for like 2 months after. Why does no Trump supporter have an answer for this? Oh, because he was a cheerleader. Yeah, is he still cheerleading right now? Do you feel cheery, motherfucker? I feel very not cheerful. Get your mans with those fingerless gloves. I don't know what he's wearing. He's got no drip, negative drip.
Called it xenophobic. They called him a racist. They said he was hysterical.
Funny how we never heard about those truckloads of bodies after that one viral photo shoot. They could only afford one green screen use or what? Wait, come on, dude. Oh, this person real? He's fucking joking. Jesus
and
Christ.
Through all of February, every leading Democrat was saying, go out to parades, go to Chinatown. It's nothing to worry about. I'm in New York. Our Governor Cuomo put COVID patients in nursing homes, which is basically a death sentence when we know that that's the most vulnerable population.
One thing that I was kind of glad to see with Trump was, I would say he took a fairly libertarian approach to how he handled coronavirus, even though he
Exactly. Oh, Maggie here is like correct, but also brain dead, but still correct.
States to open.
He did take a libertarian approach, which is really bad. Both when it comes to, trafficking your child as long as both parties consent. And also this, you should not have a free market libertarian approach to COVID. Yeah, true.
Open back up, he did not force them to do so. Even though he wasn't a fan of mask mandates, he didn't bar states from doing mask mandates. And if you look at the coverage of coronavirus, it's often talking about like New York did it this way, Florida did it this way, Texas did it this way. It's often talking about it at a state level. So I do see that as a win in terms of like Trump left the decision up to the states.
This is not a one person takes all the blame situation, There was a lot of slow moving parts by the mayor and the governor of New York State that made everything worse. There's no question about that. But at the end of the day, when the governor can't manufacture or acquire personal protective equipment for an outbreak, they can't get enough.
That person is a data analyst? Like, what kind of data is she analyzing, bro?
Ventilators, they can't roll out a contact tracing program because they don't have the money for it. You know, at some point, the federal government has to take blame for that, for what is happening here in America. New Zealand went over 100 days without a single case, and that's not because they have a low population. They just did really basic.
It's because they don't have a real. It's because they don't have a real country, brother. It's not real. Show us, dog. What, was Fiona back here or something? Because they're communist island.
Stuff. They said, wear a mask. If you get infected, let's find out who you met with. Let's find out what friends and family you're with. And let's tell them to isolate for a few days. It doesn't take a ton of money. It just takes leadership to say, let's do this in every single state.
I think we should take this virus seriously. However, I am also worried about protecting our rights in the meantime, because this is reminding me a lot of 9/11, in that 9/11 was obviously something that was very real and affected everybody. But because everybody was so afraid at the time, the government was able to come in and impede on all of our rights. And anyone who tried to speak up for our constitutional rights was called anti-American, and you're with the terrorists. And I feel like that's kind of what is happening now. If anyone wants to consider what the other damage that is being done in fighting the coronavirus, you're told you just...
I wonder what, I mean, let's be real. This guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about. But like, first of all, like, I wonder what he thinks about like Donald Trump also expanding on the already beefed up surveillance state. And secondly, dog, one is like literally establishing one of the most robust surveillance states in the history of the fucking planet. The other one is just like, wear a mask and you can't open up your business until we get over the hump. Meanwhile, coronavirus has literally caused like 100 9/11s, dude, nearly.
Want to kill grandmothers and you're not taking it seriously. So I think that needs to be a balance in how we approach this.
I'll agree with Mikey in terms of the economic response. Business has been shutting down and people are trying to find ways to support themselves and their families. In addition, we can also talk about Donald Trump just 2 days before he got COVID.
I see people wearing winter coats and hats. What a bunch of fucking sheep. Lol, I did my own research and found out that only 1,500 people die from hypothermia in the US per year. That's only 0.0005% of the population. They live in fear of something that 99.9995% of people don't die from. It gets better. A lot of the people who die from hypothermia were wearing coats and hats, and they still died. Coats don't work. Where did you get this? This is a really good copy pasta. I've never seen that, but like that's one of those like that's an excellent copy pasta. That's 1010. It's probably Reddit. Yeah, and it goes away in the warmer months. Exactly true. Literally. Oh, that's so good.
It was on stage making fun of Joe Biden about wearing a mask, right? This is the leader of the country. So we can't also say that he took it seriously and then at the same time was mocking somebody for taking it seriously.
Mikey, you touched on, civil liberties, especially after 9/11. Look, I wholeheartedly agree. The Patriot Act and a lot that came from that was a mistake.
You, sir, deserve a Reddit gold. Ha!
To me, asking someone to wear a mask and potentially having an app on their phone that does non-GPS based contact tracing, that's not really privacy invasive or taking away my rights. That's just like basic respect and humanity to like protect others. Like, we're not taking guns away. We're not reading your SMS messages. Like, I think you're kind of stretching the truth there.
Those are absolutely things that are happening. The government is reading messages, spying on us, listen to anything that Edward Snowden has to say. So
right, that's what they did then, but that's not what's happening now.
Of course it's still happening. We're still 20 years later trying to
I'm talking about COVID,
undo all the power that the government took in 2001.
Really? Who's this wee bitch? Huh? You think Donald Trump is trying to dismantle the surveillance state, dog? What the fuck kind of brain disease did you get, dude? You need to get back on the regular dick and get off Trump's dick pronto, okay? It is literally broken your brain.
As their measures keep getting more draconian, they aren't going to then relinquish this power.
But what power do they get by asking me to wear a mask? Like, it's a very simple thing
How
that
about in
protects
California,
others.
where the governor said that they'll shut off people's power if they have more than 6 people over their apartment? I don't think that's the place of the government.
I'm just saying a basic statement, like wear a mask when you're going grocery shopping to protect everyone around you. Like, I think we can all agree that that's a good idea and that's not.
No. And I'm going to shit myself and I'm going to rub my shit on everyone too, because God damn it, this is America and not some fucking communist country like New Zealand, okay? Shut up.
Intruding on my rights. And the president should encourage people to do so as the leader of the country.
Talking about, a government impeding on somebody's rights. We have the speed limits. We have laws that we have to obey every single day. We're not in this place where it's complete anarchy, where we can do whatever we want to. So every single day the government is enforcing rules and regulations that we decide to follow. But if now a mask is something that's so big, I think it's just a little bit of a stretch.
The other side circulates more fake news.
When we talk about fake news, especially when or in my case, when I'm thinking of the other side, Fox News is like the first one that comes to mind. A lot of the things that they say to me tries to instill fear. It's the rhetoric that they use to try to get people angry or anxious about the opposite side's views.
Me being an independent, I listen to everybody. So I'll listen to Fox, but here and there I will listen to CNN. Okay, well, what's CNN saying? What's MSNBC saying and stuff? The negativity, like I don't know how anybody could watch those on a day-to-day basis.
Whereas Fox News is so positive, I'm always watching Fox News to get positive reinforcement about normal ideas like immigrants are dirty and bringing in disease into the country, or that black people are going to come into my apartment and, fuck my daughter. That sort of positivity can only be found on the most positive news network, Fox News.
Basis and feel hopeful.
I find this question a little bit challenging because I think both sides have, the word fake news that's going out there. But the reason why I find it difficult is because fake news never started until this administration. The biggest fake news that I would say is them saying that the economy is now saved under Trump.
What are those facts, though? Because for me personally, when I look at the trade deals that he did with the United States, Canada, Mexico agreement and everything, there are trade deals that Trump has implemented in his administration that have been very, very effective. If you really look at
What have they been effective at? What the fuck is she talking about, dude? Oh, Jesus Christ. Please, someone be like, what do you mean exactly? Can you describe the details of how it actually was effective? Like, what are you talking about? What is... We are so brain poisoned. Oh, God, delete America. Gee, we are ready.
Jobs that are being created right now in this country under a pandemic.
No.
That's pretty. I'm a Nancy Pelosi.
Jobs being created under the pandemic?
Clap that one. That's pretty damn impressive to me.
Talking about the economy improving, it was already improving before he got into office. You look at 2010 in October, the unemployment rate nationally was at 10. And by January 2017, when Trump got into office, it was at 4.7. The weekly earnings rate was already improving. The stock market was already the highest it was ever been in 2013. I would give this to Trump.
And then instead of fucking normalizing it and listening to his own, treasury, what Donald Trump did was unshackle the market and continue quantitative easing rather than stabilizing. Because he was like, no, fuck it. Let's go all the way, baby. All the way. Why do you keep saying pet his back? Dude, you are freaking me out, dude. Oh, the conservative pet's back. What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? I missed it. The jobs being created were the ones lost because of the pandemic. We lost 42 million jobs. Yeah.
He is an amazing marketer. Obama wasn't putting it on Twitter every single day, that the stock market was the highest it's ever been in 2013 and on.
You said that fake news didn't really exist before this administration is crazy to me. I mean, even think back to the Iraq War. Who sold the Iraq War to the American people?
You want to talk about the gas prices yet? The healthcare costs over $300 with a $8,500 deductible. The tax brackets under liberals versus Republican. The corona, I'd maybe listen, but based on my own research, a person is simply misguiding and not true. The mask is not the problem. People eat after touching all kinds of shit and spit swapping. Next, what about starting a business, getting a certification, working towards advancements, not spoon feeding lazy people? Elaborate, son. What? Dude, I don't even know what he's saying. I can't pet him if I don't understand the take he has. Okay, let's keep going.
It was
Whatever.
the New York Times. The hysteria about Trump, I think, is totally unjustified. There was a study from Harvard showing that 94% of media coverage of Trump is negative. There was a time that Trump was asked about MS-13.
When he's such a positive person, dude, like, I don't understand why the media is covering the big, wet, dumb, idiot baby president in a negative way. It's so weird that the guy who ran as like Mexicans are rapists and, you know, we must secure we must secure an existence for our white children, i.e. the 14 words. Like, that guy, why are we being so negative about that guy? Come on, why can't you see the positives of his administration?
13, a gang which beheads people and murders children, and he called them animals.
Like, why? The reason why they jumped to that, MS-13 one, and not like the millions of other times where Donald Trump has been like very, very racist, is because they think that that's a defensible position.
The New York Times, the media, the entire mainstream media, CNN, they all reported that Trump called all immigrants animals. They said he called neo-Nazis in Charlottesville good people, but they clip out the middle of his sentence where he said, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis. And
bro, he said there are very fine people on both sides. Like, this picture, he's talking about people in this side as well as the other side. It doesn't matter after that, okay? I've said this before. It's like once you fucking do that, like, there's no recovery. Like, Nazis don't even expect you to do that. You spread so much misinformation. Why don't you do something about it, little bitch? Get mad, dude. Get mad, bro. Shut the fuck up. You scared little liberal bitch. You sit there all day and spew bullshit. Ooh, are you triggered? Are you triggered? I get to spew bullshit, dude, all day. Ooh, and fucking 20,000 people watch, dude. What are you, a snowflake, dude? Are you a snowflake? You are extremely toxic. You spew pure bullshit. Come on, brother. Oh, this is a good pet. This is a good pet. Wait, what is this video? Bro, you are an idiot, LMAO. Hold on, what is this video that he linked me? It's so bad, dude. He's not trolling. He's that stupid. All right, he stays.
And white supremacists who should be condemned totally. So, you know, I think at this point, everybody knows what they're getting when they watch Fox News. It's a conservative channel. And I feel like they don't really pretend to be anything but that. The problem is that every other channel is Fox News, but for the left.
I agree with you. The New York Times sold the Iraq War, and like the mainstream media was complicit in selling those lies. That's 100% true. But there's a huge monumental difference between what Fox and certain right-wing pundits do with media. The New York Times, if they get a story wrong, if they publish misinformation on accident, like, they issue retractions. Journalists get fired. Editors get fired. I know this because I know people who work at these media.
Okay, first of all, you're wrong, Joe. Like The Intercept, the greatest advocacy organization for Joseph Robinette Biden. Thank God for brave truth tellers like Glenn Greenwald, who have the courage to fucking self-exile, just like Barry Weiss did. Because they're sick and tired of the liberal propaganda, and not because they want to grift on their own Substack about how, gay people and trans people on social media are actually responsible for the demise of the Western self-deport. Yeah, self-exile. Are responsible for the demise of the leftist mobilization, or whatever the fuck Glenn says.
Media companies. And in terms of expertise, we also need to touch on this. Fox News does not bring experts on its show. They don't bring climate scientists on their show to talk about climate change. The New York Times actually employs people with deep understandings of all these subject areas. I don't think the New York Times or any of these organizations are perfect at covering politics. But at the end of the day, they do care about truth. The people there do care about truth.
I totally disagree with that. I mean, there have been so many studies showing that the vast, vast, vast majority of people employed in mainstream media are all Democrats. I mean, show me
It's
any
not
time.
about party.
Show me where they've retracted saying that Trump called immigrants animals. Show me where they've retracted saying that he called Nazis very fine.
But he did say those things. Why would the media retract things that Donald Trump said?
People. Show me where they retracted that he hasn't condoned white supremacy. So I just saw somebody put together a tweet from CNN that said from 2017 that says Trump condones white supremacy or condemns white supremacy and says racism is evil, and then a tweet from last week saying Trump has never condemned white supremacy. So they're not retracting any of this.
I don't remember the past 4 years in great detail because it's been a long time. It's felt like 10 years. Let's be real.
Oh, please, we all need to drink after this decade.
So let's go with the most recent example in memory, which is the debate. He is asked very plainly as a presidential candidate, regardless of party, can you condemn the extremist people in this country who literally hate and want to kill and harm other people? That should be the easiest toss for any political candidate to do.
And he answered in the affirmative. Yeah, he said sure.
No, he didn't, dude. He said, stand back, stand by. Like, literally a layup. This guy's owning them, by the way. Holy fuck. Love this dude. Actually, love both of these guys. They are absolutely cumpstering and dumpstering the rest of the fucking idiots on stage here. She's a centrist, kind of, so...
Stand back.
He did not.
No, he didn't.
He said stand back and stand by.
No, he said sure, and then after that, he then said, well, look at Antifa and all those other people. He actually switched the blame. This was not something that we saw.
Yeah, Amy, shut the fuck up real quick. When Young Summit or post-COVID Summit over here started doling out facts, okay? It was like, oh, you want some facts? Here, I went to the fact store. I have extra. Go ahead.
The fact we saw this live happening.
He didn't say white supremacy is a good thing. He didn't avoid trying to condemn white supremacy. As soon as he was asked, like, will you condemn white supremacy, he answered in the affirmative. Like, he said sure. He said sure multiple times.
Sure. I'll just condemn white supremacy. Sure. It's like, dude. Like, why can't this lady just be like, I kind of like that he's a white supremacist? Like, that's literally why you're probably voting for him. Like, there's a reason why Donald Trump can't say, of course, fuck white supremacists, okay? And that reason is because of people like you who are low-key kind of on board with that, okay?
Like, Chris Wallace said, like, will you ask them to stand down, I think? And so Trump, he used the word stand by, which most people, like, take to mean kind of like be on the ready. And I'm sure you guys all watched the debate. But I would say that if you go back and watch the entire clip leading up to that, I would say...
Bro, they always say that. They're like, dude, like everyone turns into a Jordan Peterson fan. Like, conservatives can never just be like, no, this is in context. Like, everything is outside of context. Meanwhile, they literally will clip shit in a way, like they did with the 9/11 stuff that I was talking about, like in a way that they clip it in the least favorable, charitable way possible to be like, no, this guy loves 9/11, okay? This motherfucker's the president, all right? It's not just his words, it's his actions, okay? If you're running for president and your campaign message is like Mexicans are rapists, we got to stop Muslims from, bombing our cities and shit. That's why we're going to do a full-blown Muslim ban. And then you actually follow through on that. And then you on top of that are like, there's very fine people on both sides, on the Nazi side and the people that are opposing the Nazis. It's a wrap. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you trying to defend?
It's pretty hard to deny that Trump
dude, what you need to understand is, like, back in 1987, Trump once saw a black child and said, hey, black child, would you like this candy? So, obviously, that means he's not racist, okay? Like, You need to understand the full context of Trump. Oh yeah, you're a fan of Trump? Name 5 of his albums. Is literally always the fucking counter. Okay? Every single time it's like, oh, Trump is a racist? Well, here is extensive documentation reaching all the way back to 1987 where he has been in the vicinity of black people, or he has taken photographs with black people, or he has said otherwise that he is fond of a black person. So there you go. Proof that he's not racist.
Saying like, yes, I will disavow white supremacy.
But as a leader, we should know that we do need to be careful in those moments when 7 million or how many ever millions of people are watching us on that platform, that we use those words correctly. It makes me afraid to leave my home. It makes me think, well, they are being supported by him and they want to push whatever he wants them to do. So even just thinking about those terms, and even kind of bringing it more so towards like my local city, when we think about media and what they want to put on TV and what they want to put in the headlines, I was a part of almost too many.
Please answer me one single question. Who started wars, Trump or Obama with Biden? That's what matters? Wait, what? Why? If you're a Trump supporter asking me about who started the wars, first of all, what the fuck are you talking about? Like are you unironically saying that like you like that the people that start wars are good and that's what you're gonna vote for them? Like, how can you be a Trump supporter? How can you be a Trump supporter and be like, oh, dude, you know, Obama actually started the wars? Like, does your memory only go back to 2008 when like is that when America started, or do you think the war started before that under a Republican administration? And also beyond that, Donald Trump has accelerated wars in the region just like Obama did. They both suck, okay? Both of them do. Due to it, the second in command in Iran almost causing a war is a peaceful dub. Exactly.
Peaceful protests that not one camera was around. But as soon as you saw people getting a little angry and they were breaking into stores and they were looting, the cameras was there. So I do definitely say media has an impact on how we hear and receive things. But also as a leader, the leaders need to know that the media is going to use your words against you. You do need to say certain things more direct or more assertive to make sure everybody understands on that first day, not 2 days later or 12 hours later, whatever the case might be.
I completely agree, even as a Trump supporter. Look, when I voted for Trump, me personally, I voted for Trump in 2016. And I knew back then, he's not a politician. He's gonna say some things that the media, who already hates his guts, is going to take some things and twist it. So I agree. And when I was watching that debate and Joe Biden was all like, Proud Boys, you know what I mean? Why doesn't he just say, hey, I literally just made the KKK a terrorist organization? That right there, you're disavowing white.
Wait, first of all, no, he didn't. It's unconstitutional. It's literally against the First Amendment. You can't do that. Secondly, the only reason why he tried to do that was so that he could legislate Antifa. As a matter of fact, Trump's own Department of Homeland Security and his own intelligence communities have literally been like leaking information to the press to be like, hey, we are aware that white supremacy is a big deal and kind of a big problem now. It's getting to a point where it's basically unavoidable. Like, we have to do something about it because it's actually a massive national security threat. And Donald Trump has directed his own intelligence communities to stop looking at white supremacy and tried to get them to, you know, manufacture shit like black identity extremists. Okay? It's nuts.
White supremacy. I wish he would have said that instead of saying the stand back and stand.
Wait, how is that unconstitutional? You can't. There's a reason. The First Amendment in this country protects hate speech. So KKK and like other hate organizations are a part of like political demonstration that you have a right to peacefully assembly and you have a right to like to demonstrate politically. So the KKK cannot be prosecuted in that way in America.
and buy things.
To respond to what we were talking about, what you were saying, Shai, is I feel terrible that you would watch that and get that impression. And I think that that's a total failure of the Trump campaign. You know, just between us, I was watching the debate and screaming at my TV, why aren't you talking about the things that you've done? It was so infuriating to me. I hated Trump in 2016. I didn't vote for him. I thought every horrible thing about him. And one of the things that really changed my mind is when I saw the things that he was actually doing to help the Black community.
When you see what he has done for the Black community, when it's the opportunity zones, whether it's the prison reform, whether it's fighting for school choice, which, girl, that helps those Black single mothers that are out there in the community who live in these impoverished zones and everything. Their children aren't sentenced into really shitty schools and everything, excuse my French.
To me, him doing things like that is so that we can bring it up. Oh, but he did do this for the Black community. Oh, he did do this. So that's what it feels like. And as far as like school choice, as an educator, that literally almost can demolish the public school system. Why not fix the public schools that are currently crumbling?
Fuck yeah, never mind. I said she was a centrist. I was wrong. She's great. That's right. That's right.
Funding to those schools. Why is it that those students have to rely on schools just for food? You know, I'm teaching out of a textbook from 2008. So
no, school choice is literally like, school choice is absolutely without a doubt anti-Black. Okay, Black kids rely on the public education system. All right, in higher percentages than white kids do. School choice eviscerates the public education system, takes away its funds, and gives it to charter schools, therefore allowing some Black kids, if they're able to get vouchers and if they're able to actually travel to the other school, to be able to go to a better school overall, maybe, by the way, in theory, because that's not how it works out in practice, because charter schools are actually unregulated and therefore can literally shut off and not work and shutter in the middle of a school year, as it happens all around the country frequently. But the real reason, the biggest reason why school choice is like anti-Black is because it allows private schools to get more funds and personally segregate. Like, absolutely, without a doubt, segregate and not have any Black children if they don't want to. School choice was started by the Heritage Foundation. Yes.
it literally does not even have Obama in that textbook. President Trump is not in that textbook. So yes, he has plans that have helped the Black community, but I think it is a cop to say, yes, I've helped the Black community in this way, but I'm still not going to tell them Proud Boys to leave y'all alone.
I am worried.
Would you be okay with school choice if the real estate tax was not the primary method for public school funding? No, I wouldn't. No matter what happens, school choice is about creating charter schools so that they can restructure public funding away from public schools and public education that has a core curriculum that they need to abide by, that have regulations by the government that they need to abide by. No, it's terrible.
About a civil war in this country.
I don't think it'll be a civil war the way we think of it on battlefields, but I think in many ways it's already happening. I think no matter who wins the election, no one's going to accept it. There's going to be rioting, there's going to be everything, regardless of what happens. It should be a real priority for a lot of people, calming things down.
We are going to most definitely, I believe, have some bloodshed after the election. I do not think it's going to be, like you said, Mikey, on a battlefield, but I feel like it will happen in communities. There's hundreds of militias around the country, and I think we're only focusing on one, ignoring that there are these chapters that are in every single state around the country.
The Boogaloo movement, for example, has had dozens of people arrested this year alone by the FBI because they've shot police officers, they've shot at protesters, they've planted or tried to plan bombings. And just the other week, we learned they tried to kidnap a governor of a state. There are people out there who are genuinely trying to do more than just punch someone or whatever in the street. They are going for full-on, like, biggest possible show of violence you can go for. And I'm far more worried about that level extremism than I am about the Proud Boys.
I have my problems with Biden. But after Trump got COVID, he didn't bash the First Lady or Trump. He said, this is not a right issue or a left issue. This is an American issue. I have never seen that coming from Donald Trump. And that is what I worry about the most, is that I don't feel like Donald Trump will be able to calm the nation if something does happen.
I definitely agree with you, AK. Just the, once again, like I said a little bit earlier, just the rhetoric that he uses is going to cause some people to get angry. He hasn't, to my knowledge, actually said if he's going to accept the results of the election, which also, of course, would make some liberals a little upset if, you know, the numbers are adding up and the Electoral College votes and we've got 270 and he still refuses to accept that. It makes people feel like they might have to resort to violence in order to remove him from office.
You know, we talked earlier about how he's a kind of a showman. He wasn't a politician. He doesn't know the words. This is a moment, probably more than ever in my lifetime and all of our lifetimes, where words are going to really, really matter. They're convincing their supporters the whole thing will be rigged. So no matter what happens, they shouldn't accept it. It's not going to be long before the tiki torches turn to guns and people shooting at each other like we saw in Kenosha, Wisconsin. That was unfortunately 2 people's lives lost. What happens when it's 30, when it's 50? How much violence are we going to be able to tolerate in this country?
Some people say what Kyle Rittenhouse did.
Bro, this dude is like every Twitch streamer wrapped in the one. And he's just spitting, dude. His aim, his accuracy is similar to all of them combined.
Was murder. The other side is looking at him as
he's very good.
And that is what the scary part to me is.
I'm not saying he's a hero, but what are you supposed to do when you have people attacking you, charging you with guns, and are about to shoot you?
I don't think he should have been there. He came across state lines with an AR-15 to a protest. Like, you asked for problems just being there. You shouldn't have been there.
I go very back and forth on how I feel about this with Trump, because I certainly wish he would be more unifying, and I don't love everything he has to say. But on the other side, right now, every institution in this country is on the side of Democrats.
He's right. He's absolutely, Joe is absolutely correct. He 100%, he 1000% was like looking for fucking shit. And he found it. And he ended up killing 2 people. I don't know why, like, so many Republicans refuse to acknowledge that. It's so weird.
And on the side of the left, and he's pushing back against that. And without that, I don't think that anyone else would. I wish that he would be clearer about the results of the election, but I do think mail-in ballots are the most susceptible to fraud. We should just keep things how they've been.
Colorado has been a state that's voted almost entirely by mail now for years. They have no fraud, right? Like, doing vote by mail fraud is extremely hard because those ballots are unique. And if there's any allegations of fraud, they still compare signatures just like you would with in-person ballots.
Democrats, I believe it was in California, wanted to get rid of signature verification.
Mm-hmm. They said it was racist. It was racist to have your ID at a voting poll all of a sudden.
If we're being
The reason why they don't like that, the reason why they want to get rid of the signature check, or the reason why they want to fucking remove voter ID laws is because it literally greatly restricts black people from voting. Okay? And that's the reason why that's the angle that Republicans use to suppress the vote. Okay? That's it. The reason why Republicans are like, oh, you need a voter ID to vote is precisely because they look at DMV data and find out if in a specific area where like black and brown people don't have fucking driver's licenses, and if it's like, I don't know, 5 hours to go out and get one, then they're like, all right, fuck yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Are you saying black people can't vote? Wow, okay. Welcome to the United States of America, where like, yes, a big chunk of political movement in this country has literally revolved around trying to get black people to be able to vote. Okay? Yeah. Hello? Are you new here? How does a signature check suppress black voters? I don't know about the signature check. I was talking about voter ID laws specifically. I mean, dude, listen, looking at what Republicans do, the signature check probably does fucking suppress black voters from voting, okay? Let me tell you why. Just like name check fucking suppresses black people from voting. It straight the fuck up it's enforced in a way that that wipes out specific patterns of the voting population. And secondly, it literally every single instance of voter suppression is very deliberately crafted to make sure that black and brown people and poor people overall don't go out and vote. How does fucking name check suppress the black vote, for example? In the state of Georgia, the Secretary of State at the time, when he was running up against Stacey Abrams, literally purged, looked at names across the state in Georgia, okay, and recognized that black people had a higher percentage of hyphens in their names. Okay? Black people ended up having a higher percentage of hyphens in their names. So he did a matchup on a one-to-one basis. The likelihood that if you had a hyphen in your name, the likelihood that your name could be wrong in the voter rolls allowed him to purge like 10,000 or 20,000 votes. They got to compare the signature against something. It's generally a DMV signature. If they can't get an ID, they probably definitely can't get a signature on file as well. It affects other groups, as most people don't give a fuck about how their signature looks in just squiggly line that fucks over everyone when the signs don't match. That makes no sense. He did it. There's a whole Republican strategy doc that leaked about Republicans specifically trying to suppress black votes. So here's the thing. The signature check basically throws out every vote. It's who they're signature checking. Your signature is almost never the same, and they can toss it for any reason. That's true. So I've worked as a poll worker. Ballot suspected of fraud is given a provisional ballot if they attempted to vote twice or on behalf of someone else, where they aren't counted till they can confirm that it isn't fraud in Illinois. Yeah, here. There you go. In Atlanta, they looked at fucking hyphens to notice that, like, black and brown people were more likely to have fucking hyphens. Okay, this is surgical shit. So it's psychotic. When I mention it, you're like, what? There's no fucking way. But it's literally surgical. Okay, it's not an accident that Republicans keep winning with, like, a smaller and smaller fucking minority of voters. A law passed by the Republican-controlled Georgia State Legislature last year requires that all the letters and numbers of the applicant's name, date of birth, and driver's license and last 4 digits of their social security number exactly match the same letters and numbers in the motor vehicle department or social security databases. The tiniest discrepancy on a registration form places them on a pending voter list. A Reuters analysis of Georgia's pending voter list obtained through a public records request found that black voters landed on the list at far higher rate than white voters, even though a majority of Georgia's voters are white. Both voting rights activists in Georgia state government say the reason for this is that blacks vote more frequently to fill out paper forms than whites, who are more likely to do them online. Paper forms are more prone to human error. Both sides agree. The only way that you can get caught doing voter suppression that is unconstitutional is if you end up admitting that you're doing it to stop black people from voting. And guess what? Republicans are so fucking comfy with their voter suppression that they literally do get caught unironically admitting that they're doing it for that reason. React to LSF, they're mad at you. Why the fuck is LSF mad at me? I don't fucking care, dude. Wait, there's nothing on here. What is this? Why did you just link this to me? What? Oh, okay, bro.
Being honest, how many of us really know what extent of integrity there are in the elections? There were a lot of shady things happening in the midterms in 2018. In Broward County in Florida, there was a woman who had been convicted of destroying ballots, and she's still now in charge of handling the ballots. So I think there's a lot of blame on both sides, as AK said.
But my question to you, Mike, is if Trump wins the election, do you think he's still going to be pushing for fraud?
No, I mean, I think we have to see what happens. I think it depends on the facts, if there is any.
He's only going to push for fraud if a liberal candidate wins. But if he wins, everything, we can trust it. It's great.
Wrong. He literally said that there was still fraud. He's not just a sore loser. He's a sore winner, too. LSF Moss looked on a bunch of shitty, angry EU cucks raging about a take or two you had earlier. Don't stress, nothing big. Oh.
That is an issue.
I was thinking civil war in the traditional sense. And so for me, it's very hard to imagine people physically getting organized and battling over the territory of the country. I do think that the country is divided. I don't necessarily think that that's anything super new. You know, elections have always been pretty 50-50. So I think that's a really great reason why it makes a lot of sense to move decisions away from the federal and national level and move decisions to the state level, because I think that's one of the best ways to be an option for people who disagree to still live in the same country. I did have kind of a story to give regarding mail-in voting. And whether or not it is corruptible. I have 2 roommates, and I know that they're not voting the same way I am. And I received both of their mail-in ballots. I have integrity, like I just gave it to each of them. But the thought did occur to me, like...
The thought occurred to her? What the fuck? It's like saying, like, you know, I saw a knife at the kitchen cabinet and I thought, like, I could just stab this baby and kill it right now. Dude, it's not that easy, okay? Why is the thought occurring to you? So weird.
Somebody who could justify that to themselves could either A, throw away their ballots, or they could B, fill them out for their candidate of choice. And
you're just telling on yourself.
We're talking about not
point.
accepting the results of an election. I feel like Democrats still have barely accepted the results of the last one. They've said for so long he's not a legitimate president. Russia put him there. I feel
bro, come on, bro. Hillary Clinton, like, I hate her, but she conceded the night of. Like, this is crazy. This is madness. Like, Trump can fucking cry about, like, interference all he wants when he's not president. Like, that's great. I don't give a fuck. But what we're talking about is, like, Trump using institutional power or any sort of, like, influence that he has to deny the outcome of the election. Like, that's entirely different than being like, Democrats are so butthurt that, you know, Trump won. Like, that's totally different than that.
like Democrats like to talk about a lot about democracy, but they're the ones who have shown a pattern of not accepting it. They're the ones who rigged their primary against Bernie Sanders. In the 2016 primary, they threw voters off the rolls. They destroyed 200,000, or not ballots, they took 200,000 voters off the rolls in Bernie Sanders' own hometown. So I think there's a lot of blame on both sides in this, and that everyone only likes the outcome of an election when it suits them.
I 100% agree to Maggie's point and also Mike's. I actually do feel the mail-in voting is actually hurting more liberals and Democrats, because if everybody were just to go to the polls, then there won't be this hard transition of transfer of power. In addition, we are very divided. And this didn't just come in this particular not accepting the president. I think it was in 2010 or Mitch McConnell went on the floor and said, I'm going to make sure that Obama is a one-term president. At that moment, when he stood there and said, I'm not going to make him the one-term president, it no longer was for the good of the country. It then became the good of the party.
I totally agree with you. I think Republicans were disgusting under Obama, and I feel the same way about Democrats now.
I can understand why someone would vote for the other candidate.
As far as like the trying to understand why someone would vote for Trump, people trust him as far as like being a businessman and trying to restructure our economy in that way. So that I do understand. But then my rebuttal for that is we don't necessarily need a businessman for America. We need a leader.
I can definitely see why someone would vote for Joe Biden in particular, or a Democrat in general. It's not necessarily like that people like him, it's that they more identify as a Democrat. I also want to say, like, all the people that I've met that are voting for Biden, like, are all good people. They're doing the best they can with what they've got. Like, I think that goes for all of us.
I can understand why people would vote for Trump. I think the bigger question is, are you surprised about who would be voting for Trump? There's certain populations that make sense. If you're in business, if you do feel like you've been forgotten by the Democratic Party, I could understand. It's not actually just voting for Trump. It'd be voting for Trump, be voting for his cabinet, the same thing with Biden or his cabinet. I think it's more than just voting for the people, but about the constituents that they bring along with their team.
I'm looking at it from a national security standpoint. The CCP is a very, very large threat to me. And my family and everything. And Joe Biden, when you have your son that has received $1.5 billion, and unfortunately it's not conspiracy anymore. I can't expect you to protect us as American people. I can't understand why you would vote for somebody who won't have our best interest, who is flip-flopping constantly on whether it's fracking, whether it's your support for law and order, whether it's your support for things that are the foundation, not the racist foundation, not the past, but the actual constitutional Bill of Rights foundation.
If it were anyone else, I would really truly say I totally get it. I totally understand why somebody would vote for Hillary, for Bernie Sanders, for Elizabeth Warren. I don't get it with Joe Biden. We'll talk about the system is racist. Joe Biden is the system. He was an architect of so many of these things: mass incarceration, the war on drugs, the 94 crime bill. He wrote laws where he literally said on the Senate floor, the only thing we do not do in this bill is hang people for jaywalking.
I said this earlier when we were chatting informally. I worked on Warren's campaign. Obviously, I wanted her to win, right? Biden wasn't my guy. And he still says things that disappoint me. You brought up fracking. I wish he was against fracking, but he hasn't flipped on it. What disappoints me a lot more than Biden's maybe not perfect progressive stances is what Trump is doing right now. He wants to kick me off of healthcare. The Republican Party right now has a lawsuit and it wants to completely invalidate the ACA, which means someone like me under 26 that's a freelancer doesn't get to use their parents' healthcare plan. It means people that are on the healthcare exchanges right now because of Medicaid.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I've been reading the fucking LSF comments, and my guy, dude, I'm so glad that I banned so many fucking people, and I think I need to ban even more people. Seriously, like, I'm losing my mind, dude. I'm losing it. Like, people don't recognize what I'm saying there. Like, they think like unconditionally fuck Muslims, fuck Islam, all Muslims are terrorists, and anything short of that is actually like defending beheadings. Like, that's literally what people are thinking in this circumstance. Like, they have, and then they turn around and say, oh my God, you are like defending like defending the right to like fucking behead someone over a cartoon or something when I very clearly am not. It's incredible. It is absolutely fucking incredible to see so many people. I exclusively, like, look at this guy. I exclusively tune into his streams after terrorist attacks to see him mauled and blame the victims. He's actually going to be a brand risk soon. He's 1 second away from getting the Destiny treatment soon and losing partner status. He actually called the French people pedos and attacked all atheists too. Guess the progressive leftist skin melts off when you turn the heat up. His constant baiting his own subscribers is also just ridiculous sometimes. His constant banning of his own subscribers. Jesus, the funniest part about it is that he clearly stated beforehand that he didn't have much knowledge of the France and the current situation, and yet he went on and spouted his ignorant take after getting easily baited by a few comments in the chat. Overly idealistic progressives are just authoritarians who haven't won a revolution yet. In the aftermath of several Islamic terrorist attacks in their country, pull up a picture of a decapitated head of a teacher who was killed on the street of a 7-year-old woman who was beheaded in a church, and ask your chat what they think of that. Guy, that's fucking horrible. Everyone knows that that's fucking horrible. Like, what kind of take is this? Why is it a 1-to-1? Also, what are you doing? You think by, like, portraying fucking Muslims as monkeys, you're gonna, like, what? Sew the fucking old lady's head back on or something? Is that the justice? Like, if you actually want to solve a fucking problem, this is not how you behave. They're so moronic. It's so fucking reactionary, dude. Hasan is such a terrible person. Me, on the other hand, I'm so good because I fucking think all Muslims are sand N-words. You know what I mean? How close are you to celebrating ISIS executions of losing partner? Yeah, like, dude, imagine watching a fucking terror attack occur and then being like, let me go see what Hasan is doing. Yikes, dude. You guys have to remember that Hasan is a literal communist who became rich thanks to capitalism. His audience are mostly 14-year-old chapalazers that will eventually grow out of their phase. Making fun of a... How is this guy still not banned from Twitch? As a French dude that watched Hasan from time to time, the level of ignorance honestly hurt. I'm sorry. French people, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Be as fucking racist to all Muslims as possible, okay? Wipe out the Islamic scourge from your cities because you have no-go zones, right? Is that good? Is that what you want to hear from me? I'm sorry, dude. Is that what you want? That's what these motherfuckers want to hear. They want, like, blood and soil. God damn, dude. Redditors are so fucking quick to just be like... Redditors are so quick to be like, oh, dude, no, it's just about religion, dude. It's just, come on. It's just about religion. It's fine when Hasan impersonates and does impressions over other cultures and races. Dude, I'm not fucking excited about a fucking teacher getting beheaded. What's wrong with these people, man? What is fucking wrong with these people? I can really see his dumbass takes getting his sub. Like, why the fuck would Twitch take away my sub button for me having a nuanced conversation about both Islamophobia and, like, reactionary fucking politics that has completely taken over France? Like, what do they think? Twitch is going to be like, wow, I can't believe, like, he is anti-beheadings. Like, what is this? What fucking take is this? Can you show what they're mad about? They're mad that I said that Macron's way of dealing in the aftermath of these terror attacks has been horrible, and he's agitating and stoking the fire of racism in France on an otherwise already marginalized community of fucking Muslim immigrants that come from a really, that come from pretty fucking poor backgrounds. Like, obviously, the retaliation is not real. Like, that's not a fucking justifiable action. Okay? Killing someone is not a justifiable action over a cartoon or even an altercation. Okay? It's not. That's psychotic. Yeah, this is so disappointing, frustrating to see because Hasan is a streamer. I think his takes on U.S. politics are legitimately good. I think he's a great voice for the left the most time. Then he goes and gives some brain dead takes in the midst of terrorist attacks resulting in multiple innocent people being beheaded in the street. See, that's what I'm fucking saying. Like, no, bitch. You know what it is? You're fucking upset because I don't cover your country. I don't cover something that has hurt you personally. Okay? That's it. Now you understand how the fucking K-Konas feel when I shit on them all goddamn day. Okay? Let me be racist with my baguette. That's it. That's all you got. It's funny when I make fun of American hogs, but when the fucking optics turn back on you and the way you feel currently, it's like, oh, no, unacceptable. There's insane people on both sides. Like 2 random Muslims got stabbed in France a week ago as well. If anyone on this thread actually watched the whole context, they would see Hasan was talking about the French Islamophobes and not all French people, like this clip champ portrays it. Same with how people should blame not all Muslims for a psycho terrorist. So if French Islamophobes equals justification for terror, nice, bud. Oh my God. Oh my God. He literally looked at an article of a French terrorist, an Islamophobic terrorist, attacking Muslims, and he said, that's just regular Islamophobia, bro. That's how normalized it is, okay? In that motherfucker's mind, that's how normalized this shit is. That's why this fucking tilts me to no avail. Please use the report button on this report clip. He's an actual hypocrite and should get banned. He's 100% right into this. Yikes. France kills millions of Algerians, so time for revenge. No, that's fucking bullshit too. Okay? That's fucking bullshit. Tomorrow you'll be able to say 4 more days of the people saying 4 more years. True. Notice how LSF leaves this up and doesn't say it's political, most likely because the comments are shitting on you. Yeah, most likely. It makes me so mad. French and other European races are something else compared to American races. Every time I ask them why they're so Islamophobic, they point to their participation in the Crusades or their victory against the Umayyad invasion 1300 years ago is so historical yet so personal. Yeah. Why wasn't this taken down for politics? I wonder why it wasn't fucking taken down for politics. I don't know. Probably because LSF loves this shit. Pogaru's Revenge is in here too. Fucking mad. Dude, if you're writing all this and you don't recognize why I'm fucking frustrated with you, look at this. Saying that Macron is trying to appeal to fascists is the classic leftist take is so brain dead. France has had 20 plus Islamic terrorist attacks over the last 5 years. A teacher got fucking beheaded over a class about freedom of expression, and Hasan decides to talk about, listen, if white people, random white people started getting gunned down in the fucking streets for being white, okay? Or if like random white people are being, if all white people were all of a sudden being accused of being white supremacists in this fucking bizarro world that we're in, and the country was dominated by Muslims, I would be defending the fucking white people as well to a certain degree. If everyone was like, every white person is a white supremacist. It's so hard to even imagine a world like that because it's the exact opposite of the world we live in right now. But like, that's the whole point. You can't just say, oh, well, there's been 20 Islamist terror attacks in the last 5 years. A teacher got beheaded over it. It's like, why do you mean it's imperialism? So it's intrinsic. It's intrinsic to the Muslims. Like what you're basically saying is that there is some intrinsic quality to Muslims that makes them so radical, okay? And that's, of course, going to trigger the fuck out of me because I'm anti-racist. This is literally everything I fight against. But not only that, but also because I'm a fucking progressive Muslim that also has to fight against these fucking fundamentalist dipshits in Turkey and all around the fucking world while simultaneously having to meet the Western world and all of its fucking white supremacy and imperialist endeavor and be like, you guys are wrong. Okay? That's the problem. You're literally thinking that you're making a good point while you're proving the point I'm trying to make. It's a dumbass oversimplification. What is the more complicated answer to this? That Muslims can't control themselves? Is that what you want to hear from me? Is that what you want me to say? That's the issue. Dude, come on, just let me be racist is not a good argument. Okay? I genuinely don't think he understands French society. Also, the French nation of Macron has backed Charlie Hebdo to the hilt with years, not just now with votes. Saying it is the case is simplifying the situation. Complaining about Western imperialism when he was literally born in a city that Muslims conquered. See, you remember how fucking delayed autistic Gubby said that, like, these guys have such a weirdly personal and yet, like, insanely historic take? That's it. That motherfucker thinks I was born in Istanbul and he's still butthurt that, like, Fatih Sultan Mehmed in 1453 sacked and took over Constantinople, ending the Byzantine Empire's reign in the region. Like, can you imagine? Dude, I'm so fucking pissed about 1453. Yeah, 1453, best year of my life, bro. Sucks to suck. Dude, I'm about to get so triggered about Genghis Khan in a brief moment, dude.
Expansions all across this country.
This kind of shit is a 60-second ad break that I'm going to run in 1 second, but this kind of shit is so fucking damaging to the social fabric, dude. You're basically giving Nazis cannon fodder when you yourself as a otherwise liberal person are, like, not taking a moment to fucking self-reflect. Okay? When you don't do that, you are also playing into the Nazi agitations that, like, multiculturalism is a failed experiment. Okay? It sucks. Stop molding over this, bro. I've lived in France for a while and this shit is the norm. I mean, that sucks. I didn't realize so many French people have been radicalized to be Islamophobic. Of course, dude. It's fucking, it's like immigration. It, like, broke the fucking brains. It's immigration paired up with austerity that, like, broke so many people's fucking brains. They think that just like we have Mexicans here in America and, like, all the chuds think, like, oh, Mexicans are stealing our welfare checks. It's like, but also stealing our jobs. That's fucking Muslims for, like, the UK. Well, it's Polish for the UK and Muslims. And Muslims all around the continent. In Europe, it's Muslims. They get, like, it's an issue that you can't fucking normally have a conversation over. These are the same bad apple theorists with cops. They just flip-flop on their theory depending on where the brown people are. You don't need to know much about French society to know that portraying Muslims as monkeys is bigoted, considering that most Muslims in France are brown. These guys are brain dead and think they know what they're talking about when they're just being racist. No, they just want to fucking rationalize their racism by being like, no, you don't get it. It's actually, I just hate, like, I'm an anti-theist. I hate all religion equally. And that's why I'm, like, fucking, you know, defending the right to be able to draw, like, Muslims as monkeys in a country where, like, they're already getting fucking owned into oblivion. I had a French woman here tell me one time, it's cool you can walk around with a hijab here. In France, you get beat on the spot, and laughed. It's literally the same thing as the 9/11 take that got you in hot water. People lose their shit if you do anything except condemn the terrorists. Only condemn the terrorists and attempt to consider what led up to this point is considered apologia. Anyway. Like, no one, and I mean fucking no one, is caping for the psycho, or multiple psychos actually, that fucking went and like beheaded people, okay? That's insane. Everyone understands that those guys are fucking pathetic psychopaths, all right? The worst element of it is like making concessions to that sort of Islamophobia normalizes the position that Le Pen has, because no matter what Macron does, he's always going to come across as like the pussy. And Le Pen is actually the one who's willing to defend France against the Islamic scourge. Understand? That's exactly the same trap that Democrats fall into all the fucking time. Good shit.
Stemming off of healthcare. And the difference between Trump and Joe Biden is Joe Biden not only has a plan to continue the ACA and make a public option to continue to make healthcare more affordable, he has a plan for climate change. He has a plan for criminal justice. You might think both of those things are inadequate or they might not address whatever the problems. But the point is he has a plan and he's willing to listen to people to make that plan better. I want Joe Biden to be more progressive. And I'll fight him after November if he wins to make him more progressive. If there's anyone in the year of 2020 that could be a leader in this moment where we are all experiencing so much national trauma, both locally when we can't even go to funerals for our loved ones, but also just seeing so many beloved people die this year. If there's anyone that understands or has any empathy for what we're all going through, it's Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has put no empathy on display. This guy got out of a hospital, immediately took off his mask and said, "Don't worry about it, it's fine." That's not what we need right now.
The ACA was a very double-edged sword. It's not about whether you have healthcare or don't have healthcare. Trump has always said that he is in favor of outlawing the pre-existing condition law. And the thing is, the ACA didn't work so well. The ACA hasn't worked so well for all of us. My parents are both cancer survivors. Their insurance got so much more expensive. They lost their insurance because of it. My mom is a survivor of brain cancer who lost the doctor that put her in remission because of the ACA. So
was that shit contagious? Because my boy seemingly also has some of that.
I understand that there are good things about it. And believe me, I totally want Republicans to be much better on healthcare because you're right. I agree with you.
Okay, I'm pausing the video.
I don't know what they are for half the time. And for me, I know this is going to be a very unpopular thing to say, and this isn't going to win me any popularity points, but honestly, I don't care about empathy right now. I care about action. I don't care about feelings and words. I care about actions. Who has done it? And Joe Biden has just been so much talk with no action to back it up. When you're in office for half a century, you should be about more than words. You should have a record to run on.
I can understand somebody saying that Joe Biden sucks. I can understand.
Dude, imagine being like, my mom had brain cancer and like, I don't really give a shit. And that's why I'm advocating for fucking Donald Trump's healthcare plan, which literally which is not a plan, and it's just currently at this stage just abolishing the pre-existing condition protection.
But to then say that the Republican Party is a solution is where I'm just flabbergasted by, because they're doing nothing other than throw money on top and then bury you from the bottom. Just like saying diversity training is un-American. You mean just
he didn't say that. It was critical race theory he was talking about.
So I don't consider that the Republican Party is doing anything better to court voters only during election time.
I totally agree, and I would say for me there is a huge difference between the Republican Party and Trump. When I first heard that Donald Trump was running for president, I laughed. But one of the things that made me start to give it a second look was the fact that both parties were seeking to tear him down so much.
So you're saying that you're more in support of Trump than the Republican Party?
At this point, yeah. And like one thing that comes to mind that I guess really shocked me and disappointed me was Joe Biden's comment several months ago, essentially saying that if you were a Black person that you had to vote for Joe Biden. And if anybody said, like, because you're a white person, you have to vote for Trump, or because you're a woman, you have to vote for Joe Biden, I would be extremely offended. And I think that's incredibly divisive.
That's one of the issues that I do see with the Democratic Party, because they are stereotypically the party of the minorities. They do think they just automatically have, minority votes. Just as upset I was when, Trump makes his comments, I was also upset when, Joe Biden said that as well. We can't just automatically assume we have those voices because, Black people stereotypically are Democrat or more liberal and so on.
That was a joke he made, and he apologized for doing it because he thought it was inappropriate. And he immediately apologized and said it was inappropriate, and I shouldn't have made that.
You know what? That's actually a pretty good take. I mean, everyone knows what the fuck he was saying or what he was trying to say, and it fucking was cringe as shit. And what was even more cringe, it wasn't a joke. He was just trying to say that, like, Black people, like, he was going mask off, okay? When Republicans go mask off, they say shit like, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. When Democrats go mask off, they go, what are you going to do? Vote for the other guy? Like, if you vote for the other guy, you're probably not Black, okay? Like, basically an admission of how Black people have to vote Democrat. Okay? Because, like, the other side is literally doing racial agitation. And that sucks when your track record on Black issues isn't necessarily great for the Black community. I don't give a fuck if Black people loved voting for Joe Biden or not in the primaries. Ultimately, that's the fucking truth. Right? But most importantly, it's so sad. America's such a fucking in a sad state. But, like, a good take here is that he did fucking immediately apologize for it. Meanwhile, like, Donald Trump is the type of dude who has apologized for, like, one thing throughout his entire. Hey, he just doubles down. He's like, no, that's not real. I didn't do it. Fuck you. And if I did, it was actually good.
That joke, right? And I think it's a big difference between Trump and Biden.
Jokes are usually a reflection of the truth. And, they love to use this.
The most embarrassing thing was, like, the 1619 Project lady defending Biden and being like, there's a thing called being politically Black and racially Black. Like, dude, that shit's way worse than, like, old fucking Jim Crow Joe over here accidentally having a mask off brain fart moment. Okay? You're like a respected Black intellectual. Like, why the fuck are you caping for this dude when we all fucking know that there is no way that you would ever be that charitable to anyone else? Like, it's crazy.
Trump and Biden.
Jokes are usually a reflection of the truth. And, they love to use this term again.
Yeah, okay. That's a weird take from a Trump supporter. Jokes are a reflection of the truth.
But I think a gaffe is really when a politician accidentally says what they really think. And he didn't even say if you don't vote for him. He said if a Black person asks questions about voting for him, then they ain't Black.
The reason why I have an issue with Donald Trump for a myriad of different reasons.
AK's like, oh God. Like, I gotta fucking vote for Joe Biden, and now I also gotta deal with this fucking racist dude.
The thing that he lacks is diplomacy. And I think within the right, they think that the only way to get stuff done is to be brash and disrespectful. You don't have to be. There's a point about actual civility. You can actually not talk trash to anybody and still get jobs done. And then people wonder why we're so divided. But I think we should also remember the economy is actually done better under Democratic rule. Does anybody remember what happened in 2008? It's like we almost forget that we're in a recession. It's almost like we forgot that the unemployment rate did drop under Obama. We also remember about climate change, Wall Street reform, DACA, right? So you're trying to pretend that he hasn't done anything. This was just on the prior presidency where he was a vice president that people are pretending didn't happen.
I think if we're going to talk about the recession, let's look at what Joe Biden has done, because he's the one who is actually on the ballot. When he was in the Senate, he removed protections that had been in place since FDR on the big banks. There was the bankruptcy bill, which allowed the banks to become too big to fail and caused middle-class people to lose their home. And we all remember that Hillary Clinton was caught saying about a public position and a private position. Well, we have 47 years of seeing.
Wait, but I don't understand. So, like, what he's saying is not wrong. But, like, why are you a Trump fan then? Like, I don't get it. Wait, or unless he talked about something that I misunderstood. I thought he was talking about Glass-Steagall, right? Like, wait, did I, wait, hold on. I think I misunderstood what he was saying in the beginning.
Big to fail and cost middle class on the ballot. When he was in the Senate, he removed. Let's look at what Joe Biden
as president that people are pretending didn't happen.
I think if we're going to talk about the recession, let's look at what Joe Biden has done, because he's the one who is actually on the ballot. When he was in the Senate, he removed protections that had been in place since FDR on the big banks. There was the bankruptcy bill, which allowed the banks to become too big to fail and caused middle-class people to lose their home. And we all remember that Hillary Clinton was caught saying about a public.
Wait, so he's right about all that, right? But so then how is he going to tie this up to, like, voting for Donald Trump? Because like, all of that's true. The Democratic Party absolutely has conceded to like Wall Street deregulation time and time again. Absolutely played a gigantic role in all of our recessions or any sort of, like, economic turmoil that we face now. But Donald Trump also is on board with all of that and, like, was president for 4 years, didn't do anything about that. Took away, like, the limited measures that Obama had even put in place. Like, there was like a fiduciary responsibility for finance people to be beholden to the people that they're selling mortgages to or whatever. Like, I mean, this makes no sense. Like, Donald Trump's administration continued deregulating Wall Street. Like, even the limited checks that were put in place during Obama in the aftermath of 2008, Donald Trump immediately sought to deregulate. So what does that even mean? Like, why are you a fan of Donald Trump then?
Position and a private position. Well, we have 47 years of seeing what Joe Biden's private position.
No, he's talking about it was a Graham Leach Bliley Act that repealed Glass-Steagall under Clinton, had nothing to do with Obama. No, but he's talking about Biden in that circumstance.
Are, if you look at his actual
Biden was still in Congress under Bill Clinton
actions. And I totally agree with you that I very much wish Trump would be more unifying and would be less bombastic, but I think he gets results.
But at what cost?
And no, he doesn't get results. Yo, this doesn't make any sense. Like, you can't just be like, Joe Biden did this, and this, and that's why I'm voting for Trump, without saying, like, what Donald Trump has done when Donald Trump has continued on with the exact same deregulation.
How many times has Trump put more gas in the fire when the NFL protests were happening? He could have just said, hey, I'm going to step out of it. But he had to go out there and say, these SOBs, right? How many times has he actually not been unified? I would actually say the biggest problem that we're facing today is we can't listen to each other. If you can't listen to each other, I don't care who you're going to have in office. It's going to be continually fighting back and forth. And what I've seen from the Republican base, literally letting anything go. Yeah, Biden isn't the best. He gaffes. He's not my most exciting choice. But we're not also saying that he's also anointed from God and the best presidents we've ever seen. That is the difference. We understand that he has problems. But we also understand that Trump has problems as well. And we want to say, we're not going in the right direction where things are going.
For me personally, I feel like Trump's problems are, in a weird, ironic way, a blessing at the same time. So,
like, I want someone to describe to me why one of the first measures that Donald Trump implemented was unrolling Dodd-Frank regulation that dictated that big banks had to have a certain amount of capital, always in an effort to mitigate some of the inevitable financial turmoil that they will cause. Like, can anyone tell me precisely why that level of financial deregulation is actually good for anyone but the big banks? Like, there is literally no fucking rhyme or reason. VOD is gone. What do you mean the VOD is gone? Is it? Is there like copyright or something? What the fuck happened? What the fuck? It is actually gone. So Biden is to blame for the Bush administration? What, you think Biden's actions and Bill Clinton's actions in... Oh, I bet they fucking mass reported or some shit because of LSF. Oh my god, nothing triggers butthurt white Europeans like fucking calling out how Islamophobic they are. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they love free speech, dude. Motherfucking free speech, baby. Oh, nothing says fucking free speech like mass reporting a dude because he's upset that like Islamophobia is going to radicalize and cause further rift. Hey, at least our racists say they're fucking racist with their fucking chest law. You think Muslims are Europhobic and Christian phobic? No, motherfucker.
One of the things, he's not a politician, therefore he's not going to be politically correct. I know and completely understand that it's not going to be necessarily the best or the most popular thing to say, but it's something that needs to still be said. And when
Sleepy
you talk,
Joe?
Sleepy Joe,
he
needs to take a nap.
I'm just saying this, like, all these things aren't politically correct. There's a difference between just outright making fun of every single candidate. He's a businessman. He's been on TV. It's not like he's a toddler.
When it comes to this establishment that has been running, especially if you want to look at the Black community specifically, the things that they have had in place, the things that they've been regurgitating and been feeding us as a Black community as a whole, I feel like those things need to be broken. Whether it's Joe Biden, whether it's Obama, whether it's Hillary Clinton, whether it's a whole little family, you know, that has been saying what we want to hear to get them voted into office, to run policies that do absolutely nothing for the Black community as a whole.
But that's just not true. I mean, when we talk about if we're going to continue to put Black people and say they're a monolith, LGBT, climate change, these are all, I understand that. I'm not defending Joe Biden. I'm just saying it's not like Trump is the savior of Black people. One thing is I find it also very insulting when people think the only Black issues are crime bills, right? That is like insulting to think that the Black is just related to crime. When you think about Black America, we are not a monolith, right? LGBT, climate change, DACA, all these other things that happened under Obama, right? The bailed out the auto industry. Black unemployment rate was at, 17 in 2010 and got down to 7.6. And I just want people to always think that black problems are only crime issues, because that is insulting.
He's saying LGBT, but it sounds like LGBT, okay? LGBT so nice they did it twice, dude. There's a second now.
As a population, I think there's so much more than we are than just prison systems.
I mean, just real quick on the education stuff we were talking about earlier. I think it's a national problem, and we really needed a national solution. What I've seen from Betsy DeVos is someone that really tries to play this divisive line, that really has no interest in growing public education and making sure that every child has the best possible education. And I think, yeah, Joe Biden's not perfect, but I know he'll appoint a great Secretary of Education. I know he's going to take public schools seriously. And
dude, gay sex was okay. I'm tired of watching this, dude. I can't go through it any further. Gay sex was too OP. They had to hit it with a Nerf, dude. They patched it. In LGBT, they patched gay sex. They also took out Mikey in the patch. They patched him out. LGB3 when no microtransactions.
And that benefits all of us when the generation behind us has a great education.
When I think of the state that I live in, and I look at the school systems that we have, it is specifically Republican legislation that has led to the decline and the defunding of our public schools. When we look at Joe Biden's plan, they're saying, look, on day one, we plan on giving Title I schools X amount of money. So especially when I think of public education, and we've talked about school choice before, but we have to fix what is available to all of our students at this point in time. I don't really have faith in Republicans to truly support public education.
Do you want this over? Do you want this, or do you want Watch Dogs time?
Schools, they get money based off of
I'm gonna put a poll in the chat.
From the neighborhoods that you live in. Poor neighborhoods are going to get little funding. Rich neighborhoods are going to get more funding. Republicans have done nothing to stop this but say, you know what, that's okay. Let's still give these corporations a tax cut and not let them pay an extra penny so that maybe that money could go to our public schools.
I do think that public school is not the same as education. And I think that if we're thinking about the good of students in general, choice and competition is extremely important. In any system, when you introduce competition, almost always quality goes up and cost goes down.
What? First of all, deregulation isn't even like pro-competition, okay? Like, that's not even true. And there are certain instances where, I mean, that's just categorically false when it comes to the USPS, for example, okay? There's no such thing as like competition making the United States Postal Service better. As a matter of fact, the only reason why people in fucking libertarian safe havens like rural parts of Nebraska or Alaska for that matter get mail at all is the USPS being a not-for-profit government branch, okay? That it doesn't operate at a for-profit basis, and Republican motherfuckers should be very excited. You understand me? They should be super glad that it exists. All right? Secondly, deregulation, like Reagan-era deregulation in the airline industry, for example, has literally led to less competition. Holy shit, keep playing, this is winning. What the fuck? No one's voting! God damn, I just, no one votes. Fucking leftist community, 2K people voting, 20K people watching. 2,000 people barely voted.
And so I think we're doing a disservice to our kids if we're not giving them choices and if we're not allowing competition in education.
And sometimes what happens with this competition is there's still only a small subgroup of students that are actually able to choose. When we think of school choice and we say, yeah, we're going to open it up, they're still going to be stuck in public schools who have now been left behind because we've given them a choice to go somewhere else and we've created this competition.
Sure. I think that even if it just benefits a small segment of children, I think that's still valuable.
I mean, I think the public school system is obviously, it's something that's been a challenge for a very long time. And I think people are trying to find solutions. But like I said, I think both parties have done things, but I think our decisions of why we're making these voting decisions are multifaceted, right? I think both sides have done more for the Black community. My personal feeling is the way that the Republican Party represents the Black community isn't always the best.
This
Keep playing
is
this
going to
one.
sound very counterintuitive because I know his words can be a little insane, but I genuinely, truly believe that Trump has totally changed the Republican Party. I hated the old Republican Party, and all of those old Republicans that are still around,
Dude, the old Republican Party is the same as Trump's Republican Party. It's literally the same people. Like, who do you think is in the Senate, you fucking dingus? You think Donald Trump is voting on behalf of every single Republican? Why is it that Republicans vote 90% plus for Trump's agenda? Like, what do you think is going on? Like, these motherfuckers have been there in perpetuity. Like, what do you mean? This is not a new Republican Party. Trump's agenda is not even new. The only thing different about Donald Trump, outside of like the tariffs and shit, is that he's just mask off racist instead of doing the talking points and dog whistles. Like, if you unironically say, I love how Donald Trump has reformed the Republican Party, you're basically saying, I always liked the Republican policies. I just didn't understand. Like, I really needed to hear the racist shit.
got to go. We've had so many years of the Republican Party ignoring the Black community, worse than ignoring the gay community. And I think Trump has totally changed that. He's brought LGBT groups into the White House. He has done so many things. The role that many of us in the party now need to have is to keep that ball rolling and keep changing a party that has sucked for so many years.
I am open to the other party's ideas.
It's the last part of the... Yeah, dude. He brought LGBT into the White House so Mike Pence could kill them. Like... So Mike Pence could do, like, gay conversion therapy to them directly.
I think I would do a huge disservice if I did not listen to the other side, especially in my role. I don't want to.
I love that Joe said, no, fuck this.
Classroom with just this one opinion and not being able to listen to my other students or parents or administrators and leaders who have different viewpoints too.
I'm part of the walkaway movement of people who used to be Democrats and have left. One of the things I always say to them is do not become what you walked away from. So I think the worst thing we could do is buy into tribalism and groupthink. I've been a Democrat, I've been an independent, now I'm a Republican. So for me personally, the moment that the Republican...
You know what hasn't changed, though? You've been an idiot. You were a stupid Democrat, and now you're a stupid Republican.
Party no longer represents what I think is best for my country and my values. I'm out.
I think we can all agree that we're in a very, very divisive time. I think social media is a big factor to that. Now, me and my girlfriend can literally be sitting in the same room, both on Facebook, and our feeds be completely different. And what actually is happening because of it is we're only seeing these echo chambers where things are becoming much more divisive. So I think what we need to start realizing is that we have to actively start searching the other side just to even get that perspective, because otherwise we're just going to get things that already align with our worldviews.
Correct me on this if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that Republicans definitely helped create and were very pro a lot of the tax loopholes that especially businesses exploit. That's definitely something that I don't think is a good thing.
I don't feel like the left is as intolerant as they should be. I think that they could be able to have conversations, not just shut up and listen as I have to say my point, would actually do more justice, because what you're seeing is if you don't let me talk, I'm just going to show you in the voting booth.
It's kind of a tricky situation for me because when I look here, present day 2020, there is a very massive push for socialism specifically. It sounds beautiful on paper. It sounds great. In fact, if I didn't know much about socialism, I'd say, hey, free healthcare, free school, free housing, free. Why not? I would love for anybody, especially on the Joe Biden.
Dude, I'm sorry. You're so stupid, dude. You're so fucking stupid. First of all, you're a veteran, okay? If there's one group of people in this country that at least have more of a socialized system that they benefit from, it's fucking veterans, okay? Number one. So please do some self-reflection, all right? You literally have a government jobs program that you participated in that offers you nationalize healthcare, okay? Like literally, and probably even paid for your fucking college education. So what the fuck are you talking about? That's one. Like whenever people are like free, that sounds so silly. It's like, first of all, it's not free. Taxes obviously pay for it. Secondly, it literally works all around the world. And lastly, it's ridiculous that you as a veteran would have this take when you at least have like a more normal system in comparison, a closer system to Europe in comparison to like most other people. Even in that circumstance, however, of course, it's still dog shit. Veterans don't get the fucking healthcare that they need, all right, in most circumstances. Only if you're lucky or really unlucky do you, as a veteran, get the actual treatment that is necessary. That's one. College education, same shit. Your job prospects are still limited. And no, you shouldn't sell your body to the fucking American imperialist war machine so that you can have these normal social safety nets that are otherwise given to every single fucking individual unconditionally if they were born on European soil.
To just name me a country where socialism has actually worked. And being a mom of 3 boys and being a veteran and everything, like I feel like this is the most important election that we have. And I feel like Trump, even though he's not perfect, he is keeping a lot of things in
Name one country: France, Germany, UK, Sweden. Like literally every country in the European Union. Canada. Norway, South Korea.
I want everyone to have access to quality healthcare. I want everyone to have access to quality education. I think everyone deserves a home or somewhere to live in. I think everyone deserves to have food on the table at night. I think when you retire, you should have access to Medicare. I think these are very basic level of playing field for everybody. I listen to Republicans all the time, and I don't hear them saying they want to do any of the things I just described. I keep hearing a lot of kind of talk about socialist Marxism, blah, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care what label you come up with, right? I'm just saying people deserve basic dignity in this country. But right here in New York City, there's 1 in 5 kids who are homeless. Like, what are we doing? There's got to be a balance between people who have so much money, just hoarding billions and billions of dollars, and people suffering because our governments at the state and local level don't have the money to help them. And we have people at the federal level, mostly the Republican Party, that don't want to spend any money to help them, right? We got to change something here because everyone does deserve access to healthcare, education. You know, earlier we were kind of talking about climate. Donald Trump is 70-something years old. He doesn't have to deal with climate. But me, being on Staten Island, sitting on the edge of the Atlantic, I do. This affects our home prices. This is going to affect our generation for decades. And the longer...
I mean, he was a Warrenite, so he probably hates me, but he's great.
Way to do anything about it, the worse it gets. And so I just keep looking at the Republican Party, waiting for one of them to say, we treat these problems seriously. We see the crisis for what it is. And here's our big, bold idea.
Why you shit on military personnel always? You have many in your chat? I know. I'm not shitting on military personnel.
Is to solve them. And I'm not hearing that.
I definitely just want to commend your passion for the welfare of others. Like, that is so evident that you just care about people, like you said, having quality education, having quality healthcare, having food on their table. I think that shows tremendous compassion, and I definitely respect that. Whatever system we're talking about that puts more power in the hands of the government and has the government control the means of production or whatever it is, I would say empirically, when you look at when that has been tried, that has led to
Say it.
Worse education, it's led to worse healthcare, it's led to increased poverty.
I'm not advocating.
Say it. Fucking say it.
We end capitalism tomorrow. I don't think any entrepreneur who wants to start a business should suddenly change their plans because of a socialist movement. All I'm saying is there's a lot of basic guarantees we should be giving people from the government, education, healthcare, etc., addressing big picture problems like climate change that require big investment and regulation in order to address. We need those things. And there's only one party right now that is even offering some of what we need. Because remember, I'm a progressive. I don't think the Democratic Party is going far enough. I don't think Joe Biden's platform goes far enough. But I know I can at least pressure him as an activist. I don't think I can do that with...
Guys, you don't understand. For Americans, Europe doesn't exist, okay? The only other countries outside of the United States are countries that we have fucking eviscerated with our imperialistic endeavors. Okay, that's it. Like, the entire European continent is fake. It does not exist. It's just as fake as birds are. Birds don't exist, and neither does fucking Europe. Okay, no country that actually has social safety nets and is not on fire exists. It's not real. Yeah, it's Mexico and Snow Mexico. Exactly. Well, Snow Mexico, not really, because Snow Mexico also has those social safety nets, so it doesn't count. That doesn't exist. Canada is also a part of Europe and therefore non-existent. You have to remember. Canada doesn't exist because it's a part of the because of its EU. It's an EU country. They acknowledge those countries and then make up reasons why they're different, and that shit wouldn't work here. Yeah, no, for real.
The Republican Party. They bring snowballs to the Senate floor to prove there isn't climate change. How am I supposed to convince them we need to invest in more green jobs in this country if they don't even think the problem is real?
I can't speak to like environmental concerns as much, but definitely in terms of education and definitely in terms of healthcare, I think the free market has a ton to do with it. Health insurance or health coverage is not the same as health care. And I would also say that free education is not the same thing as good education. So I think a really good example.
I mean, you need some. Like, no matter what, Maggie, free, paid, you need some education because clearly it didn't take, okay? Just saying. You need something.
Example is Canada. Healthcare is free, but the quality is super duper low. And if you go to public healthcare in Canada, if it's an emergency, sometimes.
What the fuck is she? Oh, God, dude. Yo, this is why Steven Crowder needs to be banned off all platforms, okay? You listen to his fucking nonsense and you're like, oh, no. People in Canada are dying, dude, literally.
They refer you to a private healthcare.
Right, but the difference in those things is cost. If you want to have a private healthcare plan in Canada, go for it. I don't care. But the thing is, everyone in Canada has that basic right. If they need it, they have it. And I'm just saying in America, that should be the same thing. You want to pay for that extravagant school or healthcare plan? Knock your socks off. I don't care. Like, these are just basic rights we can guarantee people. It doesn't have to replace all these other systems you're comfortable with. Let's just give people certain rights and then have that conversation about how well it is or isn't going.
But the Green New Deal right now, that's what they want to do, especially when
let's talk about the Green New Deal, right? Like,
yeah,
the Green New Deal.
Trillions of dollars with no actual plan.
The plan is simple. We need to rebuild the infrastructure in this country to be more climate resilient, because places like right here in Staten Island get destroyed every time there's a tropical storm, let alone another Hurricane Sandy. So what if we just guaranteed everyone who wanted training and a job, whether it's here or in Appalachia where they only do coal mines, a job in making green products? It's literally the most capitalistic thing the Democratic Party could possibly come up with to boost our economy.
This guy's great.
And fight climate change. It's like a win-win for everyone.
Trump just signed a deal where we're going to be planting 1 trillion trees. Trees have a very big importance on our country, on our planet as a whole. So why you want to take away all of these industries that are taking from the planet, but we're going to be giving back to the planet
doesn't work
when
like
we're
that,
doing
though.
these things.
So I just want to be honest scientifically, right? Like, the reality is he can plant 2 million trees, but the Amazon in Brazil is burning at a rate we've never experienced in global history. And it doesn't matter how many trees we plant in America if the planet's screwed, right? At the end of the day, we have to stop putting carbon in the air. And California is a great example of a state.
Trees absorb carbon.
But we need to stop putting it in the air to begin with. That's the problem. We can't just rely on absorption.
I'm very much for the fact that Republicans need to be better on the environment. I actually agree with what you said.
Okay, this dude doesn't give a shit about the environment.
Joe, earlier, that you're a progressive who thinks Democrats don't go far enough. I don't think Republicans go far enough. But I do think that there are some strides that are being made. He signed the Save Our Seas Act, cleaning plastic out of the ocean. The U.S. is currently leading the world in reducing carbon emissions. And in terms of the Green New Deal, I feel like this is a concern that a lot of people on the right have, that it always starts with something that sounds very lovely. Save the planet. Cost was tens of trillions of dollars. So I do agree with you that I think we should be investing in jobs.
And then you close your eyes for one moment, communism.
And promoting that with the free market, but I don't think the Green New Deal is the way.
I don't think Joe Biden's plan is actually the Green New Deal. So we might need to actually revisit that subject. The issue that I have too is the Republicans don't really trust science. So at least we do look at Democrats of trying to listen to scientists and think about what they're saying about what could save the climate and economy.
I honestly don't know what Joe Biden's position is on the Green New Deal anymore, because on his website, it promotes the Green New Deal. It says that it's a great plan. So I don't know at this point if he's for it, if he's against it. He's sort of spoken out of both sides of his mouth on that.
As a progressive, I wish he was for the Green New Deal. That's my honest answer. I wish he was. He has, though, moved on spending more in his overall climate package. It's now a $2 trillion climate package. I know that doesn't mean a lot to the people watching this, but all I'm saying is he is listening. He just isn't going all the way that sometimes right-wing media portrays him as.
One of the things I want to say is when we look at media as the mainstream media, but we don't see social media as media. And
my man. Good shit, Joe.
The reason why I say that is we can't only blame media, but at the same time, we're just retweeting articles without doing any type of fact checking as well. We are also part of the same problem that the mainstream media is doing every single time we retweet or share or don't actually do content.
I think that's so true, AK. A lot of people will complain about the people in power and a lot of people will complain about the government, but I think like we as everyday citizens also have to hold ourselves to account. Because like we did elect the people that are in power, and we are like making, like exactly like you said, we are sharing things on Twitter and Facebook, and so I do think that the everyday citizen needs to have a little bit more critical thinking. When they read something, they have to ask themselves, like, is this true?
Wait, you can't fucking say that when moments ago you literally said like social safety nets don't work so good. Like what?
Does this make sense?
Can I ask you, like, where does everybody get their news sources from?
I don't really watch much cable TV because I think it's kind of, cable TV is like, I think people confuse cable TV for journalism. Cable TV is predominantly personalities speaking.
I just assume
it was about to be like, I watch HasanAbi on Twitch.
That everybody's has their own personal agenda, and I use it as a top layer, and then I got to go in deeper to find the actual facts. So when people talk about the stock market, I'll actually go to Dow Jones. If they're talking about unemployment rate, I'll actually go to, Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I love all you guys. I think this was a great conversation. This was so refreshing to me. But I know that we all grew up in completely different environments.
I think we should stop normalizing Trump supporters.
We have different
That's what I think.
And everything. And I hope that as Americans, we can just completely accept, hey, this person might think differently than me, but it doesn't mean that they're a horrible person.
We've all had some type of experience that can dictate why we might be liberal or why we might be conservative. But at the end of the day, we're still American and we're still valuing and listening to each other.
My encouragement, though, is to fellow Gen Zers, please, please, please, please vote. Us young people get written off as not caring and not paying attention. We don't vote, blah, blah, blah. The best way to make everyone in politics and in DC care about us is to vote.
So I would just say to anyone watching, think for yourself, do your own research, vote for whoever the hell you want to vote for.
Oh, fuck you, fuck off. Don't vote for Donald Trump. Okay, this is the last video before gaming. Sorry. People wanted me to watch this. And plus I'm eating an ice cream sandwich so I can't game while eating this. People want me to watch the Jordan Klepper video.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
It's the last video that we're going to watch before gaming, okay?
After an historic 227-year campaign, I found myself at another Trump rally, one of 3 he was having in Pennsylvania that very day. And while there was still some of the usual totally realistic expectations,
I'm calling 47 states for Trump.
At this rally, in the final week of election season, I noticed something different. It was quiet.
Are people just tired? I think people are exhausted.
Me too.
And I'm ready to move on.
I've been to a lot of Trump rallies before, and I have to say this is probably the most subdued rally I've been to. It's eerily quiet. You can hear a QAnon push notification ding in someone's pocket. This was a chance to hear Trump make his final case, and frankly, for MAGA country to do the same.
It's about the economy. He provided jobs. And when people are working and not out looting and burning cities.
Historically.
Bro, you're in Pennsylvania. You know he didn't create jobs there. What does this take? What? Ruining all the new followers is because Hasan noticed you on stream? Oh.
This presidency has lost more jobs than any other.
That's not true.
It's not true.
Nope. He has not.
He has not.
I'd be like, Tony, I need my sheet. I'm going to give you
Wait.
The economy. He provided jobs. And when people are working and not out looting and burning cities.
Historically, this presidency has lost more jobs than any other.
That's not true.
It's not true.
Nope. He has not.
It's literally true. Like, the argument then is not whether or not it's true or not. The argument is pre-COVID versus post-COVID. Like, at least know the talking points. You know what I mean?
He has not.
I'd be like, Tony, I need my sheet. I'm going to give you facts. Come on.
Give me facts.
The facts. That fact sheet.
What's on the fact sheet?
I'm going to show you.
The fact sheet is that in my car.
We have not had a fact sheet before. This is good.
Oh, really? Okay.
Bring it, bring it.
I'm bringing it.
I hope it doesn't have a list of all the dead, because that thing's going to be huge.
Okay, jobs added 4 million. Under Biden and Obama, negative 2.8
What is the
million.
website you're on?
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, I'll have to Google it.
Wait, what? 4 million jobs added? But like 39 million people lost their jobs.
This is a deranged pervert.
Just from COVID alone, or more than that actually. Was it 39 or was it 60? I don't even remember anymore. Like what? 4 million is low.
Okay, so her
Excuse
friend
me.
didn't have the
I'm
facts,
sorry.
but she
I'm
did
out of
have
control. I
the
apologize for
Zinfandel.
that.
Let's talk
Follow
about
Joe
African
Hasan.
American
Follow
communities
Joe
and
Hasan.
all the things he's done
Follow
for
Joe
that.
Hasan.
Great. What has he done?
Follow Joe Hasan.
With
Follow
the,
Joe Hasan.
with the jail thing.
Follow Joe Hasan. Follow Joe
You know,
Hasan.
when he was
Follow Joe
corrected
Hasan.
the,
Follow Joe Hasan.
You gotta help me out
Follow
here.
Joe Hasan.
Tony,
Follow
come here.
Joe Hasan. While I waited for Follow Tony to Joe get her Hasan. shit together, I wanted to wrap my head around their Hail Mary October surprise. And that's Hunter Biden and his, well, I'll just let them explain it.
You can see on, Fox and One American News about the laptop, Hunter Biden's laptop, and then all the corruption taking money from the different countries, from Russia and China. Then Joe Biden would do whatever these countries needed.
Well, what did he do?
Well, either what he did or did not do.
What did he do?
Well, it's yet to be determined exactly what he did.
I saw pedophilia in China, something like that.
Do you believe it?
I don't know. That's something I have to look into a lot more.
We see about the Hunter Biden scandal.
What exactly happened with that?
I think they found a laptop that had emails.
Who did?
And who was it?
FBI.
They found a laptop with emails and pictures of Biden talking with Ukraine and China about business deals and stuff like that. And
Which
there was,
Biden?
Hunter Biden.
Then did something happen?
They want to push it to get it, get the investigation underway before the election.
Yeah.
But what's the investigation on?
About just the laptop and
just
seeing
what was on it.
What was
Not
on the
at all.
laptop?
I mean, the conspiracy theorists would say that it's Joe Biden and Hunter Biden communicating with, outside countries on business deals and stuff like that.
Are you calling him a conspiracy theorist? That's just what he said.
Right.
The conspiracy, some people...
Only because it hasn't been proven
Yeah.
yet.
Make a ton of money and do absolutely nothing except say, hey, you can meet my dad.
That's a disgusting trait, right? To just use your father's name to make money off of that?
Absolutely. Nepotism needs to be looked into big time.
Yes. What do you think about Ivanka?
Oh, she's so gracious.
I see Ivanka.
No, come on, dude. It's just like, come on, dude. It's so easy. Oh, I love doing this. All aboard the Trump train, baby. Oh.
Someone who is following or creating and enhancing people's lives around jobs and training and whatever causes she has, just like Lady Diana had 20 years ago. She had certain causes, AIDS and different things like that she was involved
Was
in.
Lady Diana seeking
Yes.
copyrights in China while she had a position of power?
I don't know what you're talking about.
As the horn rang and the masses filed into the last rally, there was a bittersweet feeling in the air.
Folks are heading on in. This is the last chance for them to get unfettered access to the President of the United States. After this, it might be through plexiglass, maybe with a telephone.
If this somber attitude...
To be fair, didn't you just put someone on blast? Putting politically unprepared people on, to be fair, didn't you just blast people in a recent video about putting politically unprepared on the spot? Do you think what this is and what Steven Crowder is doing is the same? Exposing the inherent contradictions within common Trump messaging is entirely different than running down the fucking debate lord talking points over and over again on hysterical and oftentimes emotional, but definitely unprepared college campus kids that are there thinking that you're willing to get your mind changed. And then any time that you're like actually being pushed on a talking point, you immediately redirect the conversation. This is just being like, hey, what's going on? Tell me about, nepotism. Oh, cool. What about Ivanka? Also, it's comedy. If Steven Crowder went to a Bernie rally, he'd be destroyed. Probably. If this rally is being held at the movie theater I used to go to when I lived in PA, this is so fucked. I love that place. Now I can never go back. Why?
Attitude was a reflection of what...
Checking if people at a political rally actually know what they're supporting and trying to debate randoms is not the same? Yeah.
Could happen on election day. Are these folks prepared for a world post-Trump?
Trump could totally win. If for some chance he doesn't win, what happens to all of this afterwards?
Me personally,
Sure.
I will not live under a socialist government. And just look up the 3 red flags. On the Biden campaign poster, there's the 3 red lines.
Yeah.
Look it up on Google.
Well, I think it's an E.
It's supposed to be an E, but look at the 3 red flags or 3 red banners.
And they mean?
Communism.
He stuck communism right there on the flag?
You got it.
Really? You don't want to be in a place with socialized medicine?
Nope.
So where would you go?
I'm going to look at Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, which has universal health care.
Yeah, I'm not going to live under socialist rule. I don't think Biden's going to make the 4 years, and the Camelback, forget it.
The Camelback, who's that?
Kamala.
Oh, wow. That both mispronounced the name and xenophobic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, that's a twofer. If they don't take you in Costa Rica, I'm sure Argentina would welcome you and your point of view with open arms.
So the pitches have been made and the escape routes planned. Nothing left to do other than vote your asses off and hope we get the results
Camelback.
soon. Until then, I'll be hiding out right here.
Bro, I want the free speech supporters to be like, well, actually, she's just doing of racism in an effort to really stop all of the actions of the black community that's just overall going out and, breaking window fronts and stuff like storefronts and stuff like that. That's why she was doing that. And she was doing a racism, but it was a defensive racism because, black people are doing BLM protests and that's really damaging to the community. So, no, you don't get it. It's like totally different when they do it in America this way because it's not in my country and it's not me and others like me who are doing the racism so I can laugh at it. But it is petty, but if Biden wins, I'm going to bust a nut seeing all the Trump hats that slowly make their way into the new landfills. Look, man, the only thing, Joe's a react Andy. I was not watching Hasan the Hun stream when the Jubilee video came on, but can someone tell me if it got to the part with the trees? At least he doesn't hate me. Sag, no VOD. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the VOD, dude. Don Jr. highest fuck on Laura Ingraham. Oh, hell yeah.
I wonder what that GDP number would have been today. Even higher. Well, I wonder what that with Vice President Pence just a few days back. So why suddenly they have to break down a location where there was going to be...
Oh, no. Dude, he's like straight up. He's gumming. He's got gummies, dude. He's like, is he dipping? No, that's like it's like a coke thing or ecstasy. Like when you're fucking wired, sometimes you just like doing like weird shit with your mouth. What is Twitter? Also Pepe Le top left. Grifter, honest, smart, dumb. Anarcho, neoliberal, communist. Grifter and dumb. Grifter and smart. Honest and smart. Not even on this list, but to be honest with you, kind of excited not to be on this list. Oh, I am on this list. Oh, I'm the dumb grifter. Oh. That's good. The axes are morally neutral, decided by me. SJW debates, barely bleeding, and Joseph Kirby. Am I? Wait, does this mean that I'm dumber than Dave Rubin? Is that what this guy is saying? And also, wait, dumber than Candace Owens? But like the same, but more of a grifter than Candace Owens. Interesting stuff. This seems like a very good. This seems like a very good list. It seems normal. Wait, Paul Joseph Watson on the intelligence spectrum, where is he? We're the same level of intellect. And also he's honest. Like I'm a dumb grifter, but Paul Joseph Watson is honest and dumb. Okay. I mean, this should have already told me everything I needed to know about this list, but I'm glad to see that I was allowed to be on this list. Thank you, anarcho neoliberal communist Chet, libertarian market socialist. Thank you for putting me in a category where I'm dumber than the quartering. This is what happens when you have complete brain disease from only watching Destiny debates. A person who literally didn't know that Florida was a swing state in the beginning of this election cycle. Thank you. Okay. Sam Cedars a grifter? No, it's just literally everyone that's the Molly John eyes. Yeah, I know. That's like what you would. I think it's like the same with Coke too, though. You just put people he doesn't like on dumb. Look at Peter Coffin and wife Ash Coffin. I mean, you can't tell the difference between Australians and English. That's true. He deleted it? Oh, what a pussy. Keep it up, pussy. Keep it up. That's bullshit. It's just good, wholesome fun when you say unironic Nazi is less of a grifter and also smarter than most members of the left. You kind of showcase your allegiance there a little bit, but hey, permanent debate brain, right? You gotta do what you gotta do. If someone is strong on the rhetoric front, your lizard brain that constantly leaves you wanting to feel like you're more intelligent than you actually are and make you respond so positively to good rhetoric is going to, of course, come before. Oh shit, I forgot to play an ad. 6-second ad break. Top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break. Ladies and gentlemen. Turn on alerts. I did, Fizz. Just a joke, by the way. Dude, I don't really... Listen, guys. I am a himbo. I'm not a very smart person. I'm a motherfucking gamer. Okay? Okay, because this is special 20 months. Fizz, congratulations. 20 months on a 17-month streak. Thank you. There you go. I read it. No dono wall. The dono didn't pop up, but no dono wall. It's alright if I say I'm not smart. I don't like it when fucking Reddit debate lords say I'm not smart. Then it frustrates me because they're also not smart.
Oi, watch yourself. You've been activated. Blink twice if you need backup.
Alright then. Where the fuck are we? Main missions, Clan Kelly's new export. What the fuck is the new Clan Kelly export, bruv? Wait, where is it? Where the fuck am I? UI reminds me of Assassin's Creed. I mean, yeah, these games always have the same, like... Players didn't even play before the end of the season. Ali in an island, Ali in a northern island. Alright, bruv. Time to get our fucking passports back, yeah? Time to get our fucking passports back, yeah? Yo! Big Shaq. Oh, it's Big Shaq. Wait, this guy actually made songs? Oops. Sorry, love. You might want to what? You might want to ease up on the pedestrian. Genocide didn't the game say at the start you're the public face of DedSec now? Wait, does it actually? Does it actually do something when you kill pedestrians on accident? Oh, fuck! Okay, that wasn't my fault. That was a cab.
I'm a big man. I got big plans. They call me Big Shaq. I make the ting go back from way back. And I make man's not hot. You know you like that. Want it to vibe. Man don't dance. Look to my eyes. Man don't dance. 1, 2 step.
Man don't dance.
Flex on your ex. Man don't dance.
It's just bad optics, Sweaty? Really? Is it?
So this is where the Kelly thugs brought Angel. Not exactly welcoming, is it?
Now, keep your chin up. We'll find him. There's a camera network that might have caught where they took him.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, have a nice life.
Big shock is a big thing.
Well, that obviously needs to be locked down.
Let's find this fucker.
This fucking thing's hacked. Let's find who's doing it.
Who's doing it?
Definitely need a shutdown.
Something to say to me?
Where the fuck did he go?
You'll never find me. You'll never fucking find me. You just won't.
Someone has hacked us.
Why are there no traps anywhere? This kind of doo-doo. I'm trying to activate some fucking traps there. Why the fuck can't I find any traps? Alright, there it is. There it fucking is.
No one here. I'll take another area.
Gonna keep moving.
Come on then. Fuck, I thought I could get two.
Going on here. Move it on.
I thought I could get two at the same fucking time.
Nothing. Gonna keep moving.
The fucking rat has vanished. Let's go.
I wish there was double trap, you know what I mean?
Let's have a look around.
Not finding anything. I'll look somewhere else. Gonna move.
You better blow the fuck up there.
That's good. Nothing here. I'll check another area.
Oh, I told you.
No one here. I'll check another area.
The thing goes boom. Skippity pop pop. Broop doop doop doop doop. There's the access point right there. Okay, there's not a lot of options here for... Did I just start blasting these sickos? Chat. Because it doesn't seem like there's much going on here as far as like... So anyways, I started blasting. Light these fuckers up. Should I light these fuckers up then?
Fuck me! Shit. Shut it down. Someone has broken in.
Crack down, intruder!
Looks clear. Going to check somewhere else. I'm going to keep looking. They must be here somewhere. Clear. I'm going to look in another... Look over there. That is not normal. Lockdown.
Oh!
Okay, we need to search the area.
Oh, I didn't know that you could... Okay. Boy, did not know that. Boy, did not know that you could suicide these fucking drones then.
I'm calling off the search.
Did you hear that gunshot? Ah! Ah! Fuck! Ah!
Where the fuck is he going? Where'd he go?
I'll have a look.
Oops. The problem is you can't really save scum.
Let's hurry and access that network, shall we?
You really can't save scum in this game.
Track them down.
Damn, there were so many fucking traps up here. Holy shit.
Oh, look here. Clear. Moving on. Oi, what's your fucking problem? Nothing suspicious here. Just keep looking.
Is there nothing suspicious here? Is that what you fucking think? Where the fuck are they? Wait, is that like a friendly or what? Sorry about that. Had to do it to you.
Man, just...
We had to do it to you. Sorry about that, lad. We had to fucking treat you like a bro. What the fuck is this thing? It's bright red. Alright then, where the fuck is it? Right here. Time to interact. My streamer
I've
said...
gone over the captured footage. I was able to follow Mr. Lopez down to the cellar, but then I ran out of cameras. Not a problem you often have in London.
That's our play then.
Kind of wild that like cops never show up whenever I'm blowing shit up, you know what I mean? Wait, where the fuck are they? There it is.
My oh my, deadbolt trumps technology. The door is sealed, but this rubbish chute might do. It either leads to the cellar or your grisly death. Or both, I suppose.
Fantastic.
Cops are privatized because you defunded them? True. True. This is the fucking... It's the UK with Corbyn. Everyone's an anti-Semite. If you don't think Palestinians are people, then you fucking... We'll put you in jail, bruv. All the fucking... all the people that are not anti-Semites are in fucking jail, bruv. Oh. Got him.
All right then. Come on out. I'm not gonna cut you.
Hasan, you're not playing the game right. You gotta focus on recruiting votes.
Get over here, will you? Well, get over here.
Why? Okay, I gotta pee while this...
Thanks for the distraction. Gave me the second I needed to take care of this filth.
You okay? That guy looked ready to seriously fuck your day up.
He was. I'm fine. I just need a second to catch my breath and find my files.
Wait, you're Caitlin Lau. Caitlin Lau, the police inspector. We saw your videos. You must be raving mad to go after Mary Kelly on your own.
It wasn't always on my own. Who the hell are... You're dead sick, aren't you? You tracked me to the slaughterhouse.
Not exactly. We're tracking a friend who vanished from the EPC. The trail led here. It's horrible thinking that all those missing people ended up here, ended up like this.
Then I'm sorry. I don't think there's much hope for finding him alive. The Kellys have got a sick little operation going. A kind of human organ black market. I've been investigating them for months. And they got my fucking files. God, I feel like shit.
You need some rest. Someone on the team will come and get you and bring you somewhere safe. I'll find Angel and your files, but I need to know what's on them.
Everything I've gathered on Mary Kelly. Almost enough to take her down.
Well, shit. We should be working together anyway. After this, DedSec will need to dig a little deeper into Mary Kelly.
All right, an operative is on their way to escort Inspector Lau. So, let's find Angel and Inspector Lau's files.
Alright, where the fuck is Angelo Lopez, bruv? Wait, why can't I run?
I'll wait for your guy in here. Thanks. For your help.
There's no doubt about it. This whole operation is meant to harvest organs. Clan Kelly's chopping off the parts they want and burning the leftovers.
Only none of them were willing donors, were they? Mary Kelly has a lot to answer for.
They're ripping off fucking foreskin, bruv.
Their faces are just mutilated. Bagley, can you run some kind of facial reconstruction? This is not good.
Take a picture and I can run key details past various databases.
Mutilation.
Negative.
This is some fucking horror movie shit, man. We have to stop Mary Kelly before she can do this to anyone else.
Wait, he's back. My man is back. I thought he died.
Unfortunately, I must confirm that this is indeed Angel Lopez.
Shit. Angel. He knew the risks. I did too, but never thought DedSec would get caught up in this. Mary Kelly is preying on London's most vulnerable. She's a fucking monster. Taking her out needs to be a DedSec priority.
Now we need to find Caitlin Lau's case files on Mary Kelly and see if my conjecture may be correct. Could Mary Kelly be in 0 Day?
Oh, fucking shit. The smell, man. I'm never having pork again.
You shut your gob. I'm gonna throw up if you keep talking shite. Bad enough we're on disposal. I don't need to hear that.
Can't help it.
You fucking bastards. You deadly fucking bastards. You killed them all. All for what? You wanted to fucking give everyone back a foreskin?
Well done, you got the files. The inspector will
But
be
at
impressed.
what
Now
fucking
get out of here
cost,
before
bruv?
someone decides to turn you into minced meat. Chop chop.
No kidding.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Thank you, Cracking Knuckles, for the 5 tier 1 gift subs, bruv.
DedSec, Caitlin Lau here. I wanted to thank you. I'd be nothing but an anatomy lesson by now, or a pile of ashes.
You'll be happy to know that Inspector Lau has been escorted to a nearby refuge and is getting her wounds treated.
I'll be fine. Still a little flighty from whatever they gave me. And frankly, a little stunned that we've joined forces.
I never would have predicted this, but I'm glad DedSec is working with you, Inspector. With your experience and our resources, we can stop Mary Kelly from hurting anyone else.
Exactly. You have an organization, I have information, and some backing from powerful people. Pool our resources, and we might just take her down. Mary Kelly's no petty criminal.
JoJo's online. Thank you for the
Rally
5 tier
everyone
1
to the
gift
safe
subs,
house.
bro.
We need to go over these files and establish a plan.
I'll sync with Inspector Lau and prepare a briefing.
Oh, fucking shite, bruv. This thing is a ping ting, bruv. This core is fucking ping, bruv. Wait, is this KSI for real? Wrong door, yeah. All right, someone said something about like recruiting or something. Like, should I be
There's a
focused?
potential recruit you may want to check out. Pushing your location.
No help? Oh, come on, please, a little bit. Like, I gotta do like digital deface, disrupt propaganda to like take over these city blocks. Is that what I gotta do? It's a bit annoying that they chose Big Shock and KSI to represent UK music. I think they wanted to have like original soundtrack. Who taught him Peng? It's Peng, bruv. How the fuck is someone so intelligent and socially aware so amused by his own piss poor chav accent? It's because I'm a fucking bruv, innit? Alright, I'll do a disrupt propaganda one. It's the fucking Imperial War Museum, yeah? Say wagwan me brother. It's a what thing in it? Recruit a squad, scanning people, seeing if you like their abilities, and then turn on permadeath. How the fuck do I get up there, yeah? I need to get the fuck up there, bruv. Need a fucking cargo drone, yeah? Need a fucking cargo drone, yeah? Oi, cargo drone. You fucking get over here, yeah? I need to fucking hijack this cargo drone. No helping. All these fucking drones, yeah. Fuck out of my way, you fucking hippies. Yeah, this is what I'm fucking talking about, bruv. Hey, bruv. Time to fucking hijack this, yeah? Get the fuck over here, yeah? Alright then. Alright then, bruv. Bollocks.
Lots of visibility here. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, we fucking started to the man, bro. Have you even used a
You're
different
done
character?
so far as the Imperial War Museum is concerned, but a little less Albion propaganda in Lambeth will go a long way.
Should I go there too? Digital deface? Lambeth. Fast travel, yeah. 2 more of those and you'll get big money and more of the city completed. The problem with these is that... Why don't you just drive the drone? Big shock.
Upset 'cause man are way up right now and the shit happened all so fast. I was in Paris, shut down Lark, New York, shut down Central Park. Talk about London, your Frisco, where should I start?
Why does the music start exactly where you left it off? Oh, what's this?
Can't talk. Got things to do.
No! I need to fucking...
We could definitely use some medical expertise on the team.
It's better than watching tutorials on how to suture your own wounds.
Oi! Oi! Don't be a fucking bruv! I need your fucking medical expertise, bruv. What are you doing? Wait, is this broken? Uh-oh.
Search the premises. We may have an intruder.
What? Oh. Nice. Nice. Here we fucking go. Yeah, here we fucking go.
That's a fuck technical error. Christ, that thing is on the fritz.
No, it's not. It's just me hacking to it. So
Let's head back and regroup.
it's just me hacking it. So I can fucking deface shite. Wait, why doesn't it go higher? Why the fuck doesn't this go higher? Someone said you have to enter the building. I think not. It sure fucking seems like I don't have to enter the goddamn building, do I? Doesn't seem like it, does it? Seems like all I had to do here was basically just fucking hack the planet. What? Boy! What the fuck kind of bro shit was that, bro? What? No. What? What is happening? Oh no, I just disabled it. Wait, why don't I just fucking... Why? Why was I making things so much harder for myself? It's a real fucking bruv moment, bruv. I would have done the same damn thing. I just thought that it wouldn't go all the way down. Barrow opportunity. Time to destroy the Albion.
Good place for some illegal decorating.
Yeah, this is all Antifa does, bruv. The world's finest for England. Keep calm and resist.
Not just anyone could heroically vandalize a hospital, but you're not just anyone, are you? The people of Lambeth are sure to love this. Well done.
It's called illegal fucking graffiti, bruv. It's called illegal fucking graffiti. Your British accent sounds like a British guy who's drunk trying to do an American accent. Oh, what the fuck is this then? He's like waiting for me. Fucking hit the wrong thing. Fight me like a brav, he said. No, thank you. Oopsie fucking daisy right there. What the fuck happened? Got more fucking drone kills than old Bobby. Right? More drone kills than old Bobby. Right? Right? You already know. Took over this entire precinct. Lambeth is going to be ours. Gotta get that photographic evidence. As soon as I get that photographic evidence. This game is 90% drone gameplay. Yeah, this is Obama's favorite game. Why is he mentioning Baracko when his own leaders are droning civilians daily? Wait, but Baracko is my leader. What? Oh, shit.
Move it!
All units. Possible suspect or suspects reported near your location.
Move into the hostile's location.
Control, I can't see the suspect. Please advise.
Drone's got nothing on me.
Terminating pursuit and coming back.
Drone's got nothing on me, bruv. Okay, this song sucks. Hasani.
This is London Calling. I'm Tash, and you're listening to Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. Today we're talking about Dev Hassani. Our gone, but sadly not forgotten.
Dev Hassani. Photographic evidence, bruv. Right, what the fuck am I supposed to do here then?
Right.
No. This then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh, there it is. Why can't I take a fucking photo of this shit? Bloody Mary, bloody Anns. This is the one you have to go inside for? Should I just rip the entire fucking police precinct? And just fuck over the constables? Use the spider? Where? But I need a spider entry point, don't I?
Yep, of course. Of course.
That is irrelevant.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries.
Oh man, this game is boring as hell.
Right, let's spread out and look. Drone, begin search.
Okay, how the fuck do I get up here, dude?
Who opened that? What's going on?
Hang on. Initiate lockdown now.
No!
Oh my god! Moving on. Careful, careful! Something alright. Shut down the
No!
Fuck!
No! 81 fucking %, bruv. Did they catch me? Does that even do anything? Like, I don't understand. Okay, I'm not gonna do this parcel job.
The demands of being a DedSec operative are consuming.
Drone playthrough is longer than actual playthrough. Alright, fuck Lambeth. We're going back to Westminster, dude. Don't open your mail. Oh, don't open your letterbox tomorrow, laddie.
I've heard from Inspector Lau. We're ready for the briefing.
Oh shit, that scared the fuck out of me. What's up with these mannequins, dude? Don't open your mailbox. Don't open your letterbox tomorrow, laddie. I heard you disrespecting the provost.
Mary Kelly heads up the most powerful crime family in London, Clan Kelly, which should at least be easy to remember.
Under her old man, they were a bit player. Then he died, and her rivals started disappearing. Her enemies, her friends, her family. They call her Bloody Mary for a reason.
Early on, Mary abandoned cash in favor of cryptocurrency and brought the Kellys' criminal business online.
It makes weapons smuggling, drug running, money laundering all a lot easier without a cash trail. The woman single-handedly modernized organized crime in London. She considers herself to be untouchable. Case in point, from my files you retrieved. Darla Covington, 19. Sasha Haddad, 28. Radek Stokovich, 24. All disappeared.
It's difficult to find good help these days, isn't it, love? Most people, they ain't driven. Not
That's
like
a real
you.
go boss, innit?
Because they feel worthless, don't they? The way that the world is, how it uses people. It's horrible. It's nice that you have a purpose. Oh, that'll be me, love.
We aren't finished here.
This was a courtesy.
Courtesy call, bro.
Oh, Give my regards to their families. It's horrible losing someone you love. Nice meeting you, Caitlin.
You being a bruv.
As you can see, she'll never respond to interrogation. But there is one place she feels comfortable talking. The Sandstone residence.
Inspector Lau thinks a police bug in the Kelly's headquarters may have the evidence she needs to
That's
find
their headquarters? It's a castle, bro.
Sandstone is their center of operations. I know the data on that bug will take her down. Get it for me, and I swear I'll put her away forever.
Pushing the coordinates to your optics.
She's a proper girl boss in it.
Sabine here, Inspector Lau. I'm curious how you think you can bring Mary Kelly to justice now, with no backing. Even before Albion took over policing, you couldn't lock her up. And she goes on treating humans like cattle.
I had to work within the system. Yes, it was corrupt. I knew it. I just didn't know how bad it was. I thought a strong enough case couldn't be buried.
Well, you were wrong. After all, power tends to corrupt. Why do you think it'll be different this time?
Because I'm taking it to a contact in the Attorney General's office. An honest solicitor with a hard-on for organized
Bro, they're
crime.
all such soy
Specifically for Mary
boys,
Kelly.
dude.
Look, our methods may differ, but I want to help those people as much as you do.
All right. But however this goes down, there's no way we're letting Mary slip the net again. That's not how DedSec does things. Let's get to Sandstone.
What the What? No! What the fuck is this? Put the fucking pants on, bruv. Why are there microtransactions in a single player game? I don't understand, but... Pantaloons. The worst part is they made it sick. So like I kind of want to buy some shit.
Ah, London.
There's a spy around here. Where the fuck is he then? Arlington and Acne, bruv. Make it ad time, please. Dude, it's not even ad time. I think I'm done for the day. I'm so tired. Should have played video games earlier, dude. How is this accent still funny? Dude, I don't even fucking know how it's still funny, if we're being honest. I'm not even gonna do ad time. I mean, I will be doing ad time, of course, but... Ladies and gentlemen...
What a fucking liar, dude. What
in the
a
upcoming days,
Weasley little liar, dude.
you will see...
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude.
In the next 4 days, you will see...
Fuck it. I'm saying
America
deserved love.
democracy in
I'm
action.
saying it. America deserves happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying
Which is why I'm unfortunately not playing as many video games as I could be right this moment.
Oh, you're such a big.
But we're gonna get back to it, okay?
Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. Oh,
We're gonna play more Watch Dogs. I hope you guys are enjoying it.
This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert.
I think it's good.
Big old giant bitch tits.
I'm enjoying it, but I don't know if you guys are as well.
Giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that name.
Anyway,
That's his name.
regardless,
That's his name. Hasan Pecker.
game sucks. Memes are great. I'm enjoying the game. It's like a fun. It's like Ghost of Tsushima. It's a fun game to play, and the Hosbuff gamer audience is growing, which is also always incredible.
I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it.
I forgot to run a big ad. Okay, I'm gonna do 120 seconds of ads, and then I'm gonna raid someone. Okay. But in any case, are you planning on playing Demon Souls? Fuck yeah, I am, dude. Fuck yeah, I am planning on playing Demon Souls. Yeah. I don't know what happened to the VOD. It might be because people mass reported it and they're like looking to ban me. It might be a bug. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna reach out to my account manager to figure out what's going on there.
America deserves happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves happiness.
Oh, you're such a big
But you know how it is, boys. When is the next PO box? Probably tomorrow. I don't know yet. You didn't say anything bannable. I know, but it doesn't matter. Mass reports.
This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. I bet he's got some big old.
Anyway, guys.
Bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits.
What was I gonna say?
I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits.
No, I'm gonna raid Will, but
Can't make up that name. That's his name.
your VOD is gone of Jubilee. Oh yeah, the entire fucking Jubilee VOD is gone. I'll get it back. It's probably not a problem.
That's his name.
Your stream with AOC was on Nightline tonight? What's Nightline?
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Imagine when life is boring in Biden and we could play video games all day. I mean, life is not gonna get boring because if Biden becomes president, but anyway, regardless, ladies and gentlemen, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow.